Yorkshire into bat. Sunny skies. And I can tell you that Mike Taylor, myself, Jonathan Doyd and David Townsend, your commentary team across the 4 days. Observing the minute's silence. There we go then. Thoughts with all those affected by the loss of Keith Piper. And welcome, as I say, from North Marine Road in Scarborough, Jonathan Doidge and Mike Taylor for this first half hour of commentary. David Townsend with us as well. And as I mentioned, the news is that Yorkshire will bat first because Warwickshire won the toss and skipper Ed Barnard invited them to do so. Michael Goff and Tom Lungley, your two umpires, James Whittaker, the match referee. But the all-important team news, well, Yorkshire, a couple of changes because, of course, Harry Brook and Joe Root played in their most recent match, the win against Surrey at Headingley. Neither are playing in this, so Sam Whiteman is back into the team after he missed 2 or 3 matches due to that injury. And then Hassan Ali will play his first-class game in Yorkshire colours here. Well known, of course, to those of a Warwickshire persuasion. And so the Yorkshire team walking out to bat right now. Adam Lyth and Will Luxton are the first pair. Sam Whiteman looks like he'll bat 3. James Wharton, Johnny Bairstow, Matthew Revis, George Hill, Don Bess, Hassan Ali, Jack White and Ben Cliff. Good morning, Mike. You can give us the Warwickshire team.
I can, yes. Good morning to you. There is a new arrival for Warwickshire for 2 weeks only. The Indian left-arm spinner, Manav Sutar. He's had quite a week. Made his test debut in Chandigarh against Afghanistan last Saturday. Took 6 wickets in the first innings. Won the game on Monday. Man of the match. Signed for Warwickshire on Tuesday. Rocked up in Scarborough on Thursday. So you think you've had a busy week. So he comes in for Jordan Thompson, alas, missing out for the first time this season against his former club. And Keith Barker, whose fitness has come and gone during this season, has only made 1 appearance to date. But did take 6 cheap wickets in the game against Essex. He replaces Nathan Gilchrist. So Warwickshire are otherwise the team that drew with Glamorgan last time out in mid-May. Rob Yates, Alex Davis, Dan Mosley, Sam Hain, Bo Webster, Ed Barnard, the captain, Zen Malik, Manav Sutar, Keith Barker, Ethan Bamber with 29 championship wickets already this season, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby, once of this parish.
Yep. And of course, Warwickshire supporters, you'll love this reminder. Yorkshire ones you won't, but a fearful thrashing by Warwickshire of the Yorkies down at Edgbaston just a few weeks ago. A few changes from both sets of personnel there. And this man, Keith Barker, who's going to start the day at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground to bowl to the home bird himself, Adam Lyth. He could cause some problems here. I think both sides would have bowled first, and that's pretty obvious. I've been on the ground. It looks a good pitch. John Dodds, the groundsman, tells me he's left 6 millimetres on, so he's certainly prepared it to try and go the full distance. But I think it's going to be a tricky old morning. It rained heavily here for 2 days, pretty much solid from what John was saying. And the Yorkshire lads a couple of days ago were even laying around on some of the tarpaulins to help get the covers on during a deluge as Barker bowls the first ball of the match. And immediate evidence of some swing, started well wide of Adam Lyth, who left.
If there's any swing to find, he'll find it.
Yeah.
Bowling left arm, by modern standards, quite gentle pace, but re-signed for Warwickshire after a spell at Hampshire. He's now, I mean, you would think he's at the veteran stage, but he never looks it, Keith Barker. He still has the the cruiserweight build.
I'm going to say he's a strapping lad, isn't he? As he walked past me down at ground level, felt that one as Lythe opens the face, and that is run down to the man at fourth slip. We've got the Rockford Files telephone going off in the background. Not sure who that is, but there we go, come in. So 4 slips in place, there's a point. Wide-ish mid-off. Gap has been left to the covers. Mid-on, mid-wicket. And he said, checking away down in the distance, yep, long leg. Ollie Hannon Dolby doing a bit of stretching as Barker's in and bowling, and that's dropped into the leg side by Adam Lythe, and there is no run.
I'm going to leave you briefly to talk to local radio listeners in the West Midlands, but just to say, perhaps we'll speak afterwards. It was lovely to see that tribute to Keith Barker, a much loved member of Warwickshire, to Keith Piper, I beg his pardon, much loved and missed amongst Warwickshire. He was just 56.
Yeah. So Barker comes in and bowls, and Lythe, this time on the front foot, just drops that into the offside. There's no run. And talking of loved and missed, I was talking to Jordan Thompson last night when I saw him around the town. And I think, apart from will you bat or bowl, the main question I've been asked by any Yorkshire supporters I've seen yesterday on arrival or this morning is Tomo playing. And unfortunately, he's missed out on this match that he would have loved, I'm sure, to have turned out in. Had a pretty good game down at Edgbaston against his old mates as Lythe runs one into the gap, wide of the cordon. And Manav Sutar is out from point to field, and they get back for the first 2 runs of the match. Morning, DT.
Good morning, Doidgy. Good morning, everyone. Odd one, isn't it? You always reckon to play a former player against his a player against his former county, and he'd have really been putting in the big licks here, wouldn't he, Jordan Thompson?
Yeah, here's Barker again, and Lythe with a positive push into the offside to complete the opening over of the day. Then, so welcome to Sports Extra 3 listeners with news that Warwickshire won the toss and put Yorkshire into bat. And Adam Lythe and Will Luxton out there as the opening pair for Yorkshire. Keith Barker's just got through that first over with the concession of 2 runs. Ollie Hannon Dolby was doing some stretching down at long leg. Yorkshireman, of course, long since in exile at Warwickshire, but it's not going to be he who opens the bowling, because Ethan Bamber is going to do that from this Peasholm Park, the north end of the ground, which is deserted by spectators. There's fencing, mesh fencing up down at the foot of the stand here, and only a limited number of members of the press and scorers allowed on at this end of the ground for safety reasons. So that's meant that other areas of the ground might look a little busier than normal, and I'm sure the crowd will build as the day goes on. Mike's going to be back with us in a moment.
Ethan Bamber, then, former Middlesex seam bowler, comes in, bowls, and that's just striking Luxton on the pad as he tries to turn it into the onside. No run. I'd like to apologise to anybody for sounding a bit nasal today. I've got one of these summer head colds, you call them, Doidgy. I did. We'd have to duck out to have a beer with you last night as well. That's how bad it was. Here comes Bamber. Bowls, and there's a big shout for LBW as Luxton pushes forward, and it looked, if that had been, you look at those LBW appeals, don't you? And you look at some of them and think, no way, and then other ones you think, well, if that had been given, yeah, I wouldn't have had big arguments with that straight away without looking at the replay. Luxton settles over his bat again. 4 slips. Bamber, 54 on his back, runs away from his bowls, and it's more comfortable from the Yorkshire opener, pushes it into the offside. So 4 slips, a backward point extra cover. Very regulation field, really, isn't it? with mid wicket and a long leg down there in front of the hospitality tents. Away to our right. Bamber bowls again, that's outside the off stump through the keeper. No run. Very ambitious young man, Ethan Bamber. I think he's obviously, like most young cricketers, he wants to take another step up. He wants to play Test cricket. Now, in his last year or so at Middlesex, he was desperately trying to put on an extra yard of pace. Comes in, bowls, and that's through to the keeper. No run, which was seemed at the time you had to bowl close to 90 miles an hour to get looked at by England, but with Ollie Robinson back in the frame now, perhaps they're looking at sort of more traditional bowling.
Yep, certainly, you'd have to think, do what works well in your home conditions. And there are a number of bowlers around. George Hill would have to be another case in point of that ilk. Bamber bowls, and that's wide of off stump, and Luxton leaves the final ball of that over. Will bring, I think Mike is... Are you coming back in? Yeah, he's doing some techie stuff, so we'll leave him be for the minute. This should be the 13th meeting of these two sides at North Marine Road in the history of first-class cricket, although it is actually only the 12th. Why would that be, David Townsend?
Was one of them scheduled for the year when everything was sort of derailed by COVID?
Correct.
Hey!
They were supposed to meet on the 23rd of August 2020, which is still in the fixture list down in Cricket Archive as match cancelled. That should have been their most recent meeting. So it's really only the 12th time they've actually played against each other here. So it's the first actual play between the sides in Championship cricket on the ground since August 2009. As Keith Barker runs down the incline towards us. And Adam Lyth leaves one wide of off stump. I'm sure we'll talk about this more over the 4 days, but Scarborough have had their own issues to deal with, let's just say that, in recent years, as we know, and the fact that this stand is fenced off is one of those. But earlier this season, I noticed that Yorkshire had used a very positive marketing tool to try and get people here, and that was the man who's got the bat in his hand right now, with a couple of videos sitting pitch side here, and he plays and misses at this Barker delivery, pops up into the offside, no run. But what better when you're trying to promote, you can't falsify your love of something, can you? And a bloke who's played here, more or less all his cricket in life, and his love of playing at the venue, the passion involved in his delivery was there for all to see.
Yorkshire's last game, we saw him get a century against Surrey. Still got runs in him.
Yeah, here's Barker bowling to him now. It's wide of off stump, and he opens the face and runs it to point. No run.
And I would imagine of the current players, nobody is better qualified of batting at North Marine Road, professional-wise.
Can't be, can they?
He's scored heaps of runs here, including that record partnership we saw a few years ago with Finley Bean, his long-time opening partner.
Here is Barker. Wide of off stump and just short of length, and typical of Scarborough, it rises that little bit more off the pitch as it climbs towards the gloves of Alex Davies. Dot ball. Yeah, he's got a very good record on the ground. It was a great partnership between the pair of them, wasn't it? 307 against Gloucestershire.
No good looking at me.
No, it probably isn't much good looking at you.
Get past.
No good listening to you today either. In comes Barker again, and Lyth just playing down the line and punching that into the offside. No run. Yeah, Finley Bean unfortunately has missed out. He is here. He was part of the 13-man squad along with Dan Moriarty. So sadly for him, he'll be running drinks for the next few days. Missed out, of course, in the previous match against Surrey as well, when Will Luxton was brought in to open the batting. And the hierarchy have decided that to stay with that that selection. As in comes Barker, and that just nips a little off the pitch, is left by Lythe to complete over number 3. No early mishaps. Full lacquer on the ball, no doubt, but that might change a little when a bit of that wears off. And it's always in the year on year the trickiest session. Even if you've got a lovely sunny day, the morning sessions here, if you can negotiate them with the bat, then you will find some joy as the day goes on.
Yeah, going back to Fenley Bean, it's funny how fortunes can turn around, isn't it? It's during this winter you don't know about been practicing hard, but in the next thinking, yep, this season really going to push on. Ethan Bamber starts a new over, bowls, and Luxton allows that through to the keeper. Would this be the season that he'd score that weight of runs that would again get him up to the next level, looking to play for England? And then you get a couple of low scores, and the next thing you know, you're carrying the drinks out. So fortunes can turn around fairly quickly. Here's Bambo. Bowls, and that's an attempted flick down the leg side by Luxton. Doesn't make contact, taken by Davis. Same slip as the previous, same field as the previous over, 4 slips. Backward point. Wideish mid-off, extra cover, somewhere in that region. So we'll be looking to get that ball on or about off stump. Luxton waits, Bamber bowls, Luxton up on his toes, plays it up to mid-on. The rangy figure of, imagine that's Bo Webster. I've got to get my binoculars out, Deutsche. My preparations have been totally thrown out this morning, partly by this head cold I've got, and partly by an absolutely mammoth bacon roll that I had to work my way through.
You had to.
Next delivery is through to the keeper, and no run there. You know, when you this isn't. I'm not talking about that well-known shop that's run by one of the Chapel brothers, but that chain, Travers. This is a local shop, and you go in and you see the sign of a really tasty-looking bacon roll, and you think, well, it's not going to be anything like that when you've actually bought it. Bamber bowls again, and again allowed through to keeper. And this was enormous, very, very tasty as well. Nice bacon, decent price. So, good way to start the day. Sun is out, which is always it just makes Scarborough so different. The temperatures here, you've not been to the North Marine Road to watch a game, the temperatures can fluctuate. That one's wide and it's a no ball as well, so a couple of runs onto the total there, 4 for no wicket. I think this ground more than any, the temperature can...
Yeah, fluctuate. Yeah, cloud cover, and if you've got that little bit of an easterly breeze, it can drop quite quickly.
Something to do with the tide coming in as well, and it can be...
Oh, aye. When the tide comes in late, go ahead.
Oh, aye. Bamber. Bowls, and again that's outside off stump, so he's a little bit offline that over Ethan Bamber. But, it's an old-fashioned maiden when they didn't used to count no balls against you. But
those who are watching the stream and maybe not just listening to us audio-wise, there's a beautiful shot of the North Bay. In fact, my digs are on there somewhere, just on the left-hand side. Yeah, cracking. I mean, it's the best half of Scarborough for me. It's sort of unspoiled. And it's a super drone shot. You can see the ground up there in the background. Fantastic scene. And it's just great to be back in it. It's just that bit different. And if you come here to watch your cricket, you are here. You've made a trip, haven't you? Pretty much everybody. There's obviously a few locals in the ground, but you've made a trip from somewhere. I reckon you turn up here, you love your cricket. And that's why you've made the pilgrimage again as Barker's in and bowling. It's full and Lythe. Just lays his bat on that, nothing more. Barker can't quite get down to stop it cleanly, and so they've got through for 1, and it'll be first First chance for Barker to bowl at Luxton. 5 without loss. But it's other things, isn't it? It's the movement of people coming into the ground, and it's the good mornings you get from people that you normally just don't get to see when you're at Headingley because you're 4 floors up.
Yeah,
or in test grounds, there's that sort of bit more intimacy, if you like.
That's exactly the word I was going to use. It's intimate here, isn't it? There's a connection between the players and the spectators. Not always a convivial connection between them sometimes.
Yeah.
There's been a few words exchanged between players and spectators over the years.
Yeah, Barker, he's going to come left arm around the wicket then to Luxton, who tries to whip it into the leg side, but misses out. Yeah, I mean, remember the pantomime baddie scenes of when Surrey played here 3 or 4 years ago with Jamie Overton coming down the hill from where Keith Barker's bowling at the moment, following through much of the way down the pitch, just like Steve Kirby used to do back in the day.
Well, we like a pantomime villain. But no, obviously, if you're listening into this, you're into your cricket, and if you've not been to North Marine Road, put it on your bucket list. You've got to do it at least once in your lifetime.
Here's Barker again. Luxton has a little drive at this on the up and gets in a little bit of a tangle. No harm done, but other things like, at the moment there's lots of talk about demutualisation going on with the club, and we've had member representation down on the pitch being interviewed by Chris Dorks of YTV, who's here as well. Dorks used to play a little bit of cricket with Chris many years ago as well. So just other angles that you don't people don't make special trips out to go to other places quite in the way that they do here. Here's Barker. And Luxton pushes into the offside. Fielded wide mid-off, there's no run. So 5 without loss. I'm told by the acting chairman here, Neil Fletcher, who I was having a chat interview with the other day, that the jam and cream scones in the tea room are exceptional. And he did say, and I'm saying this on the record just to hold him to account, that he would treat me to one during the 4 days. Didn't say he'd treat you to one, DT, just me. As that's flicked off the legs by Luxton. Just a little full and on leg stump. You can see what Keith Barker's trying to do with that delivery. It's cost him a run, but he's okay. Hands on his head. Luxton's off the mark, and Yorkshire is 6 without loss. Luxton will want to work hard and get some runs here. Waited for an opportunity. Managed just the 8 against Surrey when they set that leg side trap for him. Just a short straight mid wicket. And he hit it straight to the man off the bowling of Matthew Fisher, who would have obviously been well versed in how Will likes to play. Good delivery and lithe for the first time, just as a pusher delivery. That on another day might have cost him his wicket.
Just tempted.
Passes the outside edge, yep. End of the over. 6 without loss.
Do you know the other thing I love about Scarborough? You're looking out from the commentary boxes, Cali 1 and Cali 2, of course, named after dear departed Dave Callaghan. You could be looking out there, and that could be 1990 you're looking at, couldn't it? It could be the 1980s, the 1990s. And you can't really pick out anything that would have changed much in that time. Maybe the livery on the ambulance, it's obligatory here, but there's permanence to it. Bamber bowls, pitched up, driven nicely by Luxton. He's going to get 4 runs, or is he? Oh, determined chase back there, and indeed they only get a couple. So slow outfield, because that was past mid-off, and running away. Normally runs away very quickly. It's slightly downhill. It's not as big a slope as it looks from up here, but you'd have thought that would have gone for 4, wouldn't you?
Expect that over the course of the day to quicken up, I would have thought.
A lot of rain here over the last couple of days. Bamber bowls, and now he has middled that one this time. That's gone to the other side of the mid-off extra cover fielder, and that's very quickly over the ropes. Combination of a slow outfield and perhaps not perfectly timed previous shot, but that's 4 to Luxton, so that's a 2 and a 4, and he's be feeling a lot better for that. He's on 7, Live on 3. 1 no ball, that makes up the 12 for no wicket. So, Bamber again. Ball's wider this time, tempting a square drive, but Luxton's having nothing to do with it. Just keeps his bat alongside his body.
He's enjoyed quite a few runs in Australia during the winter. He's had a good time of things in the second team, Will Luxton. He's got plenty for them. Tons, obviously, the calling card as a batter, and he's been ticking that box.
Bamber bowls to him, and that swings away towards the slips. And good judgment there by Luxton, because that was closer to him. Indeed, had that just gone on and not started to move away, he could have been in a spot of bother there.
Yeah, those couple of shots he just played a typical of Will, aren't they? Sort of lovely languid style that he's got. The first of them was aerial as it passed the man who's wide at mid-off. It was nowhere, near enough to go and get a hand on it, but just slightly uppish.
Bamber bowls through to the keeper and no run.
I suppose it's the danger. And given there's been some juice around, as I say, it did look a good pitch. As I said, if anybody was asking me which end I wanted to bowl at, just looking at the surface, I probably would have preferred this end, actually, the Peasholm Park end. Does look good. Just want some sun on it, really.
Bamber bowls again pitched up outside the off, so he's not going to be tempted by those. Well, not yet, anyway. I expect he might have a little dablet, little dash later on. Maybe he's been out there for an hour, so he might be tempted by one of those, but not in the first 6 overs. That is the end of the 6th over. 12 for no wicket, steady start. York should be happy with that, but as I said, when the lacquer comes off the new ball, it'll start to move a little bit more, perhaps.
Yep. Good morning to Debbie and Julie, who are somewhere in the crowd. One listening on one earphone and the other on the other, apparently. Made the trip over from Leeds. Morning to you, Bent Nielsen. Says, finally proper cricket with lunch, tea and drinks. Hopefully my nerves will hold up to watching. Guess I'll be okay if the result doesn't get to be too bear-shaped. Ba-bum. That was the first delivery of the over. Draws a couple of yelps from the Warwickshire fielding contingent, but Adam Lyth with the leave.
That's not bad, actually, is it?
Andy Walker, good morning to you.
It's all gone bear-shaped.
Yeah. Good morning to Andy. Tony Sweeney says, you can't beat it, can you? Scarborough, that is. Hopefully we can get to lunch pretty much unscathed, he says. We shall see, Tony. There's Barker. Left arm over. Bowls to Lyth. Can't tempt him wide of off stump. There is no run. That's at Jonathan Doidge on X. What are you on these days on X, DT?
I'm in tribute to you. I'm now changed my X handle to at DT_old chap.
Ah. Thank you.
Nice, easy to remember. DT_old chap.
Also, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, because I still can't get the BBC email to work. And that's down the leg side, and Adam Lyth, has he got something on that? Yes, thigh pad or pad flap perhaps. Hard to tell from my seating position because he's got his backside towards us. But it's 4 runs either way, fine down the leg side. So he remains on 3, Will Luxton on 7. And Yorkshire in the 7th over here. Well, 16 without loss. Swap at the end of the over, in fact, DT, you can go take a breather now if you like, just to allow Mike to come back on to do his half hour before he's got to clear off again and do some more updates. As Lyth pushes into the offside, and there is no run. Always good to retire DT involuntarily. He'll be back in half an hour for those who can't bear to be without him. Another dot ball there. What a fine scene it is. Lots more blue overhead than there was when the toss was made. Still a fair bit of cloud around, but sun shining at the moment. Some proper cricket as Barker bowls and Lythe pushes forward. Might have been inside edge onto pad by the sound of that. Marquee, all the suits out with a few. They're not going to cover too many people, those parasols, but plenty out over there. No bumbles on the ground today somewhere. I imagine he's already in. Think of the guest of Geoffrey Boycott.
Nobody said it was going to be tropical.
No.
It's rather lovely.
It does get warm in here. The morning sessions particularly, yeah. Barker into bowl and Lythe thinks about it and then pulls his bat inside the line to complete the over at 16 without loss. Yeah, Neil Fletcher, the chair, said to me the other day, anything we can do for you, anything we can do. This question gets asked year on year. If he's listening, Bill Musto will know from his previous incumbent. And just say, yeah, just please, just a canopy over the top of the com box, because in the morning session, if the sun shines, it's straight in your face. I've been burnt regularly, just anything. So last year, we got the addition of...
Oh, you've got a roller blind.
Very roller blind.
Oh, I've got one here as well.
Yeah.
Marvellous.
But they are if you don't want to have the window open.
Yes.
Because, of course, they just blow around all the time if you do.
So you just want a scone there, then, don't you? And then you'll be happy.
Just something in front, just the shaders in the morning session. Afternoon and evening's fine. The sun's shifted. But I'll leave this Ethan Bamber over with you.
Yes, Warwickshire's leading wicket taker in the Championship last season, Ethan Bamber. And this season, the most modest cricketer I think I've ever met. If you listen to him describe his talents anyway. But he bowls fuller here, and this is driven and stopped at extra cover. They've taken the fourth slip out and reinforced the offside field. So there are still 3 slips. Bo Webster is big enough to almost count double at third. And then a backward point and now an extra cover, as well as a mid-off. Luxton already showing that he's keener to drive than Adam Lythe is. Bamber bowls and certainly finds some swing on that. Luxton guides it carefully along the ground to extra cover, and there is a bit of movement through the air this morning, both for Bamber and for Barker. There is only a thin layer of cloud cover, and even that's broken up nicely over the ground. Forecast generally fair for the 4 days. Certainly fairer than he's been recently. Bamber, a push gets this one to go on a bit straighter, and appeals for LBW. Looked as though it hit above the knee roll, I think, so it might have been too high, but it was probably straight enough. And at the moment, finding more of a threat, Bamber, with the ball that doesn't swing than the one that does. It's twice now he's struck Luxton, only half forward. 16 for no wicket. In the 8th over, Bamber goes slightly wider of the crease, and Luxton gets an outside edge on that as he tried to turn it into the leg side. It's running away to cover point, chased by Malik, and they will have 2 runs, taking Luxton to 9. Quite in control of that.
No, it went in the general direction of the ball that saw James Wharton take one of the greatest catches that I'm ever likely to see here last year. What a moment that was.
He's good field, Wharton. 18 for none. Barker draws Luxton forward here, right upon his toes, and pushing it away into the offside.
For as long as these broadcasts and we last, I think whenever I come back here, I'll always mention that James Wharton catch, just like we always mention Cali. You know, because it's a place that we always associate with DC, especially having these 2 boxes named after him.
I was pleased to see that. Well, the last time I was here was with Cali, probably 15 years ago. So, yes, always fondly remembered. Bamber tries again and curves this one gently away from Luxton, who's not playing a stroke. 2 runs from the over, 18 for no wicket in 8 overs, Yorkshire. And the main objective will have been to get through half an hour without losing any wickets.
Yep. So to that end, it's been a reasonably positive start, but we're just, we've got to get to that stage, haven't we, where the lacquer's worn off the ball. You can work on one side more. It might do a bit more of what you want, maybe, than that slightly bigger element of chance. 2009, I would suspect then, because I was just, when you were doing your little updates,
Yes.
I went through the history, and this should be the 13th fixture between the sides in first-class cricket here.
Yes,
but
I heard
it's
that,
actually
yeah.
the 12th because of COVID. So yeah, 09, the last time they actually did play each other here in first-class cricket, as Keith Barker continues and bowls full to Lythe, who turns that to the leg side. There's no run.
Yeah, I've certainly done a championship game here. There was a one-day semi-final, which I think was the last time it would have been probably about then, in which Darren Maddy scored the winning run. So that sort of gives it a rough date. First came here with my dad, though. David was talking about how it's a place to come as a cricket tourist, so to speak.
Yeah, Barker bowls, wide of off stump, Lythe leaves.
And that would have been in 92 or 3. So he's quite right. It doesn't look much different to how it did in the early 90s. And it was Warwick's Knots. Not Warwick's Knots, Yorkshire Knots, obviously. And a youngish Tendolkar was playing, so it would have been early 90s.
Yeah.
Chris Cairns knocked slates off the pavilion roof with a 6-off Phil Carrick on the first day, was the main thing I remember about it.
Barker bowling to Lythe, it's down the leg side. There is no run. Yeah, there's just some lovely stories from being around. They don't have to be particularly sparkling cricket stories, but it just brings back good memories of whatever it might be, being there with your dad, your mum, your mates, whatever. There's a few different trips I could tell you about from back in the days before I was privileged to be sitting in the comm box. A few, yeah. As Barker, he's in. It's wide, well wide of off stump and Lythe leaves. I can remember one that stands out. I think we had a stag trip from Pudsey St Lawrence, and you're talking.
Right.
Well, whenever it was when the Wet 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 song was #1 for about 3 months.
Right.
Love is all around.
Yes, Love is all around, yes.
And we turned up on a coach. We were up the road I think it was probably the Albert, just up here. For a Sunday league game it was. Barker comes in, and it's up there to drive, and Adam Lythe, he doesn't really drive it, he just touches it, to be honest, just times it back past Keith Barker up through long off, and he'll get back for 2. Lovely feature of Adam's play, that. He's on to 5, 20 without loss, in the 9th now. I remember the song being on when we were in the pub. That's the sort of musical memory of it. Yes. And the lads all having a few beers, because whoever stag trip it was, and we all sat on the top bank, and beautiful sunny afternoon. No idea what happened with the match, but that's probably symptomatic of the fact that it was a stag trip.
Yes, well, quite.
Here's Barker. Oh, good delivery this time, but Lythe has its measure and pulls inside it. So, end of the over. We just got a little bit of cloud cover for the moment. 20 without loss, and the crowd continuing to flow in up by the main gates on the North Marine Road side of the ground.
It's just the occasional delivery from Barker especially that's just popped a little bit past the shoulder of the bat, but it does look a pretty good surface. First change is going to be to replace Ethan Bamber, who does like bowling long spells, but after 4 he's withdrawn, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby is going to bowl from commentary end. What is the proper name of this end?
Peashorn Park end.
Of course it is. So Hannon-Dolby is going to start in a moment. He's dropped the ball that Ed Barnard's just thrown to him. I'm going to give an email address out, by the way, for the Warwickshire supporters might be more familiar with, just if you want to get in touch, wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. If you want to drop me a note on that. And you might have memories of Keith Piper, who, if you weren't with us for the very start of this broadcast, there was a moment of silence here observed by everyone in tribute to him. Hannon-Dolby's first ball, he's right on target and passes Luxton's outside edge as he offers the bat. He's very much at the quite happy to chug up the slope stage of his career, Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Yep. But has been, not so much last season when he bowled well for long spells, but didn't get much luck, but over 50 wickets in each of the 2 previous seasons. Had a loan spell at Worcester at the start of this season, which brought him back to good form. And 12 championship wickets in the last 2 games for Warwickshire since coming back. He bowls again now to Luxton, who drives for 4 runs. Good stroke. But just wide of extra cover. And that was slightly over-pitched by comparison to the previous one, and Luxton picked him off for 4 runs. Timed a couple of those well through extra cover already. Will Luxton. Right hand has to 13, ahead of 24 for none. Pedestrian traffic at the Trafalgar Square end at the moment. Walking in behind the tea room. Barnard showing the ball to Via Lungley, who, as is the way of these things, that the first time you show the umpire, they just throw you back. Maybe the second time as well. It eventually wends its way back to Hannon Dolby. Keith Barker's doing some work on it. They're not amused by it. That offside where the ball's just gone, there's nothing to stop the ball running towards the wooden benches where everybody is. Hannon Dolby bowls, there's a nice shape to it. And Luxton lets it pass outside the off stump. It's still, I was gratified to see it's still unchanged in so many ways here, that the side all to our left on the sort of North Marine Road side of the ground is still all the wooden benches. And there are more as you get towards the rising ground at the top of the slope. So there's a very good view in that corner. You're not very far from the cricket either at that, the way the pitch is this week. A little over towards that side of the venue. Hannon Dolby bowls a bit straighter, and Luxton is forward, just pushing at that a bit. But finds it out of the middle of the bat and steers it to Mosley at extra cover. 2 Warwickshire changes, if you weren't with us at the start, to bring in Manav Sutar, signed this week for these 2 away games. So it might end up being a Warwickshire player who never plays at Edgbaston, I suppose. Wouldn't be too many of those. And Dolby running away from us. Bowls, just on the leg side, and picked off for 4 runs by Luxton, hitting it down into a big space at fine leg for 4. Just strayed very slightly twice offline in this over, and Luxton's picked him off for a boundary either side of the wicket.
Yeah, good play. Good player, and nicely played. He seems to like playing his first-class cricket here, Will Luxton, because it's only his 13th first-class match, and I make it when he made his first-class debut here, for example, against Surrey back in 2022. Played in 24 against Gloucestershire and against Sussex. Also against Surrey last year.
Started nicely here, although he drives with one hand off the bat this time, not quite in control of it. He's going to get another 4, the 3rd boundary of the over. Fielded by a small boy in shorts who picks it up as it pops off the rope. And Luxton goes to 21 in that over. That one he wasn't in quite so much control of, but it nevertheless rattled away to the rope for his 4th boundary in all. He's 3rd in that over. And 10 overs. Yorkshire 32 for no wicket, Lythe 5, and Luxton to 21.
Yeah, and he's such a natural sort of player in the sense of, see ball, hit ball if it's there to be hit. Whatever stage of the game it is, as we know, these types of players can get themselves into trouble, but they look fantastic when things go well. And if he just gives himself some continued time out there, goes without saying. As so many coaches will tell you, the longer you're out there, chance you've got of scoring a few. Good delivery here by Bamber, who's into the attack now, switching ends to the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Beats Adam Lyne, wraps him in the pads.
Yes, so 5 overs from Barker in his first spell, and now Bamber is getting a go down the slope. Probably Barker will operate in shorter spells. Hasn't quite had full fitness since he's been with Warwickshire, so he's only back with Warwickshire. He's only played 1 game to date.
Bamber again, round the wicket, right arm, and Lythe pushes into the offside. Back with Luxton, whose highest first-class score was on this ground against Surrey last year, 71. Still looking for a first-class ton. He's had 2 half-centuries. Just that 8 in his previous selection. He did come in at Glamorgan during that substitution switch in the first match as well. Made 14 and 5. So his 4th knock of the season. But it's a non-striking end as Bamba bowls, I should say, and Lythe leaves.
He just made that one go on straight, not all that far from the off stump, although Lythe left it comfortably. Been very choosy so far, Adam Lythe. And as you've described, when he does push forward, really just only offering the bat and placing it there, trying to hit the ball hard.
Bamba in again. Passed umpire Gough. Ooh, that one just nipping as it passed Adam Lythe's bat. And Alex Davies stepping away to his right down the leg side to take it. I would have said one of the best innings I've seen Adam Lythe play. It always sticks out in the mind was against Warwickshire at Headingley. I think it might have been Warwickshire's championship winning year. 130 odd from memory. Very difficult conditions. It was the patience that he showed that day. Left a lot of deliveries. Just a slight change in the field as wide-ish mid-off is just brought a bit straighter. Bamba's in again and wide of Lythe's off stump. The thing about playing here is it's just slightly different in terms of length. I mean, the suggestion from Harrison, who'll be down to our left with his analysis, his stats for Yorkshire, is that one end of the ground here, you need to bowl about 50 centimetres fuller than you would do normally to get top of off stump. So that's a challenge for a bowler, isn't it? Because you think you're going to get driven. Here is Bamba and Lythe just a little bit edgy, but maybe partly opened the face as well because it's run off nicely enough down to third man for 2. And I suspect, given the trajectory of the ball from the Trafalgar Square end, that it will be from that end that you've got to bowl a little bit fuller. And I mentioned that pantomime baddie episode with Jamie Overton a few seasons ago here with the crowd. In the first innings of that match, he'd not bowled badly, but he just couldn't get the length right. A lot of his deliveries were easily leavable on height. But in the second innings, he bowled much better when he got used to the length he needed to bowl and was much more dangerous. And sometimes for away bowlers here, they take a little bit longer than the Yorkies do to get into that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That was a better over from Bamba. Just brought the ball back in. With the one that beat Lythe, it almost looked as though it beat him on the inside edge.
Yeah.
Brought it back quite a bit. Hannon Dolby starts a new over at 34 without loss, and there's going to be runs off the edge here into the leg side. He's gone just for 1 to backward of square leg. Luxton drove again a little bit loosely. I don't think you'll mind seeing Luxton drive like that. It's a single, so batters haven't changed ends very much this morning, but Hannon Dolby's going to get a first look at Adam Lythe, who... Would they have overlapped here? It's been a long time since Ollie left.
Oh, yeah. They
would have done.
Yeah, they would definitely have done, yeah.
Testimonial last year at Warwickshire underlines just how long it's been since Ollie Hannon Dolby was a Yorkshire player. He hasn't lost the accent, though.
No, I was talking to him down at your place, yeah.
He scoots into bowl now, and this is pushed away through extra cover with good timing by Lythe, and it's just going to be kept inside the rope. A fine chase back from extra cover. They are going to get 3, and again, Lythe didn't really try and hit that, just placed the bat there, but timed it beautifully. Good shot.
Apologies, folks, I just whacked my own headset for some reason, which was the noise that you heard. Yeah, it was lovely. I mean, he's a joy to watch, to be honest with you.
He's a good player.
Got it yourself with some of your players. I always think of Sam Hain, just an attractive player to watch. And yeah, it's an education watching Adam go about his business in county cricket, definitely.
He's gone to 10, 38 for no wicket. Hannon Dolby bowls again, and Luxton is very carefully forward this time. After a couple of loose drives, pushes this to extra cover. Quarter to 12, though, and if they can get through to 12 o'clock, nothing down, having been put into bat, they'd be very pleased. And, I mean, it hasn't been that threatening so far. A couple of LB shouts, one or two past the edge, but not exceptionally so.
I think they could just do with straightening it up a bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Bring the stumps into play a bit more.
And then Dolby goes wider of the crease this time. He does find an edge. It's going to run away down to third man. He just went around Webster at third slip and out of reach, quite low and away for 4 runs. But
I think you played that pretty well, don't you?
We
Soft
certainly played it
hands.
gently,
Yeah.
And so the fact that it found the edge didn't turn into a threat. So he goes to 26. But again, I think Hannon Dolby might think he's in with a shout here. He's had a couple of loosish drives. Now that one found the edge. Tries again to Luxton, who is forward, playing this from in front of his front pad, and it squirts away to backward point. I don't know, it's my impression, or it's just that Hannon Dolby is of a relatively reduced pace, but it does look as though the slips have moved forward a bit in this over.
Yeah, they're not particularly steeply inclined by the look of it either. They're fairly flat.
They're not too far back. 42 for none. It's quite breezy in the last 20 minutes. You can probably hear it just kissing our effects mic on the way past. From Hannon Dolby's right as he bowls from the Pizon Park end, and Luxton is very carefully forward again to end that over, which brought another 8. Hannon Dolby unusually 2 overs for 20. But that's not quite the full story of those 2 overs. Luxton, though, to 26 and Lythe 10 at the end of the over.
I got an email in yesterday, which I'll read, just in case he's tuned in. Morning to Donald Britton, who was travelling by train from Glasgow down here. And this is with regard to what's been going on with England this week. He says, love it. England's vice-captain is deemed inappropriate to be captain during the captain's suspension, but remains vice-captain. Will the vice-captain who's been deemed inappropriate to be captain remain vice-captain if the temporary captain retires injured during the next test match? As Bamba's in and bowling and Lythe. First time today we see him get out that shot from the locker. He's pushed it away through the covers in glorious style. Cracking Adam Lythe's signature shot. Starting to get going into double figures. So he goes on. If so, who will become the temporary captain? If the temporary captain is injured, I think we should be told.
Yes. I think you should get that on a tea towel, I think.
Yeah. The sight of Sir William Mustoe away to our left on the balcony. He won't be able to come in for his usual chat this time because of the restrictions on personnel. That's wide of off stump and Lythe leaves. But he's given us a wave of acknowledgement, so we all feel better about life now.
Well, you can feel pretty good about life, I reckon, if you're here in Scarborough watching the cricket this weekend. Certainly, if it stays as pleasant as it is at the moment, you might want to bring a fleece, I reckon, if you're outside.
Yeah, here's Bamba, and Lythe turns that one into the leg side. And there is no run.
Do come, by the way, if you're listening to this and you know there's a loose end the weekend, anywhere in the striking distance of Scarborough, do come. It's lovely, especially if you've not been before, because it's a special place to come. And if you're listening to this commentary, then if you've taken the trouble to find us, then you're probably somebody who really cares about county cricket. If you care about county cricket, this is your place here.
Yeah. Comes Bamba again. And Lythe just plays it out back at a point with an open face. He's going to pick up 1. Yeah, as we were driving in yesterday, DT and I, you get sort of 3-4 miles out, and in the distance you can see the TV mast or whatever it is on top of Oliver's Mount over there, which is away to our right at the moment. And 1 or 2 other sites and, you know, the coastline. And he was getting a bit misty-eyed and emotional, and he said, Doige, I just love coming back to Scarborough. I do this for nothing, you know. And funnily enough, DT...
Don't be careful saying that. Yes. That's Oliver's Mount there, is it? My dad, as a huge motorcycling fan, was here many times to watch the racing at Oliver's Mount. Used to speak lovingly of it.
Amber switching to over the wicket to the right-handed Luxton, which is a decent delivery again. Lengthwise, Luxton played that inside the line. He could have just stood and watched it go by because it's just a little bit too short, and the carry means that it's not going to hit the stumps. Duncan Holding in Southport, morning to you. He says, morning chaps, speaking of these two teams playing at this ground, I came to watch the equivalent fixture in 1987 when my own hero, Dennis Amiss, played his final game after a brilliant career. More in a sec because Bamba's coming in. And Luxton, lovely shot, 4 runs. Top of the bounce. Again, Bamba just a little bit too short, and that has allowed Luxton to play a lovely, well, square drive from the crease, really, up on his toes. Picks up 4. He's on to 30 already, and that's a half-century partnership between this pair in the first 13 overs of the day. And back to Duncan's email. He says, sadly, Dennis was out first ball in the first innings and third ball in the second. Not the best way to bow out, sadly. But I think this current game will be very close indeed. Well, for the sake of a bit of commentary excitement and all of that, I suppose we hope it is.
Yeah, two teams have started the season pretty well in what looks like a wide open first division at the moment. By the way, for Dennis Amiss fans, we'll be pleased to know, if they don't already know, I'll tell you what in a minute, as Hannon Dolby bowls just wide of off stump and Lythe lets it go. The stand that is currently under construction at Edgbaston, you'll have seen that, won't you, at the start of the season, is going to be the Dennis Amiss stand, I believe, when it's completed by next year. And quite right too.
How many thousand runs did Dennis score? A lot.
Lots of runs, yes. 100, his 100th 100 in 1986, one of the last to reach that milestone. The year before his retirement. And Dolby bowls, and Lythe is driving without really timing it up to mid-off. Still 3 slips in place. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A long leg right in the corner in front of the tea room.
Nick Moxon has messaged in on X saying, morning all, just been announced that Kane Williamson's retired with immediate effect. What a great batsman and ambassador for cricket he's been.
Quite.
Yeah.
Oh, that's. I'm sad to hear that.
Yeah.
Because you were talking earlier about not only good run makers, but makers of good runs. There's not many better than him. This is allowed to pass outside off stump by Lythe.
Obviously, a former feature for this club as well.
Not the flashiest player, but a real player to admire and study. Kane Williamson. Oh, wish him well.
Craig Fletcher says, come on, the King of Scarborough, Lythe. Z. Thompson sent us a video from the far end of the ground saying, lovely day. Morning to you.
Off goes Hannon Dolby. And forward very deliberately there, Lythe, placing the bat into position, pushing it away on the offside at extra cover. It is a good day. I think you'd need a little bit of extra sticking down on the old toupee today, I think, if you're outside and in one of the more exposed parts of the ground. But it's a pretty good day. Racks of clothes outside the shop, all billowing away in the wind. Hannon Dolby passes on by Lungley and bowls just on the pads of Lythe, who's going to help himself to a run through backward square leg. And this is turning into a pretty good start for Yorkshire, at 52 without loss.
Yeah, I think it's okay. You wouldn't want to get carried away because lots can happen in an hour, and you could be looking at a different story by lunch. So,
well, you could,
just
but
keep playing.
Anything for none after the first hour, I think, after to be put in today was going to be pretty good. Scoring at nearly a run a minute is a double bonus. And one wants to come in this over, and then I shall go and bother the people of the West Midlands again. Hannon Dolby is going to go wide of the crease again to the right-handed Luxton, who pushes away square on the offside, so that is 14 overs. Luxton 30. Lythe 16, 52 for no wicket. And David Townsend will be with you again in a moment.
Yep. Mike will be back with us after his update. I'll disappear off for a wander round. Always people to chat to when you're at Scarborough. Also, just to keep moving as well. Referee, morning to you. He says, morning, JD. Wooden benches. Can you educate your co-commentator? I can't remember. What did you say? Wooden benches? Well, I'm not sure. Anyway, we've got the message across, however it came. 52 without loss. And we're going to see Ethan Bamber at the Trafalgar Square end, and DT will take you through it.
Around the wicket to the left-handed lie, who covers up, pushes back down the pitch. What's this about the wooden benches?
I mean, it's the benches you call the bleachers, isn't it?
Yeah,
on
the
a regular
bleachers.
basis.
You know why they're called the bleachers?
Yeah, we've been there.
Have we?
Baseball. Every year. Usually about 10 times a year, once a day, and all the 10 days cricket we have. Yeah.
Well, I made a start on my bacon roll over there earlier, and they've done some work on them. They're very plush at the moment. Next delivery is short, pushed to mid-wicket, no run. Not the most comfortable place to sit down, got to admit. If you're going to come along and sit on the wooden benches or the bleachers, then do bring a little cushion or something just to ease, because whereas it's all right for half an hour or an hour, it'll get a bit painful after that. Bamber bowls again outside the off stump, no run. Far end pretty much, what would you reckon? Far end, 80%?
Yeah.
Fill up down that end?
Yeah, could do with a few more in the bleachers, actually. It's not as well populated as I thought it might be.
A few more over on the east stand there today. Was that the west stand? I can never remember.
It's the West Stand.
Yes, Bamber bowls through to the keeper and no run. Of course, the sea's that side, isn't it? And we're sort of, yeah, but I'm sort of thrown.
We've just observed that there aren't that many people on the east, as many as we thought on the east stand, but there's a few more on the east stand.
But it's always sort of a bit disorientated when you're facing south, because normally just naturally you sort of face north, don't you, with all maps and things like that. There's north is to the top. Here's Bamber bowls through to the keeper, no run.
There's no wonder you struggle to get yourself around the country, around the world.
Yeah, something like that. Yes.
Very depressed says,
Oh dear.
asks if we're getting danger money to use the condemned stand, or aren't you considered an unimportant person?
Well,
Does that mean you are considered an important person? Is that double negative?
Yeah, well,
quite
I've
sure.
tried to lose a few pounds to do my bit to help leading up to the game. Bamber bowls pushed into the gap on the onside, just to the left of Keith Barker, who does the fielding at mid-on. Lythe picks up a single. When I say try, rather unsuccessfully, but I did think about it. 53 for no wicket. They'll be pleased with this start. The only game in the country, Deutsche, where there hasn't been a wicket.
Yeah, I would say that I don't think they've bowled badly, but they've not yet used the facilities as they might, the Warwickshire bowlers, hence not having a wicket. 53 without loss. We can take you around the grounds, as DT was, I think, probably hinting at with that comment about wickets, and there have been elsewhere. Let's just go down NV play from top to bottom. So Division 2, Northamptonshire 47 for 3, having been put in by Gloucestershire at Northampton. In this division, Durham 44 for 1 against Derbyshire at the Riverside. As Hannah Dolby is in bowling, and Lythe leaves one wide of off stump. Derbyshire stuck Durham in, not in this division. Did I say this division? Anyway, it's Division 2. Apologies if I said Division 1. Division 1 for Glamorgan against Sussex, very definitely. Sussex won the toss, decided they'd like to bowl first at home, and Glamorgan are 36 for 2 after whatever it is, about an hour now. DT's team, Middlesex, are 23 for 1 at New Road against Worcester, who won the toss and put the visitors in, as Hannah Dolby throws one up wide of off stump, but can't tempt Lythe into playing at it. There is a delay, no play before lunch at Grace Road in the match between Leicestershire and Essex. They haven't tossed up there yet. At Trent Bridge, the champions won the toss and decided they'd have a bowl at Somerset, who are 32 for 2 in the 11th over, and no play before lunch, inevitably in Lancashire. At Blackpool, where the Red Rose are hosting Kent. Helen Dolby in and bowling, and Lythe leaving one just wide of off stump.
Have you ever done a game at Blackpool?
I just went for a women's game a couple of seasons ago. That's the one and only time I've been on the ground, because, of course, you tend to go where you put with these fixtures, and then you don't have the opportunity to go to the other ones because you're always on air somewhere else. Yeah, nice big flat ground from what I can recall. Lancs women were too good for the diamonds, as it was at the time on that day. Meanwhile, at North Marine Road, 53 without loss as Lythe leaves one wide of off stump. We're on Sports Extra 3 throughout day one here, plus the BBC Sport website and app, and of course being carried on the Yorkshire stream as well. Welcome to one and all. Johnny Bestow's just down helping the steward out, I think, just down to our left. Bar, not quite sure what's going on, but he's come out of the dressing room and he's having a word, shall we say. Never many dull moments when YJB's around, as this is wide of off stump from Helen Dolby and Lythe leaves. I'm not sure. I think maybe he's saying he wants a high-vis jacket. I think that's probably what it is. Johnny wants a high-vis jacket. He's feeling a bit left out because there are two stewards down there with high-vis jackets on.
I did the one game at Blackpool with I was working with Middlesex about 38 years ago now. I've just sat down here and worked it all out.
About 38
about
years ago.
38 years ago.
And
Yes.
255 days.
When Mike Atherton was still
14
being
hours.
referred to as future England captain. So, long time.
Helen Dolby in. Lythe just meets that on the half volley. Really, just to play at the ball. He's steered it beautifully through square cover for 4 more. Takes him into the 20s, 21 now. And with Luxton, who got off to a flyer on 30, Yorkshire are 57 without loss at the end of the 16th over.
I stayed with the most.
We've just had the nod of approval, the thumbs up of approval from YJB and Matthew Wood, who's doing a lap with him by the looks of things. Good to see the Yorkshire captain on the walk, actually.
Yeah, it's, again, we were talking about earlier, there's this sort of intimacy here, isn't there, in the ground that people enjoy. Yeah, that trip to Blackpool, I had a sort of robotic landlady. She just got all the landlady cliches that were going. I explained to her we were there for the cricket, and after we'd explained that, she said, "Do you know where the pleasure beach is? Are you going to spend the day on the pleasure beach?" I said, "No, we're here for the cricket." You know, she and next delivery pushed into the offside. I said, "We've only come for the one day." Okay, and then a bit later on, "Would you like to make you some sandwiches?" You know, so I said, "No, we're all right with that as well." So that ball was pushed square of the wicket by Luxton. No run, start of the new over. But it's a stereotype, isn't it, the Blackpool landlady? But she was she got it all spot on. Bamba Bowles again played nicely, just eased through the onside for a single there for Luxton. He moves on to 31.
Our friend Ben.
58 for no wicket.
Our friend Ben Crossland's been in touch, says, watching the stream with very mixed feelings, would love to be there, but delighted to have gigs tonight at Zeffirelli's in Ambleside and on Sunday in Uddersfield with my quartet. It may come over on Monday if there's still a game on. I'll tell you what, if you weren't here at Scarborough, what better setting to watch some cricket than in Ambleside on a sunny day in the summer with the backdrop of the Lake District.
Ethan Bamba Bowles, and that's kept a little bit low, I think. That Lythe was down onto it late and pushed out into the onside.
I'm going to do my do a runner and leave you with DT and Mike. Go get a bit of sunshine for 20 minutes.
Thanks very much. And when explained to my landlady in Blackpool that it was just we were just there for the weekend. There's Bamba Bowles and defended again by Lythe.
If DT wants to do us a quick swap while Mike gets back into the chair, then I'll just keep you going for a moment or two. We've got to do a bit of juggling, folks, in the com box at this moment in time. As Ethan Bamber has the ball back in hand to bowl to Adam Lyth, and Mike Taylor back alongside.
Yes, and in bright sunshine again. He's beating Lyth just about, pushed at that, Adam Lyth. Not too many have gone past his outside edge this morning, but that one did tempt him just a little bit. Amber throws his head back in disappointment. That was an unexpected bit of shuffling about.
Well, he likes to do this to
Well, it keeps you on your toes, doesn't
to
it?
keep me on my toes.
Yes, I should say so.
I'm getting to that sort of age where I can just sort of vegetate into a seat. Bamber round the wicket, bowls to Lyth, who comes up, defends. That's the end of the over. We can restore a bit of
Decorum.
order
Yes.
into the box. Just talking about Blackpool landladies. That's all. He cut me off in my story.
Yes.
She absolutely. I think David Kendricks, who's a very famous person these days in the world of statistics and cricket, and does all those ICC things. He was novice to lad in those days, and we both left thinking that this woman was actually a robot of some sort. You know, she was just programmed with all these phrases, and she didn't let us down. Right at the very end, she stood at the door and said, "See you next year." Oh dear, we're only here for the cricket.
Off goes Hannon Dolby to start a new over and brings that away from Luxton as it goes through to wicketkeeper taking it in front of first slip, but Luxton's not tempted. I have done a game at Blackpool quite a few years ago now, and it rained all the way up. And when I got there, the sort of device that we have to plug the lead into, they put a temporary one in and all this wiring. So I was looking for it in the back of the press tent. Off goes Hannon Dolby again, a bit straighter this time. Luxton defends into the offside. When I found it, it had been put by the BT engineer who had set it up for the week in a plastic bag, which had sort of half filled with water during the night. So it was there sitting like a goldfish at the fair, half immersed. And I thought, well, this could be a long day then. But so I tipped the water out, plugged it in, checked my life insurance, and it was all good. So, you know, I like to think I saved Scott Reed's life by doing that first. Hannon Dolby, he doesn't thank you for it. Hannon Dolby bowls. He's chipped in the air just wide of mid-wicket for runs away towards the corner of the ground. Barker, I think he's going to get there. In fact, the ball will stop, but that was not quite controlled by Luxton. He has played 2 or 3 false strokes against Hannon Dolby. That was the most dangerous because it was in the air for a while, but flew wide of mid-wicket.
Yeah, just one of those that if it flies to hand, it's a soft catch, but got away with it a little bit there, Luxton. He's on 34 now, which good start from the young man.
He's played quite brightly, but 2 or 3 against Hannon Dolby hasn't quite had in control. That one was just out of reach of Ethan Bamber. Field changes over for the left-hander, and Hannon Dolby has Lyth. Oh, it's a sweepy hit. Cover drive for 4 runs. He does play that delightfully. But at no point this morning has he tried to hit it hard. Just strokes it.
I was just chuckling at Keith Barker, who, as we said, has sort of reached the veteran stage, hasn't he? It's 2 chases back to the boundary he's had there in consecutive balls, and don't think you'll be appreciating on that too much, the big fella.
Yes, he calibrated his effort in that chase quite nicely.
It wasn't close enough for him to make a sort of realistic dive, was it? And let somebody else go after it.
He's 38 now, Keith Barker, but he still looks frighteningly fit. Up close.
Professional football back in the day.
Yes, at the beginning of his career. Hannon Dolby draws Lyth forward, and that came off a thick edge, but well played by Lyth in that he guided it very gently on the bounce to third slip. And Webster hauled it in. Yeah, I think Blackburn Rovers, I think he was on the books of.
Oh.
From his native Lancashire. You'd think he'd been handy at corners, wouldn't he, Keith Barker? I think he was a forward. Hannon Dolby bowls. Oh, we brought that back late, but well left by Lythe, and went not far away from the top of the off stump. But it's the end of another over, and Yorkshire prospering to 65 for none now in 18 overs. Lythe 25 and Luxton 34, and a highly satisfactory first 70 minutes of the game after being put in for Yorkshire.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire, from experience down the years, for even this morning with the rain we've had over the last 2 or 3 days, I think they would have still batted. I don't know that, but it's always the thing that you win the toss here and you bat, and Adam Lythe goes out there and makes a century. That's normally it. It's a sort of nice sort of regular occurrence.
Looks a nice pitch to bat on, doesn't it? There's been a bit in the air, but not much off the pitch yet.
A little bit of gentle swing.
Yes.
So start over, and that's that one looking straight. Now we'll change bowler.
Yeah, it's Ed Barnard with his first ball and just brought it back into Luxton.
Yeah.
Not the worst shout ever.
The Warwickshire skipper, you.
Indeed.
Is he? Have you noticed a sort of different style with him in charge this year?
Not especially, no. I mean, he's quite a quiet leader, I think it's fair to say, Ed Barnard.
Bowls again, and that's driven on the up by Luxton.
What he does have is absolute respect. I mean, his achievements since joining Warwickshire a couple of years ago have been formidable.
He's a very, very good cricketer.
Very fine cricketer.
Yeah.
So
he's one of those, and I don't say this with any disrespect at all. He's one of the top-ranking county cricketers.
Exactly, yes.
Probably hasn't got that just extra little bit to make him, go up the next level. And that one's driven back to him fiercely by Luxton. He gets down well there. He's looking at his hand rather ruefully, thinking, oh dear, his right hand as well. He's bowling at it. He'll be all right.
yes, I mean, there's not been many better with a record with bat and ball in county cricket in recent seasons. The leading run scorer in both the Championship and 50 overs for Warwickshire last year, and took 30-odd Championship wickets too.
Yeah, absolutely perfect man to have in your middle order. Bowls again, and it's again a shout for LBW, and again I think that was probably just doing a little bit too much. And I don't know, Luxton, he's only going to get hit so many times with those before the finger goes up once. Almost like in football when is it the third
accumulation,
third or fourth niggly foul, and the ref points to the others. Barnard bowls, and that's outside the off stump. No run there. So,
I think all the LBW shouts have been against him though, and Bamba had 2 or 3, and now Barnard's had 2 in this over. He's only kind of half forward on those, and probably was doing a little bit to it. He's bringing it back in, Barnard, in this first over. But be careful, Luxton.
Barnard bowls to him again, and he allows that one. Didn't bring that one back in quite enough. It might have just clipped the top of the bail and the fourth stump, but of course there is no fourth stump. But just to give you an idea where that passed by, certainly clipped fifth stump. That's for sure.
It's good over that.
It was early days, but he's possibly looked already looked the most likely to take a wicket of the Warwickshire bowlers this morning. 65 for no wicket.
Another change, we're going to see Bo Webster from he's on Park end.
I'm not sure he's bowling from the right end, Big Bo, because you get that bit of bounce at the far end. Whereas Barnard's more sort of skiddy bowl, isn't he? More sort of hasn't quite got the height. Might have been better coming up the hill, but who knows? Let's see how he goes.
I mean, 6'7" cricketers are a little bit more common than they used to be. Warwickshire have got him and Ollie Hannon Dolby. But if you see what I mean, Lythe is telling him to wait, somebody's moving. I've interviewed him a couple of times in the last 2 weeks, and he really is a dramatically big man when you stand next to him, if you know what I mean. He's not just tall, he's just super-sized. And he comes in round the wicket to bowl his first ball, a no ball to Lyth, and there are going to be, he's going to go for 4 as well. Help down the leg side for 4 leg buys and 2 for the no ball. So Extras fans will have enjoyed that. And Yorkshire go to 71.
Yes, that was an interesting start. And of course, in the old days, in the very old days, going back about 40-odd years, when no balls didn't used to count, this could still be a maiden.
Yes.
Already 6 runs have come from it.
Round the wicket he comes, Webster, and again bringing that one into Lyth, not quite as much. He's able to nudge it away into the leg side and pick up another run.
Really good cricketer, Bo Webster. I've seen him a couple of times in Australia, and he's again he's one of those perfect players to have in the middle of the order. You score your runs, and certainly not the worst bowler in the world.
No, can bowl a bit of off spin as well if the occasion desires. More commonly this season so far for Warwickshire, bowling his medium pace. And here he is to do that. The last one was also a leg by, incidentally, and this is hit on the bounce to extra cover by Luxton, standing up straight.
Yeah, I was getting a bit excited though. I thought as he just mistimed that and lobbed it to cover for a catch.
Scored a violent century in the T20 last Sunday at Somerset to give Warwickshire a long-awaited first win of that competition.
It's surprising they made a poor start.
Yeah. Yes, they really have struggled in it. Webster goes close to the stumps this time. Drags that one down well outside the off stump. Luxton sort of backs away from it, looking slightly disdainful. It goes through low to Alex Davis. Yeah, but a shocking time. The women's team lost all 6, and the men's team lost the first 5. So it's getting hard to build up suspense for the second half of the tournament, I'll be honest with you. Webster bowls straighter, and Luxton is running this wide of gully and getting a run. It's chased back by Mosley with a rather extravagant sliding stop.
I'm sure you'll make it sound exciting.
Well,
draw the listeners
does
in.
one's best.
Years of experience.
Yes, that's what puts them off. 73 for none. Parasol in front of the tea room being tugged quite hard by the breeze as Webster bowls short of a length to Lyth, who stands up straight to defend it.
Coming in here now.
Feels like it. Well,
just swap around a little bit. The wind now coming. Is it coming from what's that quarter? Is the southeast? Is it? It's coming from. That'll be the southwest over there.
yes. Some prolonged warming up going on. I think that's Suthar at backward point, the new signing. So maybe we'll see a bit of tweak soon. This is Webster again drawing Lyth forward to defend comfortably into the offside, and it's the end of another over with Yorkshire 73 for none in 20 overs, 35 Luxton and 25 to Adam Lyth.
I almost feel as though they've lacked a little bit of zip this morning.
Yeah.
Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, they haven't looked especially penetrative, have they? There's a few LBW shouts. Haven't really generated very much out of the pitch.
No. So here's Barnard bowling, and there's going to be runs here, but again off the pad, I would suggest. There's Davis diving away to his left. Can't get hold of that. There's coming down very fine down. Well, had our commentary position been at ground level, we'd have been able to field it. Towards us. In a no, sometimes in the championship, but often in one day, as here, you'll get the odd ball sailing towards us with a straightish hit from the far end. Here's Barnard bowls again, and again that's just on leg stump and eased away down to deep backward square for 1.
Yeah, he's gone too much leg side in those 2 deliveries to Luxon. Found a nice line in the first over. This is looking like a pretty good day to bat now. The forecast I looked at this morning, a chance of a shower this afternoon, but doesn't look like it at the moment. Set fair in Scarborough. You trust the seaside weather, which us landlocked folks in Birmingham always do.
Delivery from Barnard. It's defended by Lythe to mid-wicket. No run, Scarborough fair. That's
Yes, of course.
an old folk song, is it? What do you say?
Yeah, I think so.
I think we could call it that. Gentlemen in jackets down below us. Dark glasses making their way around to the hospitality tent, you'd think, as Barnard bowls, and that's through to the keeper, no run.
They look like people who know people, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So, doing 1 or 2 deals over there, no doubt.
Yes.
Just chatting quietly.
It's very busy over there, actually, in the tent. It's nice to see so many people on the ground, and even the seats. By the way, what did I say about the wooden benches? But I'd cause such offence.
Next delivery bowls and it's pushed up to mid-on. Well, we call them bleachers.
Bleachers,
Mike.
okay. I'll beg your pardon, he's begged. But anyway, they've filled up a bit since we started, which is good.
And Doidgy always... Because I always have to explain bleachers each year because we get new listeners, you know.
Yes.
And bleachers isn't a term from American baseball where similar sort of seats, but because they're out in the sun, they get bleached. They call them bleachers. Barnard round the wicket bowls, and Lythe again just leans on that one really. He's found the gap. It's racing away towards the tee room. Will it get there for 4? Not quite, because he's suggesting that Barker didn't quite keep that one in. I think he did.
I think he was after another Blackburn Rovers contract, I think, in that effort. Hold it in. Anyway, it was more good runs, 81 after 21 overs now. So,
now I'm going to say something that might not be too popular with your supporters.
Oh, really? So I haven't got any supporters. You can tell me a lot.
Your supporters, Warwickshire supporters. Is that, to me, grounds like Scarborough are what county cricket's all about, as opposed to Edgbaston, super venue that it is.
Yeah.
And you get a crowd this size in at Edgbaston, and it's sort of almost echoing around there, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You haven't got that intimacy.
No, I think that's fair enough. Here's Webster coming round the wicket and brings that one back late enough to get hands on heads behind the stumps as Lythe let it go. Yeah, look. Of course I can see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, Edgbaston is a great venue, as all the big test grounds are, but I don't think there are many Warwickshire members who would demur at having more outground cricket. And I think you could say that from almost all the big counties. I think you'd say that about.
Where would you look to play though?
Round the wicket comes Webster, and Lythe lets this one go. Well, they have had. I mean, like all the counties in the past, they've had lots of grounds. You know, Coventry and all sorts of places. Nuneaton, yeah. In recent years, they've had some 50-over games at Rugby School.
Yeah.
To take the cricket out to what I like to think of as the Warwickshire end of Warwickshire, given that since 1972 it's been in Birmingham. This is driven away into the offside by Lythe without really timing it straight to mid-off. So, yeah, I mean, look, there's the last championship game away from Edgbaston, I think, if memory serves, was at Stratford, but it would be getting on for 20 years ago.
Oh, but it was a long time ago. I think Shakespeare was in the crowd at the time.
Well, it might have been, yes. And that's a lovely place to watch some cricket on a nice day. Yeah, it's nice. Webster draws Lythe forward, pushing away into the offside. Rugby School's nice, you know, for those 50-over games. They've had some good occasions there. So, look, I think in most of the big counties, a majority of supporters, and feel free to email me if you disagree with that, wm.sport at bbc.co.uk, would like it to be spread around the counties, particularly the geographically big counties. Webster brings this one into the pads of Lythe and it pushes away into the leg side. There's no run.
Well, I'll try and claw some of my credibility back with Warwickshire fans and say that it's by Edgbaston is by no means the worst of the big crowds watching county cricket.
No.
Certainly Old Trafford. Terrible in my view. And they've got some lovely outgrounds, of course, at Lancashire.
They do. It's Webster coming round the wicket and losing his balance as he lets that one go. It's allowed to pass by Lythe at the end of a quiet over, a maiden. And it's 81 for none in 22 overs. They're playing at one this week, aren't they? They're playing at Blackpool, as we've been talking about. They were at Southport recently. I think they play the odd game. It's Sedbergh, a Sedbergh school, I think they play it occasionally now in the one-day games. I think they've been there, which is good.
What's
to
the one
spread it
that's
around.
not actually in Lancashire?
Yeah, I think that's the one. I think I'm right in saying Sedbergh. It looks lovely on the pictures. I've seen it.
It's not Sudbury, but I know we both know where it is.
Yeah, Sedbergh. I think that's what I'm. Yes,
Sedbergh.
Right, so.
Yeah. Barnard bowls down the leg side. It might just have flicked the pad as it went through, but Luxton nowhere near it and taken by Davis. Yeah, Sedbergh. That one apparently is another one for you.
Yeah, it looks
for your
beautiful.
bucket list, your cricketing bucket list.
Looks lovely on the pitches, as indeed Scarborough does today, here with the sun out. As I was assured by Doidge this week that he always is, apparently.
Bowls and that's pushed up to mid-on. Yeah, I've got this on my calendar every year now for the last 10 years or so. It's just it's just lovely to come up here. It's something you do every year. Sometimes the weather's horrible. Other times it's glorious, like it is today. But
It feels like a cricket town, though, doesn't it?
It does. Bowls, and that's striking Luxton on the pad as he looks to play through the onside. Sort of half appeal, wasn't it? Nothing much going on there. Yeah, and then the if you like, the infrastructure around it is great for cricket fans as well.
Yeah.
There's of course, very good fish and chips up here.
Yes, there's no chip shortage in this area, I noticed that. There might be later after we've finished.
Takes delivery bowls, and Luxton does this time play it into the onside and picks up a single out towards deep mid-wicket. I'm not a big chip man.
Aren't you?
You might be surprised by that. Fish, yes, I could eat. Quite happily eat 2 pieces of fish, but and the portions you get up here, Mike.
Yes.
Honestly, it's ridiculous.
Splendid.
Huge portions. And you go to, I did just ask for a small portion. Well, that is a small portion. Oh, okay.
Well, that's good.
Barnard again. Bowls and
Just, again, like one or two that Barker made earlier, just kicked a fraction from a little short of a length. Not very much, but it didn't discomfort Lythe all that much. He allowed it to pass. But there's just a slight bit of extra bounce, as Jonathan was suggesting earlier, that there might be from that end. Barnard looks to find it again, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Lythe, who defends away into the offside. But playing pretty well here, the Yorkshire openers. Intact through 23 overs, 82 for none. Luxton 37 and Barnard 28. I was pleased to see that just before the start of play, the tribute to Keith Piper, who was only 56. How sad, but a very fine wicketkeeper in that great Warwickshire team of the 90s. Gave 16 years playing service to the county and all.
he was great keeper, as you say.
Webster starts a new over down the leg side. Luxton flicks at this, but not really pushing at it.
He was what all keepers should be, which is that sort of little bubbly character with with energy, even when on a day like this when nothing's happening. A lot goes through the keeper. If the keeper's got no energy, and then it tends to permeate out, doesn't it?
It does. Webster is heading into bowl to Luxton, who is just half forward and pushing this to Barker at mid-on. I was reading some lovely words about Keith Piper online from Jim Troughton, the former Warwickshire captain, now coaching with Surrey, saying that one of the things he remembered about Keith Piper was that when he was next into bat, nobody ever quite knew where he was. And so when the wicket fell, he'd be looking around the dressing room saying, where is he? And then he'd suddenly emerge from a room somewhere. This is Webster dragging this wide of off stump, and it's allowed to pass by Luxton. So there'd be a moment of flurry around the rest of the dressing room, wondering where he'd gone, and then he'd just appear. It was all serene. And a great character in the... and much loved by Warwickshire supporters, not surprisingly.
Unlike Mark Waugh, the great Australian, who often used to go to sleep in the middle of the dressing room.
Yes. This is a little bit shorter and hit very hard by Luxton off the back foot through the covers for 4. And a resounding rattle off the bat. And Luxton goes to 41.
Junior famously used to just have a lie down and say, could you wake me up when I'm in?
Yes.
Which I'm not sure I could do.
No. I believe that's what Jonathan Doidge is doing right now.
Is it just having a little quiet lie down?
Yes, well. 86 for none. Good shot that was by Luxton. He hit it hard on the top of the bounce. He's waiting again for Webster, who goes straighter this time. And Luxton turning this away from his front pad to Souther at mid-wicket. He's not that far from the bat now.
If you need to get over and do your...
Not till 1 o'clock, no.
Not till 1, are you?
No, only on the hour today. 3 minutes after every hour I have to perform, like a slightly late cuckoo clock. Webster bowls on the pads of Luxton, who's going to get quite possibly another leg by, the 14th of the morning, and take Yorkshire to 87 for none at the end of that over from Webster. Luxton 41 and Lythe 28.
Slightly late. Although the pedants would say, well, the cuckoo clock itself isn't the cuckoo's not late. He comes out at exactly 12 o'clock. The clock itself is late. Something. Batted well though, this pair.
Yeah, looking good.
They're a bit desperate to get one before lunch, I think, Warwickshire, aren't they? There's shades of when Ive and Bean batted throughout the day here not too long ago. Bowls, and there's a big appeal there by Barnett, but Buzz having none of that either. Again, it was going down the leg side, didn't look right at all.
It was pretty full from Barnard. He's giving it every chance to tail in, and he is moving it. It's 3 or 4 times he's hit the pads now of Luxton. But he's looking for really quite a narrow channel, isn't he? That he's going to bring it back, hit Luxton in front of the off stump, and not have it going past the leg stump.
Yeah.
It's not a very wide margin.
No.
Mid-wicket's coming close.
Farmer bowls again. A gust of wind has blown the remains of my coffee off the table.
Oh, dear.
Oh, there you go. That's defended no run.
It is blowy around Scarborough at the moment.
Yeah, but you see, coming from landlocked
Yes.
Birmingham or landlocked Oxfordshire, like where I was brought up, which is, you're a very long way from the coast, whereas it's generally blowy on the coast, isn't it? Bard. Bowls. And that's hit away by Luxton, away down to third for 4 runs. By signalling. So Luxton's continuing on his merry way, makes his way now to 45. Almost half of Yorkshire's runs, 91 for no wicket.
It was the most indulgent stroke we've seen this morning so far. Luxton hitting that on the up.
Safe though, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it was fine. Yeah, there's no third man, so I think he enjoyed that.
Barnard bowls again to him, and again he plays that shot, but he gets across his stumps and plays an elegant-looking shot into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket.
You can see what Barnard's looking for there, can't you?
Yeah.
Because he does, as you say, takes a step across his stumps. That's kind of what Barnard's looking for. So the mid-wicket now is in relatively close, maybe 20 yards from the bat, for exactly that stroke. So Barnard, he's trying to line him up for that.
Barnard down the slope bowls, and again that ball coming in. Again Luxton covers up, and Doidge's going to come in here. We'll do the shuffling the chairs bit.
In the chairs, okay. You coming back over here? So 893 for none. On to come in this Barnard over. Which you don't tell him you spilled your coffee down there, otherwise you won't be happy. Just 2 slips now for the last ball of Barnard's over. And here he is to bowl to Luxton, who is defending it away on the leg side. 45 to Luxton, 28 to Lythe. Speaking of Lythe, David Thompson going to come back into Townsend going to come back into this chair now.
That's got very, very little to do with Lythe, I can assure you. Oh dear.
Barnard bowls the last ball of that over. This is, for those of you at home wondering why there's all this sort of shuffling goes on, it's because the main men like to sit in their own chairs, and I have to somehow shuffle between the two of them, and headsets on and headsets off, and the wind blowing and coffee cups going everywhere. But we got there in the end. Barnard to Luxton. Bowls, and Luxton drives, good looking shot, but he's got that way down to third for a boundary, but looking much squarer of the wicket than that. So 4 runs, he won't mind that. He moves to within a single of his half century. Yorkshire within a single of their century. 5 on 28. Where have you been, Doidge? You've been a little stroll around the ground saying hello to all your many fans and followers.
I was collared by the Thompsons, who are just up on the top bank over here. They'll probably give us a wave right this moment now. Did a selfie over there, talking cricket as you do. Then I went to see Debbie and Julie, who had messaged in earlier. They're also up on the top bank in the distance. Ken and Wendy Code were around, chat with them. Judith, who emails in sometimes, just made herself known to me as well. So, yeah, I've just been talking to... It's nice to meet your correspondents, isn't it?
Well, I suppose so.
Unless it's you, obviously, then, try and shy away from that.
One or two I try and shy away from, that's for sure. Did you say in that list, did you have Lily in there somewhere?
No, I didn't. Lily, conspicuous by her absence from view, I would say. Not her absence, because I'm sure she'll be here.
Well, last we heard from Lily, she was going on holiday somewhere, wasn't she? So.
Meanwhile, we have a change of bowling. Manav Sutar is going to come on at the Pease Home Park end. 21 minutes before lunch on the opening day. So not just the token over. Would you like your mobile phone? Is that what you're after? And in he comes then. Left arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Lythe, who immediately shoves the big front pad out wide of off stump to cover the off stump and raises his arms aloft with the bat in hand. I was told off for calling it shouldering arms last week, due to that being a military manoeuvre.
Is it?
And not a cricketing manoeuvre.
I've always heard of shouldering arms.
A slip in place plus a short leg as Lythe props forward this time and flicks into the leg side, where Keith Barker bends down looking about as sprightly as DT at that moment in time, as he did go for the ball after a spell, and that's not very in DT's case. And it's again, he's Sutar. That ball clearly turning in towards Adam Lyth's bat. So he is imparting a bit of tweak in this first over. Breezy first over as well. He's in once more, wide of off stump. Again, evidence of turn, but from too wide. There's a... You can hear what the wind's like clearly from our effects mic. There's a piece of paper down at ground level that's whipping around in various directions, so it tells you it's a little bit swirly in nature. As Lyth pushes forward and drops this square on the offside, and the applause greets a 100 partnership for the first wicket here, having lost the toss and been put into bat. And the pair of them are going to get together and inevitably touch gloves, as they do right this moment. And well played, both Adam Lyth and Will Luxton. The latter, the junior of the partnership, having the predominance of those runs, 49 to his name. 29 of them now to Adam Lyth, and that is very, very windy, so much so that I might have to drop Mike's effects mic out of the box and pull the wind across. If we could shut the door, that would also help to stop the wind from blowing right through. As Luxton turns that to leg. And we'll let the applause do the rest. Really good start to the match then for Will Luxton. Another half century on this ground. His third in first-class cricket. It's been typically wristy, the odd aerial shot, and one or two bits of luck, but you're always going to need those, especially when you put in with a bit of cloud cover, as was the case this morning. Very good start. 101 without loss, Luxton a half century.
Yeah, he's batted well, hasn't he? He's one or two LBW shouts that were probably quite close, but not too many alarms. Barnard comes down the slope, bowls to him, and looks to play that square of the wicket. As he likes that shot through mid-wicket. Doesn't make contact this time. Strikes him on the thigh pad, no run. 101 for no wicket. Glorious day. I'd say not a cloud in the sky, but there were a few Simpson-like clouds over way to our right. Barnard bowls, and that's defended no run. I'm sure there's a technical term for them, those sort of fluffy white layered clouds, and I'm sure there are people out there shouting at their devices, telling me exactly what they are. But if you want to get in touch, you're welcome to send a tweet. I'm on DT_old chap these days. Next ball, Barnard bowls and defended. No run there, so it's good, honest bowling from Warwickshire this morning. But as Mike and myself were saying, there's just that little bit of zip's been missing somewhere. Often brought about by a wicket or two, of course. Extra spring in the step, Barnard bowls, and Luxton again tucks that into the onside for a single. Moves to 51, 102 for no wicket.
As you'll know, at vast expense, we've flown Kate Holdsworth over from the Netherlands, scoring for us as she does it when we're at Scarborough, usually in the box or somewhere very close by, but because of the restrictions, she's in the press box next to us, so we can't actually physically see her from where we are. So we're getting score tidbits by WhatsApp, and I missed it because it's on silent, of course, is the phone. But the first one she sent was fully an hour and 4 minutes ago, saying it was the first time that Lyth had faced Bamber. And it's those sort of, bits of analysis, DT, that make Kate special.
Barnard round the wicket to the left-handed Lyth, who is caught behind and has to go. Lyth looking at his bat as he goes, and that ball bouncing, leaving him, and just got the faintest splinter on it, and it's gone through to Davies, who taken the regulation catch. The whole of the Warwickshire team went up in and an appeal for that. And Lythe looked down and looked a bit guilty, and then looked up at the umpire, and the finger went up, and he's on his way. He's not going to get yet another century here at North Marine Road, at least not today. It's all his second innings. Applause as he comes off. He's done his job in one sense, that he's very nearly got Yorkshire through to lunch without losing a wicket. They've got 100 runs on the board. So that's certainly a big advantage. Good start, having been put into bat. 102 for 1. Lythe on his way then. Caught behind by Davis off of the bowling of Barnard for 29. Done his job, but would have liked to have gone on, obviously, Doidge.
Yeah. Clearly, I think he was trying to book himself in for bed and breakfast one day. Played a very patient innings, knows this place so well, and knows very well that if you do hang around until as long as you can in the day, you'll get some joy with the bat. But it's a good delivery, and it's just got the thinnest of tickles halfway up the bat. And I think he'd just be disappointed that he'd been undone on his home patch, really, having been so patient. It's important knock still, just helping Yorkshire to get off to a good start.
Yeah, Luxton certainly doing his bit, and that first delivery to Whiteman is no run, so he survived his first ball. At 102 for 1. I don't know whether he picked that up. How many fours did he? Was
9 fours, 78 balls. And that's the Will Luxton 50, by the way, folks.
Yeah, that was 83 balls, 3 fours. 70 dots. Good percentage of those, I think, is actually just leaving the ball, as he does so well early on.
Yeah, so just to wrap that up,
Scarborough.
Adam Lythe, Cord Davies bowled Barnard 29, 83 balls, 106 minutes of batting, 3 fours. He was out 12:45 and 26.5 overs into the game. Meanwhile, Manav Sutar continuing from this Peasholm Park end of the ground, left arm spin, round the wicket to the right-handed Luxton, who plays into the offside. Very important, I guess, now for Will just to shore things up, take it through to lunch without further loss. He just tickled one round the corner down towards fine leg. Not quite going to have the legs, I don't think, to make the boundary. No, Ollie Hannon Dolby certainly has got a pair of legs, and he's legged it off into the distance to do the fielding, and they've got through for 3. 105 for 1. Luxton on to 54. Sam Whiteman has, of course, missed some cricket due to that very painful injury that he suffered in the match against, he said, checking back through the scorecards, Sussex. Yeah, so match number 3, hasn't played since then. We're in match number 7 now, so he's missed the last 3. The wins at Somerset and Headingley against Surrey, and the defeat by Warwickshire at Edgbaston. But he's immediately off the mark with a nice push through the covers for 2 in the match against Sussex. Through the card, yeah, batted at 3 on that occasion. Made a ton, of course. 101 off 195 deliveries, so he's given Yorkshire supporters a marker, if you like, and he's not far off being caught there. That's a sharp chance, but he's got a definite edge on that, and first slip, really, it was one of those, even if you had lightning reactions, it would have had to have been stuck straight in the middle of your palm for you to get hold of it, and it disappeared beyond Ed Barnard at slip. Mosley at slip. Thanks, Mike. It's not easy when you're not familiar with seeing the players all the time with their sweaters covering the numbers. Robbie Yates. Okay, there we go. Correction from Mike. Thanks for that. So he disappeared past his would-be grasp for 4 down through third man. They've brought a second slip in as a result. This time, Whiteman getting the pad outside the line and kneeing that one to second slip.
Offering no shot, that ball spinning back in.
Nelson, 111 for 1. Just before the lunch break. Whiteman on 6. And in comes Sutar again. He's giving it a bit of a push through, isn't he? Fairly flat, not giving it loads of air, but he's definitely imparting some turn. End of the over. 26 of those now complete. No. 28 of those now complete. They're a bit slow on the board there, but they've got it up now. 4-1.
Yeah, so he's had some week, hasn't he, Sito? He's playing for India last week against Afghanistan in the test match, and that was over fairly quickly. I don't think Afghanistan don't take the test matches as seriously as they might. I mean, they play them, but their games really the one-day internationals and the T20s. Barnard bowls, and that just pops, and Luxton plays it into the onside. No run, but nevertheless, to take 6 wickets is to take 6 wickets. And he'll be bubbling with confidence, and he has got 1 or 2 to turn. And I had the glasses on that slip chance, and it was one of those that it's just instinctive, isn't it? The hand goes out, and the ball just probably a foot away from it. Barnard bowls again, and that's pushed to mid-on. Mid-wicket rather, no run there. You're unlucky if you get caught. Ball flying that quickly. Slips obviously very close for the left arm spinner. Barnard bowls again, very economical action. That's attempted force by Luxton, but doesn't time it, fielded up mid-off. It's a lovely day, Dodge, isn't it? Should have bought my shorts, I think.
No. No, there are limits, please.
There's a lad with a tam o' shanty who usually sits just away to our left, doesn't it? It's ball through to keep a no run with the red tam o' shanty and the ginger hair that's, I think, is not his own. I think it's part of the hat. It's part of a quite fancy dress.
Yeah, and just looking at Will Luxton's wagon wheel in this innings so far, DT, I think it's probably a comment on lines, really, that have been bowled by Warwickshire bowlers.
Bowls, and that's nice. He's just only going to pick up 1 because there's a... In fact, he's back for the second. He's the third man down there now, Wideish, running around to do the fielding. But again, he's just got that little bit of extra time as Will Luxton, and he's just flows into the shot sometimes. Especially now he's been batting the best part of 2 hours. He'll be seeing it well out of the hand. Bowls to him, and that one again just bounces a little bit, and he rides it, plays it into the covers, into the over. 113 for 1.
Yeah, as I was saying, I've got the wagon wheel up. My colleague didn't get the verbal cue there, but the wagon wheel suggests that Will Luxton has played quite a lot of shots, squarish on both sides of the wicket. There's been quite a lot that have gone behind the stumps, so if you're playing, width here and you're not playing down the ground, and he announced himself in the Yorkshire team in his first match here in a white ball game with a couple of beautiful 6s down the ground. I think he got 68 that day, 5 or 6 years ago, probably, whatever it would have been. As that's punched into the offside by Whiteman. He's struck that nicely, actually. I think there was half a hand on it, possibly in the covers. Slightly unsighted by the commentary box fascia, but they've got back for 2. So that tells you that there's not been loads that have been thrown up there to drive, and if they have, they've generally been a bit too wide. If you're getting driven through the covers, just want to tighten that line a little. He's at the non-striking end though, because Whiteman's gone back foot this time, and Ladies bat on that one nicely, cuts it away backward of point for 1. Into Sam Whiteman, 116 for 1, 5 minutes shy of the first lunch break of this match. There's a bit of goal action going on. Away to our left, hovering around over the pavilion. Could be 1 or 2 spectators getting bombed as in comes Sutar. Bowling to Luxton, who got in line with that and then pulled the bat inside the line. Again, some turn on this opening day. Just, as I say, 6 mils of grass left on it. So I think I wouldn't be too far off the mark if I said in 7 championship games this year, this will be the least grass on a pitch on which Yorkshire have played. As Luxton flicks that one away in front of square on the leg side and picks up 1. He's on to 57.
A couple of years ago, he was leaving 9 mils on, wasn't he? Just to give the bowlers that little bit of extra to work with.
17 for 1. Sutar in again, wide of Whiteman's off stump, and he leaves. Whiteman accompanied by 1 slip. There was 2 in for a moment after he got that edge. That went for 4. He's also got a bit of company from short leg. There's a man backward of square on the leg side of mid-wicket. Barker at mid-on. Anand Dolby a bit deeper at mid-off. A cover, backward point, who's saving 2 really. And Whiteman this time gets a straighter delivery and flicks it off the legs for a single to complete the over on 10 personally, and his team on 118 for 1. And I should imagine, unless they race through this one, this will be the final over before the lunch break, DT.
Well, I don't think I'll argue with you there. 11:57 showing, so it's going to take at least 3 minutes, you think, to get through this over. Bowling from the Trafalgar Square end. Spectators slipping out, but get near the front of the queue for fish and chips. The delivery, first one of this over, is outside the off stump. Whiteman leaves that alone. Fish and chip van inside the ground as well, but no queue there at the moment, Doidgy. People will make a dash for that, I think, once the last ball of the session's been bowled. Barnard bowls and dab down on the offside, no run. And we're getting our lunch in the pavilion, apparently, is that right? You're looking.
We are. Oh, really? Okay.
Well,
is that the extra bags of sandwiches make the difference on the safety front?
Josh,
It might be the sausage rolls that weigh things down too much in the com box.
is Barnard bowls, and that's getting played into the offside, no run. Josh takes the trouble to send out those media, instruction emails or whatever he does for the game, and it said about.
You actually read them?
Food will be served in the pavilion. Lunch in the pavilion. So that's what he said. We'll have to see. Barnard bowls again, and that's pushed up to mid-on this time. He is bustling through this over. We might just see he's not going to bowl 3. Well, 3 deliveries in a minute, is he? So
Johnny Murfield says he's got plenty of great memories of Scarborough, though this recollection isn't one. It was the day of Charles and Diana's wedding. I left my wife and young son playing in the park and to watch the wedding, and spent the day watching Yorkshire toiling in the field at the hands of Warwickshire, where Anton Ferreira scored his maiden first-class ton.
but it's defended, no run.
Tom Ferreira, blast from the past. And Sally Sally Mack, as I'm going to call her from now, because she told me off for getting her surname wrong. She forgot there was a match. She calls herself a cricket supporter, and she forgot there was a match.
Oh, dear.
Great to hear you as I head to York on the train. Forgot there was a championship game. Wish I could actually be there. I haven't been to Scarborough in decades.
Oh, dear. That's not good. Here's Barnard then. 2 slips gully, 3 men saving 1 on the off as he bowls to Whiteman, who defends that back to the bowler. And that, gentlemen, is time for lunch. No doubt the umpires have told them. 118 for 1, so very nearly a run a minute this morning. 57, a good 57. Indeed to Will Luxton, and 10 runs to Sam Whiteman.
Yep, you'd have to say that Yorkshire have got off on the front foot, really, from being, I suppose, on the back foot, having lost the toss on a day when I think pretty much unanimously it was we'll bowl first if we win it sort of a morning. So excellent effort. And Adam Lyth, 29, the only dismissed batter so far. 31 overs have been got through as well by the visiting side, which is pretty good and not far off schedule. Sam Whiteman on 10, Will Luxton 57, 118 for 1. We shall see how things unfold during the afternoon session in just under 40 minutes' time on Sports Extra 3 and, of course, on the BBC Sport website and app. But just like the players, we'll also take a breather for now. of that one. The suggestion was that Yorkshire's opener Adam Lythe doesn't think he hit the ball, but he was out for 29.
That was my read of his body language, Jonathan, if I'm honest with you. And, I mean, you can't really tell on the replay.
No, you definitely can't tell, I don't think, on the replay.
I wondered if it might even be one of those where the noise is actually off the outside of the stump, where it just flicks. It obviously didn't knock the bails off. But anyway. Umpire Goff heard it at the same time as all the Warwickshire players thought they heard it. So.
Yeah, and it was one of those deliveries, wasn't it, where the ball tailed away after it had gone past the bat. And you often see that where players have missed it by 6 inches.
Yes.
But so we know that a ball can do that even if a player's not hit it.
But they must have heard something because they all went up together. But as I say, in a sense, it doesn't matter now, although it clearly matters to Adam Lythe, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, he worked really hard, hadn't he? 80-odd balls and an hour and 3/4, but no longer out there in the first innings, and that honour is with Sam Whiteman, who's 10 not out, and Will Luxton, who is going to face the first ball of this afternoon session from Ethan Bamber, who's going to open at the Peasholm Park end. One man who we have seen on the field of play, but he's currently walking off it with his GA on, is Jordan Thompson, formerly of this parish, but unfortunately for a lot of us really, not selected for this match. As I was saying earlier, one of the questions I've been asked most in the last 24 hours was, is Tomo going to play? Well, unfortunately, we got the wrong answer this morning. Here's Bamber then. Right arm over the wicket. First ball of the afternoon to Luxton, who's happy to leave that. I certainly wouldn't want to lull anybody into false senses of security when I say this, but once you've got past the morning session here, not saying wickets don't fall, but batting... It's had a couple of hours now, mainly in sunshine, with a bit of a breeze out there. So, although it did feel pretty dry when I was prodding at the pitch this morning, any of that moisture just in the top will probably have been drawn out. And given there's so little grass on it, it should continue to play well and be preferential for those with bat in hand, as Luxton had just played one out into the covers, where unusually, I think, perhaps, Ollie Hannon Dolby finds himself.
I'm not sure it's his more natural habitat.
Oh, it's not, actually. No,
I
he's not.
was going to say.
Yeah, he's not. He's down at long leg. It's just that somebody else really tall standing there and without numbers on the backs again. Picked the wrong man as Luxton plays out square on the offside. Sutar Fields, no run.
Yeah, that'd be Webster. The two that look as though that you assume are standing slightly closer to you than everybody else are Hannon Dolby and Webster. I thought there was enough encouragement for the spinner before lunch to think that we might see a bit more of him this afternoon, although clearly it looks as though it's going to be Barker and Bamber to start with, because given what way Barker's warming up.
Here comes Bamber again. It's back foot for Luxton this time, and he drives it to Bo Webster, who the camera kindly zooms in on. And he is tall. He's a big lad, as somebody might once have said on a rugby league commentary. Bit of peripheral movement around the ground. Post-lunch, one or two people have nipped out, making their way back in. Some people already ready and sorted for the afternoon and want to see cricket from ball one as Luxton turns this next one to mid-on, where Barker finds himself standing.
Now, Ethan Bamber bowled a spell from each end this morning. Bowled 4 overs from the Peasholm Park end and then 4 from the Trafalgar Square end down the hill. I assume Barker has got first dibs on coming down the hill again, by the look of it.
Oh, makes his way in once more, this time back of length, and Luxton cracked that away very sweetly into the offside, but unfortunately for him it was straight along the deck to Webster, so no run to complete the first over back. 32 now complete in this match, 118 for 1, 57 for Luxton, and 10 for Sam Whiteman.
Well, Ethan Bamber, generally speaking, bowls more overs than anybody else for Warwickshire, did all of last season, and has so far this season, and already 9 today into his third spell. Barker is going to have another go coming down the hill, so he feels that suits him. I did think this morning that there was a bit of shuffling about with bowlers trying to find the right ends. Quite a few no balls bowled, actually, which is a little bit unusual these days. And you talked about the variation in a good length between the two ends here. We saw some evidence of that. 3 slips in position for, or rather 2 slips and a gully for Barker to bowl for the first time this afternoon to the left-handed Whiteman, who defends back up the pitch.
Yeah, there's just a bit more bounce, I think, is the easiest way to describe it here than you get at a lot of places. And so you can generally leave a number of more balls on length here,
Yes.
even if they're straight at middle stump.
And a bit more bounce, I would observe, from the end where Barker is bowling now, the Trafalgar Square, and then from this end. As he comes down the hill and draws Whiteman forward, playing this just behind square on the leg side, and doesn't get a run. The throw comes in, bounces just in front of Alex Davis, and misses his gloves. Hits him on the chest and then on the side of the face. And Sutar comes and apologises for that with a brief hug, universal language, and goes back to his position. He's keen, is the new boy. Alex Davies might be telling him he doesn't have to be quite that keen. Barker bowls to Whiteman, who is playing this very carefully out into the offside. Malik comes to field.
It's one of those features of professional sport that has gradually got more and more tactile as life's gone on, hasn't it? You look back at some of the old videos. I mean, the World Cup obviously getting going last night in football, and there's been lots of stuff on socials with goals from the old days. And you know, back in the 60s, people just having hit a 45-yarder into the top corner. And these days there'd be somersaults and everybody falling on top of each other, and they just had a quick handshake and off back to where their position was.
Definite hugging increase. Barker has Whiteman playing this from the crease into the leg side. In fact, there's somebody probably have data on that. Almost certainly these days somebody will probably produce the data. X-hugs.
Back on the length front here, though, at Scarborough, Mike, I can't remember being here when somebody like a Greenwich or a Richards would have played as a child, but you can imagine that sort of calypso cricket, you know, hitting through the length of the ball here on the up would have been absolutely, spot on for those types of players.
Breeze is quite stiff again, coming from Barker's left as he comes down the hill, and this is tucked away very neatly through square leg for 4 runs by Whiteman, well timed. Just eased it forward, or eased his weight forward and turned it away square for 4 runs. His second boundary, and goes to 14.
Yep, shot.
There's nothing to suggest it's not a pretty good pitch.
Shot as it in that ton at Headingley against Sussex, that he's certainly a very good timer of the ball. He's got a good first-class record down under. Yorkshire by birth, of course.
Barker tries again, and that's a better line, drawing Whiteman forward and defending into the offside, and it's the end of the over. Born Doncaster, I read, but obviously spent quite a lot of his life in Australia.
Yeah, accent accompanies him around.
So what's tempted him back? As if anybody needs tempting back to this great county.
Well,
I've just realised the way I said that. Yeah,
I think somebody got to the Y of Yorkshire and he said yes.
Yes, very good. The pork pie I had at lunchtime would have been enough to tempt me back. It was most agreeable. Anyway, 122 for 1 at the end of the over before I get distracted by pastries.
It was a nice lunch.
Yes.
I would say. So Bamber at this P-Zone Park end, bowling to Luxton, who is able to leave one on length. Can't have been so far wide of his off stump. We can have a relatively early afternoon flick around the grounds if I can get my laptop to play ball. We'll do that. Bamber turns then. Makes his way in once again. Bowls it now. Luxton is able to work one off about middle stump, just in front of square on the leg side, and He'll pick up a couple of runs. 59 to Will Luxton out of 124 for one. Undoubtedly a good day at the office for him so far. But we're saying we think this is a good deck on which to bat. Having weathered the first session, weathered is probably an exaggeration really of what it was for Yorkshire, because I don't think Warwickshire bowled as well as they might have done on the surface. 2 slips and a gully in place, and he just caught that towards the inside edge of his bat, Will Luxton. Played out square on the leg side. A dot ball.
I have correspondence here from Elaine, who says it's always good to make the trip from Birmingham to Scarborough to support the Bears. Almost as good as Colwyn Bay for away grounds.
Colwyn Bay played that once.
Did you?
Yeah. During a war. As in comes Bambo, a lovely shot, but again, a bit like the last ball of the previous over from this end. Luxton gets nothing for it because he nailed it, but straight to Bo Webster's feet. And he was getting down low. Got backache just thinking about how far he's had to get down for that.
Elaine tells me, she says, you might see a lot of ladies in red polo shirts on Saturday in Scarborough, as it is the Trefoil Guild National AGM.
Yeah, I knew that, obviously. Yeah, Bamber in. It's attempted flick off the legs by Luxton. The misses through to the gloves of Davis. Gone.
So he says, looking forward to seeing the cricket on Sunday. Elaine, you will... I hope, forgive me for being an ignoramus, but the Trefoil Guild has so far passed me by. So... yes, tell me more about that. What's the
Come on, Mike, I thought you'd have known the Trefoil Guild.
Well, yes. So I don't want to upset the Trefoil Guild massive. So I'd like to hear from them this afternoon, if you would.
They'll be in the docks soon, with ball scarves tied around their wrists as the final ball of the over is a dot. So 124 for one here. Elsewhere at Northamptonshire 130 for 3 against Gloucestershire. That's a Division 2 game, as is Durham 79 for 2 against Derbyshire up at the Riverside in the afternoon session there. Also playing at Hove, where Glamorgan are 94 for 4 against Sussex. And at New Road, Worcester, where Middlesex are 63 for 1 against Worcestershire. They are now underway at last at Grace Road, where Essex are 5 without loss, having been put in by the hosts. Somerset 69 for 3 against Nottinghamshire, the champions at Trent Bridge. Kent 19 for 1 against Lancs at Blackpool.
New over for Barker, who starts this one well wide of Whiteman's off stump. Goes harmlessly through. I do also have some messages. You can email me, by the way, to wm.sport@bbc.co.uk if you want. Jonathan will remind you of his contact shortly. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com.
About outgrounds, which I was discussing with David Tand a little earlier, and several thoughts from the Midlands on those. Barker with 2 slips and a gully waiting. Again, can't tempt Whiteman into playing at this wide of the off stump. Robert says, we were discussing whether Warwickshire could feasibly go back to having outgrounds again, which a lot of people would like. But Robert makes a good point. He said the good thing about Edgbaston is that it's very easy to get to by public transport, as virtually every train line goes to Birmingham. And the 47 bus comes out of town down the Pershire Road as well. A lot of outgrounds are much harder. I used to get that a lot. A lot of outgrounds are much harder to get to or take a lot longer by public transport, which is a good point. Barker left arm over the wicket, straightens this one up to Whiteman, who turns it into the leg side. Ian says, lovely to hear you talking about both Coventry and Rugby hosting Warwickshire games. I'm lucky enough to have seen matches at both many years apart, exemplified by the century makers, Mike Gatting of Middlesex, and man of the moment, Will Luxton. That must have been a seconds game, I suppose.
No, he got a ton in the 50-over game
in the
between
50-over
the sides
game, of course
2
he did.
seasons ago.
Yes, of course.
When he whacked one at poor old Brian Halford's shin.
Oh.
Under the desk that we were commentating on.
Brian would have forgiven him there. Okay, of course he did, yes. Barker tries again. That one did bounce a bit. Whiteman was letting it go wide of the off stump, but that's the extra bounce.
I've got to say, and Brian, I'm sure, will be tuned in, especially for this moment. But I wouldn't be picking Brian for his fielding reactions because the ball was travelling very quickly towards us, and I think he went something like, I think this is coming this way, as the ball crashed into his shin.
Yes. Well,
I think I might have been up and off my seat.
The dedication of the commentator. Brian was in a box with me when we had one through the glass once at Edgbaston. And, that made us move. Barker bowls to... Oh, now, Whiteman did play at that one, and that one shaped away. Maybe that's exactly the target he's looking for, because it was just a little bit wide of off stump, not as much as some of the earlier ones in this over, and Whiteman was tempted to push at that, but he missed it. Breezy's really strong across the ground at the moment. Email from James, which I'll come to between deliveries just now, regarding outgrounds. With another vote for Colwyn Bay in it, incidentally. Here is Barker again, and that's wider, and Whiteman doesn't play it. James says, despite living a 2 mile walk from Edgbaston, I would love to have more outground cricket. My children went to the last game we played against Glamorgan at Colwyn Bay in 2018 or so, and it blew their mind that they could sit on the grass and grab the ball and throw it back to Ryan Sidebottom. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Last time at Stratford, I think, was 2005, where Scotland beat Warwickshire in a one-day cup on the Sunday. I pulled a sickie from work, says James. That's James. And then had to spend the day hiding from the Midlands Today cameras, who must have tried to film everyone. Yeah, well, see, that's the BBC, you see. We know, that's our new slogan. We're the BBC and we know what you look like.
Here's Bamber to Luxton, playing inside the line of that one as it nips away just up the incline. No run.
I would have come to Scarborough tomorrow, adds James, but the trains take 4 hours, so I'm either watching the women at Portland Road, which I'd love to be used more, that's the second ground that Win Birmingham at Warwickshire are using, or Midland Hurricanes Rugby League at Avery Fields, or both, as they're pretty close together, which I think is in Harborne in Birmingham. So, well, that'll be a good sporting day, James. Good man. Thank you for the message.
24 for 1. Bamber to Luxton, who he plays after the ball's gone, really, doesn't he? He's sort of a bit late getting there. Tony Haynes has emailed in. It says, running batsmen versus bowler. Well, of course, we have to correct it to batters these days, as is the ECB directive of a few years ago. Why do running batsmen run on the offside of a pitch, risking a collision with the bowler? Could they not run leg side if the non-striking batter gave them room? Ooh, good delivery this from Bamber. Luxton can only get half forward. He's beginning to find the length, Ethan Bamber, on that evidence, and it's nipping away.
There's still some swing there, isn't there? And if you can find the right length, which I'm not sure Warwickshire consistently did this morning, but they are now.
So why do running batsmen run on the offside of a pitch? Well, if they ran down the same side as the non-striking batter, I mean, you wouldn't wait too long before there was the first collision.
Yeah, well, Tony's saying can you not run wider, which I take his point.
Bamber in, that's flicked away by Luxton. Beautiful shot. Lovely, languid Luxton on the leg side. Gets it away through mid-wicket. And timed the backside off that, I think it's fair to say. Just over pitching this time, having said Ethan Bamber was looking like he was finding the right length.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'd err on the side of over-pitching rather than being too short.
Yep. Totally.
Trying to keep the ball swinging, but that was just slightly too far, maybe slightly too straight.
Has he got a response? Well, this time he's gone back of length. He's going to go for the same result. But Luxton this time not looking 100% confident in playing it because one hand came off the bat, but he got over the top of it sufficiently to make sure that it was into the deck, and it disappeared over the boundary on the popular side, the east side of the ground, for 4 more. So 67 to Will Luxton.
Yeah, he's had a couple of those, hasn't he? Drives to the offside where one hand's come off the bat, but he's still generally found the middle of it.
Bamber in again. This time, sensible defensive drop into the offside to complete the over at 132 for 1. We've added 14 runs then since the lunch break. Lovely boundaries to Luxton during that over.
I can only... my limited batting ability in response to Tony's message, I can only say that I avoided such a problem in my own career by just generally either missing the ball or hitting it for 4, and I'll let you know, allow you to guess which one I did more often, which is why I sit here talking and not playing.
I think it's one of the great injustices of Warwickshire cricket that you're not out there playing and we're commentating on it, Mike.
We don't know it's an injustice too. Is Barker starting a new over and Whiteman is defending on the offside. I think I shall let David Townsend come in here because I need to be in another place. But not before I have told you, courtesy of Elaine, that the Trefoil Guild is affiliated with Girl Guiding, the largest movement for women and girls worldwide, and it's for anyone over 18. Encouraging members to find friendship and learn new skills and give support to Girl Guiding. There are a thriving set of those groups that meet in Birmingham. Look them up on their website, says Elaine, if you want to know more. Thank you, Elaine. And thank you for being in touch. I hope you have a good weekend going to Scarborough. And it's sunny like it is now. I'm sure it will be. Barker has Whiteman defending on the offside. And David, we're going to shuffle about again. David's going to join you.
Bring him in. Or the rest of this Keith Barker over. He's just waking up. Just had an afternoon nap. It's a struggle for the lad, but here he is.
Afternoon? Is it afternoon? I've had my tea. I had a very nice lunch. 132 for 1, but we didn't go in the pavilion, Doidgy. Barker bowls and Whiteman eases that one away down to long leg. After a fine leg, and a long leg comes round. There's just the single to be had. Whose phone is that? Is that my phone going? It probably is.
Probably. It's general broadcasting convention to put your phone on silent when you are when you're on air. But I mean, you're still only young and learning, David.
Is that what I have to do? Okay. Oh, see,
No,
people don't take the hint, do they?
So you press the silent button, I think.
On the
That's
side.
the one that says silent on it.
Something like that. Okay. Just send a message and say not now. There we go. Yeah, but how do you know whether it's ringing then? You don't, do you? Barker bowls, and that's a single this time to Luxton, down to...
It'll just be the bailiff
leg.
again.
Mm-hmm.
It'll just be the bailiff again anyway, won't it? So you pretty much know it is when you get a call.
Sort of vibrates or something. You missed calls from Kate this morning with her interesting stats.
Yeah, lots of them. It's been a constant line through from the press box, I would say today, wouldn't you?
134
Should
for
have
one.
mentioned more of them on air.
I think she could sit in this corner and she could just sort of signal us, couldn't she?
Yeah.
We could see her.
I can imagine the signals.
Barker over the wicket to the left-hander bowls, and that's quite comfortably the most optimistic LBW appeal we've seen today, because it was hitting him outside the line. Could have been a bit of bat involved, and it was
about a
certainly
foot
going
over
over
the
the top.
Yeah. Otherwise, it looked.
I could get that not out from here. Ridiculous appeal. 134 for 1. What's Kate come up with of late? Anything? Any startling stat? Oh, Barker bowls, and that's a big appeal going well. Okay, that's got to be going down the leg side. He wanted it, but did you notice a little kink in his run as he came as he came in there?
Yeah.
Was it Darren Gough who started? Was the first?
Bit of a sidestep, wasn't it? Yeah. Because Yorkshire women have got Rachel Slater, who's playing in the World Cup at the minute for Scotland, who does a bit of a bunny hop halfway through her run-up. So one or two people do some things that are not considered the norm. Tony Carrick says, nice commentary as usual, but it'd be even better if we had a stump mic so we could hear bat on ball. I suppose it's too chilly to have an effects mic on through the window. No, we've had an effects mic on throughout the play, Tony. But sometimes you kind of have to turn that down a bit because it's very windy out there as well, and you wouldn't really get the effect of what's going out in the middle because of the wind. Here's Bamber, and yet again, that's 3 times in 3 successive overs that Luxton has really caught hold of one to cover, and he's hit it straight to Bo Webster, so he could have been on 80 by now, because inevitably all 3 would have gone for 4 had they not been fielded. DT is doing a bit of aerobics in the com box to signal that was a no ball.
Oh, Doidgy, the magic of radio. They didn't need to know that. I was helping my old mate out.
136 for one. Bamber in, throws one up wide of Luxton. He dives on its way through to Alex Davies. Ethan Edwards says, upon my return to the High Temple, I'm saddened to see the North Stand cordoned off. Will this threaten the viability of NMR as a first-class venue? Surely YCCC could fund the required work with the 100 money. I've joined SCC this year to contribute a little. Well done you, Ethan. Yeah, all of that has kind of been explained, really, as that's wide of off stump by Bamber, and Luxton leaves.
Yeah, they can't let this ground sort of slip off the circuit, can they? Of the it's saying earlier, it's a tradition. Scarborough. There's some great games of cricket been played here over the years.
There is Bamber. It's wide of off stump, and again, Will Luxton leaves. Josh has messaged him with a couple of pictures from Lanzarote, listening in with a rather delicious-looking ice cream. And that draws to my attention the ice cream van here on the top bank. Tea room's been doing good business today, by the look of things. As Bamber's in, and this one nipping back on Luxton as he turned it to Barker at mid-on. No run. I'm looking forward to taking Neil Fletcher up on his offer of a jam and cream scone at some point during the next few days. You can get in touch on @Jonathan Doidge. That's on X, jonathan.doidge at whatever it's called. The blue sky thing, anyway. It's jonathan.doidge. Instagram, Jonathan Doidge 1, I think it is.
So still going, is it?
Plays that into the offside, no run.
I think you got them all sort of synchronised in together, all the same.
No, sometimes somebody's nicked your name, haven't they? So you've got to put a 1 after it or whatever.
I'm the same on Instagram. I'm DT_old chap.
Kate's come up with a great stat for us.
Who's this, Kate?
Yeah.
Go on then.
Brace yourself till after this delivery if you can do so, as Bamber's in. Luxton runs this one down to backward point to complete the over with another dot. 136 for one. He's on 68, the same as the number on his back. 15 to Sam Whiteman. They came together when the score was on 102, so 34 on second wicket partnership up to press. Startling stat from Dutch Bird Kate in the press box is that she's just had her first pork pie since her last visit to Scarborough.
Ooh. Do they not get pork pies in Amsterdam or Amstelveen or wherever it is she lives?
In Holland?
Holland. We always used to call it Holland, didn't we? Then it became the Netherlands. I thought the Netherlands also included Belgium and Luxembourg.
I think the angered message that you're about to get should be directed to Townsend on this basis, Kate, rather than me.
First ball of a new over from Barker, bounces and just played down by Whiteman. And they run Netherlands or Nether Regions. That's another one, isn't it? But that's something completely different.
You'd need to ask Sam Whiteman about that after what happened against Sussex earlier. Meanwhile, I announced the retirement of Kane Williams earlier because somebody else did. He's announced his retirement from international cricket. He's not said all cricket as far as I can see. So I don't know if that means he's up for taking up a position with, who knows, Yorkshire again maybe for a season or two.
Barker bowls. And forward comes Whiteman, angles that down into the gully. No run. Painful blow Mr. Whiteman took, didn't he? It was the Sussex game. So, very, mind you, I suppose your good mate Bumble, David Lloyd, will have a bit of sympathy with that as well. famously been struck there by Jeff Thompson. That wouldn't be very nice, would it?
No.
One of his party pieces. Barker bowls, and that's through outside the off stump, no run.
There's obviously immediately been a lot of talk about Kane Williamson being within 100 of 10,000 test runs and he's retired. So he must feel absolutely the time is right to go now. He's come on tour, he's played one test match, whatever it is doesn't feel right. He's within touching distance of 10,000 test runs. So clearly he must think, he really does want to retire if he's going to give it up at this point.
Barker bowled again and defended. Yeah, I mean, it could be all sorts of reasons, couldn't it? Different. We tend to forget sometimes as well that cricketers have lives away from the game, and maybe something's influencing him in that way. Maybe he's lost a bit of form, as you said. Maybe he doesn't think he can quite do it anymore. All sorts of reasons, Georgie. All sorts of reasons. Barker bowls, and again looking to play that on the onside, but that just straightens up a little bit. Played up to mid-off. No run there. We tend to sort of spectators. We tend to view the men in white in front of us as performers on that stage, and forget that there's all sorts of other things going on in all of their lives. Who knows? Hasn't given a reason for it. We probably never will know. Bowls, and that's a good-looking drive at diving stop. That extra cover.
But Webster has stopped. That's 20 runs I make. That all 5 of those blows would have gone for 4 had he not got in the way of them. So doing a good job in the covers.
He's got a big sort of arc to him, hasn't he? If he goes down either side, make a decent goalkeeper, you'd have to have it just inside the post to beat him, I think.
Going to do a quick change round in the box as Mike comes back in, and while they're doing that, Gaz Kobe 824 Wigan says, "Hi pal, please drop my old boy Tony Masterson a shout out. He's watching out from the lovely village of, is it Leavening or Levening? I'm not sure how you pronounce that. We'll be over soon to experience the Yorkshire weather. Take care." Watching on YouTube, loving the coverage and expert insight. I'm not sure who's providing that. Mike back in the chair for Ethan Bamber's over, the first ball of which has been defended by Will Luxton. And the presence of this pair will enable me to go get a suntan.
Good. I shall get the hang of this moving about by Monday. 136 for 1. Warwickshire's threatening a bit, but not really carrying as much danger to the batters as they would want. And now there's a deep point out to field this punch through the offside by Luxton. Hitting it nicely on the up, which, as Jonathan was saying a few minutes ago, you can do here. There is a bit of bounce. More than you might think. Committee meeting here between Barker and Bamber and Ed Barnard, trying to figure out how they're going to break through. But Luxton has looked pretty good for his 69 so far.
Yep. He's been in control, hasn't he? 1 or 2 heard you giving your update to the West Midlands. But 1 or 2 LBW shouts against him, but nothing that looked sort of,
No, nothing nailed on.
Nothing definite.
Round the wicket comes Bamber to the left-hander, and that's flicked away by Whiteman with the angle down to long leg for a comfortable single. Just feels like Warwickshire, not in retreat exactly, but stepping onto the defensive in a way they wouldn't have wanted to do when Ed Barnard won the toss at 10:30 this morning. There are 1 or 2 showers on the radar, but I think they are largely, by the look of it, heading south of here towards Bridlington. So you might want to cover your chips over if you're listening to us on the beach in Bridlington. Is Bamber has Luxton defending this up to mid-off. There isn't a run.
Cover your chips from seagulls.
Seagulls, well, I imagine so, yes. But
there's some big ones around here, aren't there?
well, I imagine they get quite well looked after with...
I think they look after themselves.
well, yeah, but there's probably a fair bit to pick on, especially after a day's cricket, I reckon. There'll be old chip around. Bamber comes forward, or Luxton rather, comes forward to meet Bamber with a defensive bat. Pushes again up to mid-off. The bowling's been all right, and it's not like they've been bowled badly. They've put the ball roughly in the right places. It's swung a bit. It's not they've been spraying it everywhere, but it just hasn't just had the bite, has it?
That bit of enthusiasm about it, if you know what I mean. That bit of zip and...
Something not quite there. Bamber, that's a nice delivery.
That's more like it.
Brings that away from about the line of off stump and swings it away. Luxton managed to pull his bat inside the line of it. He was thinking about playing it, but it was better left alone. End of the over. 2 from that, 138 for 1 in 40 overs for Yorkshire. Luxton 69, which I think I heard Jonathan say he's only 2 short of his first-class best, and 16 to Whiteman.
Yeah, he's very good one-day player, as we're saying. One of our listeners was saying earlier. But, it's going to come back to Edgbaston again, I suppose. Sometimes you just need a spell of bowling, don't you, to lift the team up. And we always remember perhaps Freddie Flintoff coming on and the crowd roaring and the whole team gets up, and then it becomes a lot easier, a lot harder for the batting side. Barker bowls and no ball. And that's eased down to long leg for a single, plus the 2 for the no ball. Score moves to 141 for 1.
6 no balls in all today, which is quite a lot these days.
Whiteman is 17 with that single, and Luxton on to strike. 69. Yes, he'll be thinking, just concentrate, mind your work. You're in there now.
He's played very responsibly. There are now 2 out for... Tries to hit a short ball, which we haven't seen many, and there's a leg slip as well.
This is interesting. It's a 5 on the leg side, on the onside. As Barker bowls to Luxton, who pushes that down backward a point. No run there. A very loud shout of no that's repeated by a few people in the crowd. It's a bit early for the sort of 6th point to be taking effect, isn't it?
Well, it's a Friday. I'm not sure the short ball would be Keith Barker's a frequently used tactic. He'd be hitting with the wind if he wants to take him on over the leg side here, which is quite significant.
It's attempted Yorker there from Barker. I think there's a fair bit of double bluff going on here because he's leg slips now moved to sort of leg gully, and the 2 men are still out for the right-hander.
Well, coming left arm round the wicket now for this little burst. Suppose if for a full delivery, if Luxton wants to flick it that way, leg side, he might bring the leg gully into play. The angle there.
Barker to the right-handed Luxton bowls, and again Luxton pushes that, covers up back to the bowler. No run to be had there.
The clouds now are scudding across from our right. It's a lovely day. If you take a photograph of it, you'd say, what a beautiful day. But you'd need a fleece on today, I reckon, outside. No.
Oh, yeah, outside, I suppose.
Yes.
Barker bowls and Luxton pushes this one up to mid-on. And there is no run to be had there. At the end of this over, I'm going to give you a startling fact about pints.
Oh,
which you can look forward to.
Oh,
So I think there's only one delivery left.
I'm poised.
cricket as well, cricket related.
Cricket points.
Cricket and pints. 1 for 1. Next delivery from Barker is again pushed into the onside, and that is I couldn't say the end of the over.
No, we had a no ball.
Cricket, pints, and Don Topley.
Ah,
So-
well,
so,
that explains everything.
So now you're less interested than
No,
you
no,
were.
no. I could just, I'm joining the dots already.
You may well have heard this stat yourself. Barker. Bowls. Driven beautifully in the gain field. What's that, 4 times now? Luxton has been denied by an extra fielder.
Terrific stop by Mosley.
Mosley, that was, wasn't it? Yeah. And that is the end of the over, finally. No, Don Topley ran into at the weekend, doing a 2020 at Sex against Essex. Why Middlesex even bother putting a 2020 team in, I don't know. But back in the day, they drew some big crowds.
Yes, they're very sporting.
They're
aren't
playing at Merton. Do you know they've got the second worst record of any senior team in the world at T20?
Is that right?
Only Zimbabwe apparently have got a lower win ratio. But no, Toppers was telling us T20 Friday nights at Chelmsford, crowd of 5,500, 6,000, get through 35,000 pints.
Wow. Really?
I couldn't believe it either. Got him to
it's like
repeat
a
it a couple of
tanker.
times. Is
Heavens above. Well, Bamba starts him over and brings that one in from round the wicket to Whiteman, who defends. So that's 6 points ahead.
yeah, and there'll be someone not drinking.
Well, yes, I was going to say it's an average 6 points ahead.
There'll be kids there as well. Youngsters. And that's what you say. A lot of the counters, the smaller counters, they don't want they don't want kids turning up to T20s because obviously they're not going to be selling them 6 or 7 pints.
Bamba round the wicket, and Whiteman defends into the leg side.
But they're probably all like you. They just say, well, it's Friday. So,
Well, I mean, I say that a lot, but sometimes it's not Friday. But I tell you what, my first thought is, given that it is a southeastern county, that obviously the economy in Essex seems to be doing quite well. 2 slips and a gully and a leg gully. Bamba round the wicket. Whiteman flicks a drive and takes on mid-off, and it's going through for 4 overthrows. It was probably worth a crack there from Ed Barnard, and having his hands on his head would suggest that he thinks he had a chance of running out Whiteman.
I think he did because Whiteman was diving. He knew he was struggling. We'll have a look at this again on the replay, and he's had to go round the bowler, and he was probably just in.
Hard to tell.
Probably just in. Hard to tell.
Worth a punt, though, for Barnard,
Definitely.
I think. So the field changes over. They score 5, 146 for 1.
A lot of beer, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a lot of beer. All right. But alcohol drink's not my specialist subject, but I know enough to know that. Here comes Bamba to start a new over, and it's defended out into the offside by Luxton. 146 for 1. Well, I shall view Chelmsford. I haven't been to Chelmsford in quite a while. But
You've not missed a lot of
I
it.
just think of it differently now.
Not one of my favourite grounds, I don't think, Chelmsford.
Okay. So there'll be no free
It's
points
small,
for
but
you.
it doesn't have a lot of charm, does it? I don't think.
Goes Bamba, and this is driven through the offside by Luxton. I think quite getting that one out of the middle, but it runs out towards deep extra where it's fielded by Malik, and Luxton takes 1 to go to 70. 147 for 1. Pleasant scene for Yorkshire at the moment. The weather, such as it is coming from our right very quickly from the western side, and there are bigger clouds. Oh, by the way, cumulus, I reckon, to answer your question from some time ago. The big white fluffy ones are cumulus. Bamba round the wicket, and Whiteman defends into the offside end of the over, 147 for one. In the early 80s, when I was young, my dad somehow got hold of a BBC weather pamphlet. It was some promotional thing that they'd put out, and it had the shapes of the clouds in. And it's, I can't remember important things like what I went upstairs for or what I'm supposed to have bought from the shops because my wife asked me 4 times, but I can remember that that is a cumulus cloud. Anyway, the point being that there's rather more of it appearing round the corner of the press box from our right. Not necessarily rain-bearing, I don't think it probably is, but it is going to change the overhead conditions a little bit in the not-too-distant future.
Yeah, a few of them are going to be... Yeah, they're going to have the odd shower in them, aren't they? But there's nothing too serious. Ed Barnard coming on for another bowl. You see, I'd like to have seen him have a bowl from this end. He bowled to his overs this morning. It's a little bit of an optical illusion here, Mike, because it looks as though he's actually running down quite a slope, but he comes in and bowls, and that's Luxton playing that familiar shot of his. Just leans it into the onside, takes a single, and if 71 is his highest first-class score, then he has now equalled it. But the well-informed Yorkshire crowd, lots of members here, lots of fans. I'm sure there'll be just a little ripple of applause from around the ground if he gets another single and it is his highest score.
Let me see if I can confirm it first.
They know things like that.
Oh, they don't miss much.
Barnard swaps his attack to round the wicket to the left-handed Whiteman bowls, and he just allows that one through to the keeper. No run.
My impression is that there's as much of a slope going across the ground. I take as the inference for that the fact that the roof of the small stand at the Trafalgar Square end, he stepped across from one side to the other. So I think it's more that you're sort of running across the slope as much as down it.
So
it's a little bit down.
Slopes a little bit from the tea room down to the coffee on the other side. It's driven up to mid-on this next one by Whiteman. He doesn't get a run there. So a very good little coffee stall and ice cream van.
Oh, very good. Oh, that'd be weird.
Well, I say that with confidence. It's always there. I can't actually see it there today, but I'm sure it is there somewhere. So down in the corner of the west stand. Barnard bowls, and that's swung away by Whiteman down to fine leg, down in the direction of the coffee stand, and I suppose coffee next to the ice cream. They're not necessarily ever going to be busy at the same time.
No.
I don't know how many coffees they'd be selling today, but plenty of ice creams and vice versa.
Got 2 back for the pull again for him to bowl to the right-hander.
Barnard bowls, and that's defended. No run. That's another reason why I don't like Chelmsford.
Is it? Well, the coffee's not
the
right.
ice cream ban there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you have that sort of whippy ice cream type thing, you know, what's the name for it? You stick the flake, sometimes you stick a flake.
Yeah.
Instead of actually putting it into the cone, he very carefully puts it around the edge of the cone and up to the top, so you get less ice cream.
Oh.
The next delivery is through to the keeper.
And what happened when you pointed this out, as I suspect that you did?
You know what I mean, where you get your cone, and normally you get the ice cream in and it sort of goes all the way. I mean, what must he be saving? 3 or 4p per...
Well, I mean, look, he's not here to defend himself. So I feel honour bound on his behalf to suggest that he may simply have found a more efficient way of packing the ice cream.
He's definitely found a more efficient way of saving himself some money.
He may be saving you trouble, but if he puts the ice cream in a more carefully assembled way, you'll be less likely to drop it on your shirt.
3 or 4.
On a hot day in Chelmsford, trying to get out of the way of people with 6 points. Bamber is coming round the wicket. I think you've maligned him there, I reckon. She's coming round the wicket to the left-hander Whiteman and hits him on the pad and goes away into the leg side for no run.
But before any lawyers go scrambling looking for the ice cream van so he can sue me, I will say this is going back sort of 8 or 10 years, so it's probably no longer there. He's probably retired in some huge, great big mansion by the sea somewhere on the actual money he saved by not putting that little bit of ice cream in the middle of the cones.
I'm glad you shared that with us. Bamber round the wicket. Oh, it's come off an inside edge, has it? And gone past the wicket-keeper and away for 4 runs. And that one's properly defeated Whiteman. It's going to be a boundary and the 50 partnership and 150 being applauded. But that must have been very close to taking the lot out from Whiteman's inside edge, past the off-stump and past Alex Davis too.
He wrong-footed Davis, didn't it? Because it almost went directly behind the keeper, went perhaps reached the boundary maybe 5 yards, 5 metres or so to one side. I mean, that was very, very straight.
Must still be swinging a
probably
little
surprised
bit.
him as much as it did us.
I'm sure it did. 153 for 1. Bamber trying to find that line again, but he's swung this one right onto the middle of Whiteman's bat, and he's going to get 4 through extra cover.
There's no justice, is there, for the bowlers?
No, everything is running for the Yorkshire batters at the moment, and, well, you've got to make the most of it when it's your day. 157 for 1. Bamber's gone back to the start. I can't really imagine Ethan Bamber sort of chuntering away in an angry fast bowler style.
Well,
it's not really him. But
he did spend a lot of his early career at Middlesex with Angus Fraser. So he picked up a few tips, wouldn't he?
I couldn't say. Bamber, he finds the inside edge again. They're going to get a run just backward of square leg and another shy at the stumps, this time from Webster. At the non-striker's end, Whiteman is arriving on his knees into the non-striker's end again, and in conversation with umpire Longley about it. But he's through for another risky run, but that one also came from the inside edge. So Bamber is causing him a problem in this over.
It's a very good bit of backing up, actually.
It was, yes, by Barker. Field shuffles round for the right-hander back on strike. 9 from this over already. And yet Bamber, I think, must reckon he's been pretty close twice to getting Whiteman's wicket. He tries again to Luxton and gives him some width. Luxton drives elegantly through the offside. Oh, and a misfield by Malik. He's going to give him 4 runs. Untidy and taking... Well, it was going to it anyway, but his highest first-class score now, Will Luxton, goes to 75, but he had 3 bonuses there.
Well, you've got to feel a little bit for Ethan Bamber here. I mean,
Yeah.
He's an inside edge that's gone for 4, misfield that's gone for 4. It's a good over, and as you say, it's gone for 13.
13 so far. Yes. And his face is always going crimson from the effort, Ethan Bamber, but he's biting a groove in his top lip, I suspect, at the moment, as he just drifts onto the pads, and there'll be another run here for Luxton. Nudging this around the corner for 1. And taking Yorkshire at the end of 44 overs now to 163 for 1. 76 Luxton and 32 to Whiteman.
So moving along very nicely indeed, having been put into bat here. Always bat first at Scarborough. Heard that probably in his very commentary box about 15 years ago from the great man Dave Callaghan.
Yes, although I would say there's what Jimmy Tarbuck on Winner Takes All would have called a difference of opinion 40 years ago, because Jonathan was very much of the opposite opinion this morning. He thought that they would bowl, but there we go.
Oh, well, maybe they would have done, but Callie probably looking down on us would have said, there you go.
Yes.
Told you, Georgie, always bat first. Scarborough. But certainly been nothing in it for the bowlers. Nothing in it for... Well, nothing, extraordinary. Delivery is crashed away, backward a point. Got to pick up an easy single for Luxton. That takes him on to 77. 32 to Whiteman.
Yeah, they've found some swing, and even this afternoon they're finding some swing. Gosh, look at the shadows going across the ground now of the clouds. Really racing across the ground, quicker than you could run. And that's how quick the wind, strong the wind is at the moment.
This delivery from round the wicket from Barnard is pushed up to mid-on. Barnard puts his hands to his head as if to say, "Ooh, nearly got that one through." And Whiteman walks away towards square leg, practicing the shot.
There's been a lot of kneelies. Hannon Dolby's warming up at the far end for another go. It can't be ideal bowling in this breeze, and it's not even a consistent breeze.
Barnard bowls, and again that's just straying onto leg stump, tucked away nicely down there. In fact, very nicely indeed. Sam Whiteman, that races away to square leg for four. It looked like one of those shots where you just ease it away down to long leg for a single, and timed it so nicely. 4 runs.
Yes, he's playing those strokes very efficiently. The pressure off a little bit.
Outside the off stump, through to the keeper. No run there. So Barnard can't quite get it right. He's either straying onto the leg side, he's either straying just down leg, or he's just compensating too much. And harmless deliveries outside the off stump. Here he comes again. Bowls, and that was in the air for a while, but Whiteman's got it through the gap. Very tempting. Cover, extra cover, there's a gap there, get it through, there's no man out on the boundary. Well, there's a small boy in a dark green top who's got up and fielded that and thrown it back. Now goes back to the game he was playing, which involves lying on his back, throwing an orange ball in the air and catching it and then swinging his legs around. And now he's watching the cricket again. Well, some people do crosswords in between deliveries, and why not lie on your back and throw an orange ball in the air?
Just showing off. Good for him.
Just a great crowd catch.
Did you?
Whether it's it last year or the year before, by 11-year-old, 12-year-old.
Oh, right. Okay.
Quarter 6. Well, obviously it's a 6.
Yes.
And we invited him round, and it turns out he played for Yorkshire under 13s. And he came on air and.
Just through his big moment.
Taught us through his big moment.
Good man.
Very good catch, actually.
Fast track him through. Yes, Hannon Dolby's going to start a new spell from the Payson Park end, and he finds a thick outside edge of Luxton's defensive bat, which goes along the ground to gully. Hannon Dolby this morning bowled 5 overs and went for 32, although, like one or two of the other bowlers, might have been able to tell a hard luck story in that he got 2 or 3 false strokes from Luxton, one that went in the air past mid-wicket. But Luxton has continued to prosper. He's 77 as Hannon Dolby bowls to him now on the line of middle and leg, and there's a comfortable run to pick off for him here, out through mid-wicket. Just been too many balls just releasing pressure from Warwickshire to keep consistently getting batters tied down. They've bowled some good balls. They've swung the ball, found the edges. It's been a boundary to hit. I think they would have wanted and expected to be a little bit more consistent. It might be tricky in this cross breeze. Hannon Dolby to the left-hander, Whiteman, who is again getting a ball on middle and leg, and he's turning it with the little bit of gentle swing through mid-wicket. Chase for Malik, who's lost his balance this time. I don't think it's made any difference. They were going to get 3 anyway, but he's having a bit of a rough run in front of the popular side there. So 3 to Whiteman has gone on briskly to 43. 7-6 for 1. Hannon Dolby not far off the line he wants to be, but just slightly to the leg side. It's been relatively easy paced for the batters to pick off runs. Tries again to Luxton. dead straight, and he pushes this back between Hannon Dolby's legs and up to Barker at mid-off. All the five seamers have had a go. We saw 3 overs from the new spinner Suthar before lunch. He did look as though he turned it. It's quite striking that he bowled, in 1 over, he bowled left arm round the wicket to the left-hander, which really would suggest he thought he could turn it. Sun's gone in on Hannon Dolby as he bowls to Luxton, a little bit short of a length, and Luxton gets on his toes and turns it to mid-wicket for 1. .79 to Luxton, extending his highest first-class effort to date.
What, have we confirmed that?
Yes, I have, yes.
Oh, fine stuff.
It was previously 71, so... Hence, as you observed, there was a little bit of stasied joy around the ground. Forward comes Whiteman. Hits this with nice timing away into the covers. And there's a run there by the time Barker goes round to his right to pick up. And another productive over for Yorkshire. 6 from that over, 29 from the last 3. Taking them to 178 for 1. 79 Luxton and 44 to Sam Whiteman. As was observed a few minutes ago, Will Luxton's only senior 100, if I can put it that way, in first-team cricket. In a 50-over one-day cup game again, that was also against Warwickshire at Rugby School. So, taking a shine to the Bears bowling.
We've got a bit of geographical information here from Dutchburg Kate, as she likes to call herself. I think she's in Otley or somewhere and now lives in Amsterdam. Barnard starts a new over, driven firmly up to mid-on. No run to be had there. We were discussing what's Holland and what's the Netherlands and whatever. Now, I'll test you on this later, Mike.
Oh, yes.
Holland compromises only 2 of the 12 provinces of the Netherlands.
Oh, yeah.
North and South Holland. I, says Kate, live in North Holland, so presumably Amsterdam's in North Holland, because I think she lives in Amsterdam, or one of the suburbs. Next delivery played down backward a point. No run. So there are 12. It's all a bit confused over there, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
they talk about 4 different languages and things.
Yes.
So there's Flemish, isn't there?
but as we're in a country where with Great Britain and the United Kingdom are equally, I was going to say ill-defined. They're not ill-defined. They're just nobody knows. Which is in what?
Well, it's Barnard bowls through to the keeper, no run. Well, we got England, Scotland, Wales.
Yes, when you get into the islands, isn't it? Which one's the Isle of
Man?
Man in? And Guernsey and all that stuff. That's when it gets tricky. That's when it gets tricky.
And then the
you see.
Cornish, they think they're you know.
Yes, to say nothing of Chelmsford, as you were trying not to earlier.
As it was, yes.
So, anyway.
Next ball is outside the off stop to the keeper, no run. Yeah, that would be a good thing to not say anything about, I think, Chelmsford. He's in good form, Toppers, though, at the
Is he?
weekend. Yeah. He's had various operations. He's having one this week as well. I think he's having a stent put in or something.
Right.
Like that, so.
Well, I hope he's not listening to you to recuperate then.
He's
Sort of upset him no end.
bowls, and that's driven up to mid-on. And a diving, tumbling stop from the big man there.
It's a rather unkind, slightly sarcastic cheer of Keith Barker, the way you fielded that. I mean, he did sort of go down gradually, yes, but nevertheless. He's a big fella. To be fair, if he crashed to the ground, he'd feel it, wouldn't he? He's a big fella, so you can't blame him for that.
He needs one of those Stanner stair lifts or whatever they're called, doesn't it? To sort of take him down to the ground to field that one. The next ball is pushed in the offside. No run. Or any other stair lift. I'm sure there were very many manufacturers of stair lifts around.
I think I wish I'd ever been as fit as Keith Barker has always looked, to be fair. 178 for 1. Are you off? He's off. Deutsch is back. Yes, axed. 178 for 1. It's all right, I'll be going in a minute. Oh, no, not yet. 20-3. Hannon Dolby's always got his sleeves rolled almost, so he's almost looking like he's wearing one of those sort of Aussie rules football vests that barely covers his shoulder. As he gets ready to start a new over, bowling to the right-handed Luxton, who has 79, and he shapes that nicely and does get a little bit of bounce from about a good length, but it's no problem for Luxton, who's already set himself to lead it. They're rattling the tins round, aren't they, your boys, Jonathan, in the last half an hour?
Highest first-class score for Will when he got to 72. So it's been a good day for him, no doubt. Also, obviously got to feel a bit for Finley Bean, missing out again.
Yes, has made good runs here in the past. Hannon Dolby with a sweatband on each wrist in his usual fashion, bowls to Luxton, who picks off his 80th run to mid-on. They are starting to push the quick singles as well, sometimes slightly too quick, but that one was safe enough. And Luxton to 80.
Yeah, Sam Whiteman has looked pretty good, hasn't he, so far?
Whereabouts in the county is he from, Luxton?
He played he learned his club cricket at a place called Steeton, which is near Keighley.
Ah, right, yes. Keighley, yeah. You've got plenty of supporters here today as he closes towards 3 figures in first-class cricket for what would be the first time if he achieves it. Square leg going back to the boundary for Hannon Dolby to bring this one back in on a full length to Whiteman, who's taken on the pad. Well outside the line of off stump.
And so anybody born in that area goes to... the name's blooming gone from my memory now. The hospital name is just down the road from Steeton's ground, actually, Steeton's cricket ground. So on some player profiles it's listed as Keighley and some it's listed as Steeton, but it is in Steeton.
2 slips and a gully. Still the close catches for Hannon Dolby, looking for the edge, but Whiteman meeting it with the middle of a defensive bat.
Got it, Airedale Hospital.
Airedale,
Because in fact, I saw a piece on, I think it was on Look North the other day, where they've got the funding to pull it down and rebuild it.
Oh, right, good.
Sort of big style by the sound of things.
7-9 for 1. Back comes Hannon Dolby to the start of his approach. Round the wicket to Whiteman, who's driving through the extra cover gap for 4 runs. He's playing those strokes well. Square of the wicket through extra cover and through square leg have been his 2 most productive areas so far, and that was sweetly timed. He's up to 48.
Yeah, and it's looking an increasingly good pitch, and I think you've got to cash in here. It's the batting side. The longer this day's going on, the more it's exposed to the drying conditions we've had today.
Yes, and he will have been drying with this wind across the ground especially, won't he? That looks pretty good. There's been movement in the air, but not off the pitch. Hannon Dolby, is he waiting for the ball to come back? It's gone under the covers, I think. Some covers just in front of the stand on that western side of the ground. Here it comes. Hopefully it's not too soggy under there. Back to Hannon Dolby. There's now a deep point patrolling in that area. As well as mid-on, he's quite deep set now. Square leg on the boundary, long leg on the boundary. In that top corner of the ground where it starts to slope away. And with a Yorker, he draws Whiteman forward, almost overbalanced over it, but hits it firmly to mid-off, and it's the end of another over. 1-8-3 for 1, Yorkshire. 48 to Whiteman, 80 to Luxton.
Yeah, he had a particularly good game, didn't he, with the ball down at Edgbaston. Ollie Hannon Dolby, 4 for 38 from 15 in Yorkshire's first innings, 3 for 33 from 17 in the second. When we had one of those matches where one team batted on what looked like a road and the same team batted on it, and it looked like a ploughed field sort of thing I played. Well, they made it look like that.
I think we're going to see the spinner from the top end now, are we? He's hovering there. We saw him bowl 3 overs, Sutar, from the Pison Park end this morning. And it did look as though he found a little bit of grip and turn.
Tell you what, it's quite warm as well, Mike, up in the com box today. Normally, the afternoon, you don't feel it quite as much. I know I've got a thin jumper on, but I didn't think I'd be quite as warm as I am than us. Just seeing more of those social postings of things that are supposed to have happened between politicians that are AI generated, and it sort of makes you think, when you start seeing AI generated cricket clips of, you know, somebody getting 100 and they haven't really got it, or a hat trick.
Listen to the radio, the AI is better.
Or I suppose if it was round these parts, it wouldn't be AI, would it? It'd be A-up graphics.
You see, you can say, I couldn't possibly come here and
listen,
say that.
You can, absolutely. We're not like that. Get it out there. I'm not bothered about that.
Good for you.
It's good fun. The stereotype is a laugh, isn't it? That's what it's there for. The tight Yorkshireman and all that. Not a problem. In the Royal Wave from Ken and Wendy Code as they make their way by. Ken not in his usual bright yellow jacket today. Looking inconspicuous in white as Sutar bowls. Again, evidence of turn on this first day, and Luxton plays that one away off the back foot through the covers. Picks up a single, 81 to Will. 184 for 1. And Sam Whiteman has moved on to 48. And looking at the pitch, you would think there's going to be a percentage of work done as well by Dom Bess, and maybe even Adam Lythe might get through a few overs. Yorkshire obviously have got plenty of seam in the ranks as well. Sutar bowls. That's played out into the offside by Whiteman. No run.
Starting over the wicket from that end to the left-hander. But he did find, when he found the top edge this morning, I think that one was from round the wicket. He certainly bowled a couple from round the wicket.
With the sweep, and the sweep, which he's got fine of Hannon Dolby, who was just around the corner at 45 behind square, brings him a half century in a return to first-class cricket after that pretty miserable injury that he had. 34 years of age now, Sam Whiteman. Got a century, of course, against Sussex earlier in the campaign. That is a 34th first-class half-century to go with 18 tons that he's scored. 7,000 first-class runs, and he's just leaning forward and then flicking this one again off his legs. This time Alan Dolby can get round to field, and they get a single. 53 then to Whiteman. I'll bring you the stats in a mo. 69 deliveries and 8 fours.
I reckon he took that from about the line of leg stump as well and just helped it away, got right across.
This time Sutar round the wicket to the right-handed Luxton, who plays out to Hannon Dolby again, backward of square on the offside to the right-hander. Must be a bit chillier than I'm saying down at ground level, because one of the stewards has removed the fluorescent tabard and put on an extra layer before the high-vis goes back on as Luxton plays into the offside. And the dot to complete that over. That is now 49 complete. Warwickshire, a reminder, won the toss. Not Alex Davis, Ed Barnard deciding that he wanted to have first use with the ball, and Yorkshire made it to 189 for 1.
Well, they've certainly asked some questions of the bowlers, the way that they've played. These two increasingly positive. As this partnership has settled down, especially Whiteman, who's playing very sweetly at the moment. Luxton will just want to keep going. This is new territory for him in his young career. Plenty out there to get, by the look of it. Darker cloud now coming over the ground. As Hannon Dolby comes to start a new over, right arm round the wicket from the Peashole Park end, and Whiteman on the walk defends this up to mid-off. I think it looked as though on the radar that the burst of quite heavy rain was heading south of here towards Bridlington, but so hopefully these clouds coming over the ground that look quite heavy won't cause a problem. So whatever it is, It'll blow past pretty fast. And Dolby has Whiteman forward. That came off towards the inside edge, but he gets a run to square leg. Goes to 54, 190 for one. That will just make it feel a little bit fresher, I suspect, in the ground. Outside there. Where again, there's lots of people on the move.
Yeah, we have got a spot of rain in the air.
Isn't there? Just a little bit, yeah. Whereas, yeah, the ground staff are hovering near the cover over on the right, to our right. Oh, yeah, there's a bit of rain just coming on the glass. And Dolby bowls to Luxton, who defends into the offside. So they'll be aware that there's a possibility of a hold-up here.
Yeah.
So I want to just keep concentrating. I want to give it away just now. Umpire, well, both the umpires are having a look at where he's coming from. The sky has suddenly gone quite dark in that direction.
Yeah, a couple of brollies have gone up in the crowd. People moving for cover.
I don't think it'll be a long interruption if we get one. Might not get interrupted at all. Hannon Dolby bowls, keeps that one straight through to Luxton, who stood up and played it firmly through extra cover for one run. 82 to him, 191 for one. Now we're carrying on for the moment. It's just flecking with rain. But enough to get one or two spectators moving. A group of 5 ground staff gathered near the cover.
What do you call a group of 5 ground staff?
Well, I'm sure that there is an appropriate collective name for that, and if not, you'll email me one. Hannon Dolby bowls to Whiteman, who gets this off a leading edge along the ground to Gully, and they get one.
Is it a turf of 5 ground staff, do you think, or an earth of 5 ground staff? DT will have one, I'm sure, if he could hear what we were saying.
A blotter.
A blotter of 5 ground
Yes.
staff? What's the collective name for ground staff? A turf of ground staff, do you think?
A roller.
He's not sure.
No.
Picture Father Jack in Father Ted. At this moment in time, that's DT at the back of the box. That's his expression.
Hannon Dolby with an away swinger, which Luxton pushes away to Gully, and it's the end of the over. 50 overs now in Yorkshire's first innings. Only one down. Lythe out for 29, and he wanted a steward's inquiry about it, I think, but had to go, and he's probably thinking that most of these runs are his being scored now, but nevertheless, it's putting Yorkshire in a strong position.
David Ward of BBC Radio York walking past in his checked shirt. David, he of the viral commentary when York made it back into the Football League recently.
There for years, York City. So
You wouldn't be going to the ground that you would have gone to years ago then, because of course they've moved.
yes, they've moved,
stadium.
haven't they? Yes, probably since then. Sutar's going to bowl, and I'll stand aside for a while.
Stand down as Whiteman tries a reverse sweep. Doesn't get it as he wants. The ball running back up the pitch to Sutar. And he comes again then, left arm. Oh, gone. Whiteman comes down the pitch, thinks he's putting that one through mid-wicket and missed it. And the easiest of stumpings for Alex Davies. And Yorkshire have lost a second, and Sam Whiteman will be very disappointed, I think, in himself with that. 55 runs he'd put together well, was looking good out there. But Yorkshire have lost a second wicket with 192 runs on the board in the 51st over of this one.
A little bit of overconfidence, perhaps. I mean, he was finding it so easy, wasn't he? Sam Whiteman. He's gone. Yorkshire's still in a very strong position, obviously, but he'll be disappointed there because he'll be walking off thinking there was 100 for the taking, even though he's only just past his half century.
And in those sort of moments, if you're having those sort of thoughts, if 100 is there for the taking, you have to take it, don't you, really, when you get those opportunities?
I think that's a fair comment. don't get that many opportunities, do you, in a season? It seems a long season. 14 matches seems a lot. Perhaps not to the old players who used to play 22 or 24. But,
Just going to...
the players are now going to come off.
Yep. Because rain
It's got
has...
stronger.
Rain has blighted proceedings for the moment at the fall of that wicket. So Sam Whiteman gone for 55, Yorkshire 192 for the loss of 2 wickets. And we'll have a break in play, which you wouldn't think will be enormous, although you can't really see much of Oliver's Mount across the way now. That is that's the sort of strength of the rain coming up ever so slightly from the southwest by the looks of things. And John Dodds is straight on the tractor and taking on the 3 covers. Umps are doing their usual note-taking. And Mike's just showing me a weather app, which is fairly heavy rain over the top of the ground, but it looks like it's just going to be a very short stint, confined to what will probably be a few minutes, or hopefully be a few minutes. I mean, the sun is shining while the rain's coming down at this moment in time, but they're just going to take cover. Bit of protection out there for the surface, and hopefully back on in the non-too-distant future. So the 2 wickets that have fallen today, Adam Lyth in the first session, in the 27th over, was caught behind by Alex Davies of Ed Barnard for 29. The suggestion is that the batter doesn't think he got a tickle on it. Haven't spoken to him directly. And then Sam Whiteman now just gifting his wicket, really, coming down the pitch, being beaten by Sutar's delivery. And the easiest of stumping chances once he'd collected it in the gloves for Alex Davies, because Whiteman well out of his ground, and he's gone for 55, 192 for 2. James Wharton to start his innings once play resumes, and Will Luxton not out on 82 at the moment. We'll drop the mics for this moment in time. Just to say that I did get a message in on the groundsman front, by the way, from Martin Mellor, who says a curmudgeon of ground staff. That is really, I'm not sure about his spelling of curmudgeon, but that is spot on in it, really, because ground staff generally, they moan and groan all the time that they don't have enough time to prepare pitches. They get things looking pristine, and then somebody goes on and ruins it by playing on it. Yeah, curmudgeon of ground staff. I think you've nailed it there, Marty. And he also says 2 players in this match who started their cricket at the same club, 1 on each side. I'm sure somebody out there wants to take the lead on giving us the response to that one for when we come back in a few minutes' time, hopefully. See you shortly. Welcome back then. As you can see, it was only a brief 6-minute break I made it, so I'm guessing that will mean a couple of overs come off the daily total. Scorers will give us the benefit of their wisdom on that front. It's funny, cricket, there's loads of things that we know about it, but one thing we never seem to know about it is the format and those little twisty-turny things that happen. I listened to the commentary from the Surrey game the other day, and Dan Norcross was on at the end of it, as Sutar's going to continue this over, bowling the first delivery of his match to James Wharton, who defends, no run. And that it was, I think I turned it on for what ended up literally being the last ball of the match, but they weren't sure at the point he was delivering the ball whether it was going to be the last ball or not. Doesn't matter how long you watch county cricket for, there's always a little tweak here or there that you've maybe not picked up on during the match in terms of the timings. Wharton plays that one out back at a point. No run.
Don't think they'd have lost any overs for that, would they?
And he comes again, and Wharton pushing forward into the offside. No run. A look at this, James Wharton. He's started the first half of the T20s pretty well. Oh, got underneath this one. He's got a top edge on it. He's cut it away in the gap between the man at backward point, Hannon Dolby, and the keeper. He's picked up 4 runs. Probably not the most confident starting shot for him.
That wasn't entirely dissimilar to a shot that Sam Whiteman played earlier. If you remember, his first boundary was just sort of edged through where second slip would be.
Yeah, Martin Miller threw it out there for the public to answer, but he's answered his own question on 2 players in this match who started their cricket at the same club, 1 on each side. The answer is Ollie Hannon Dolby and Ben Cliff. Of course, they both started junior cricket at Copley Cricket Club in Halifax.
And it's now going to be Ollie Hannon Dolby 2 OHD to run away from us, start a new over, bowls, and it's swinging away, taken by Davis, no run. Sort of distinctive delivery, isn't he, Hannon Dolby? He doesn't really get a... He doesn't do much of it. What do they call it? Doidgy, you were sort of coaching. Is it the gather or something? And then the gather. He doesn't sort of gather himself up. He just basically runs in and swings his arm over, which is an interesting way of going about it. We'll watch him again now as he bowls there. He does lift his front arm just into delivery stride, but that's defended into the offside.
He's kind of, I suppose, just by the nature of the fact that he's tall and lean, he's a bit all arms and legs, isn't he? I suppose you'd describe him as running up. If he wasn't playing cricket, he's either in the lineup for the line out for rugby union, he's playing basketball, or he's a high jumper, isn't he?
Yeah.
Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Here he comes again. Bowling, and that's dabbed backward a point by Luxton. He's got 1. He thinks about 2, but he won't get 2.
Martin Bloomfield says, afternoon JD et al. I'm tuning in late today due to the horticultural demands of a dodgy English summer. Apologies therefore if you've already mentioned it, but I denote the continued absence of a certain Mr. B code. Is he still on the massage table, or is he no longer order combat and possibly playing for the seconds? Enjoy your fish and chips and keep up the quality banter. No, he played in the second team this week, Martin. Bowled, I think I'm right in saying 13 overs a couple of days ago. But you know the way that cricket works in the modern world of workloads.
Dolby bowls, and that's clipped to mid-wicket, no run.
You have to bowl a certain number of overs in preparation for the overs that you're going to bowl in the match. But then you can't bowl too many overs in the match because you might overdo your workloads.
respectful silence following that.
Yeah, DT never overdoes things on the workloads front, I can assure you, Martin.
Bowls again, and again a little bit of shape away, but it's easy enough for Water to spot and just allow through to the keeper.
Hi JD and DT, says Malcolm Palmer. Great stuff, especially from Luxton. You speak of Scarborough memories. One of mine is of Reg Simpson hitting a ball over the roofs of the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. And the announcer at the time said it was the first time ever, DT's favourite word. It would be about 1956 or thereabouts, he says.
Next delivery played into the onside this time. You don't need the ever, do you, for that?
You don't.
That's the only thing. You know, it's the first time anyone's hit a ball over the houses, ever. You know, it's just an unnecessary word.
Mm.
Marty Emerson is very strict on that one as well.
Oh, very strict. It's the first time he's ever been to Menorca on his holidays.
Don't know where he is this week, Marty, is he? Is he at home?
No, they're playing Derby. They're playing.
Yeah. Marty and Fletch, good combination.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Souttar to continue from the Trafalgar Square end. Wonder if Will Luxton can hit one over the top of it. The buildings, that is, at the far end. Maybe hit one into Johnny Bairstow's mural at the far end. Not with that delivery. Pushed it out wide into the offside.
I wonder, has anybody asked Johnny what he thinks of that mural?
Probably, yeah.
You haven't, have you?
No. Neither on nor off the record.
I mean, is that...
Souttar bowls. Luxton covers that with his back leg. He's got a silly mid-off for company here as well as a slip. The deep backward square leg only a couple of yards in from the east side boundary. A straightish mid-wicket. Mid-on and mid-off have gone back probably a few yards. There's a cover and a backward point. Souttar in again. Luxton plays that one out to the sweeper, who I'd missed in my run around the field, and that happens to be Jordan Thompson, who comes in off the cover boundary. Substitute out there for the moment. One run. Just seen Jordan's Ma and Da, Stephen Julie, walking by down the bottom with the dog. Off maybe for a walk down the beach. Take the dog for a walk while you're at cricket, lad. Good delivery this time from Souttar. Draws a yelp from the Warwickshire fielding contingent. Luxton happy enough playing inside that. 199 for 2 in the 53rd. Souttar in again. And Luxton this time plays out square on the offside for a single that will take Yorkshire to 200 for 2. 85 of them now to Will Luxton, who, having played some dashing shots typical of Will, he's now sort of reined it in, hasn't he? He's just been content to knock it around so far, really. Last hour or so, picking up the odd boundary. Souttar between umpire and stumps, and look, Wharton even gets down on bended knee to defend that. All right-hand combi. I think I'm right in saying, yeah, for the first time in the match so far. Jeff Greenwood says, so sad to hear about the passing of Keith Piper at a very young age. I remember watching him play against Yorkshire in a 50-over game at Headingley. Alan Donald was coming down the hill at express pace, forcing Keith to virtually stand outside the 30-yard markers. After warming up for a couple of overs, he decided to add a few bouncers to encourage or scare the Yorkshire batsman. Unfortunately for both the bowler and keeper, this caused the ball to fly over Keith's head for 4 byes. It didn't stop Donald testing the middle of the wicket. It did nothing for Keith's figures in terms of byes allowed. To be fair, even a keeper who was a foot taller than Keith would have conceded the runs.
New over from Hannon Dolby then, as he pitches up and elegantly driven up to mid-off by Luxton, who is he just sort of just quietly thinking, don't want to miss this 100 up here. it's not fair to say he's gone into his shell, but he's certainly reined it back, hasn't he?
I think we talked about Sam Whiteman and an opportunity. I think he's smart enough to know that he's got a big opportunity here.
And Dolby bowls to him again and just up on his toes, plays defensively. No run. And it's an important one, isn't it? It's interesting milestones. And if he fails to get to three figures here and then maybe another failure in a couple of games' time, people say, oh, is he ever going to get to that 100? And the pressure builds on it. Whereas if he eases past the 100 this time, then could well get a couple more by the end of the season. Certainly a good enough player, but those mind games that go on. Next ball from Hannah Dolby is just nudged square of the wicket for a single.
Well done to David Neal, who also got the fact that OHD and Ben Cliff both played for Copley.
Get lots of correspondence today, don't you?
Yeah, that's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. People do find me by other routes, like X as well.
Alan Dolby, 20 on his back, bowls, pitched up, has driven nicely. And as ever, James Wharton wants a run. He certainly wasn't going to get one, just punched up there to mid-on, and the score remains 201 for 2.
Ben Nielsen says, good afternoon, nice batting so far, fingers crossed for not jinxing it. As for the size of the gulls in Scarborough, I'm not calling them fat, but Scarborough have the highest gull consumption of avian semaglutide.
Yeah, you suddenly started speaking a different language towards the end there, Doidge. You might have to read that again. OHD to Wharton. Pitches up, there's going to be runs there, but probably only a couple, maybe only one, in fact. No, Luxton's come back very quickly. Needed to be quick as well. The throw comes in by the stumps.
When we say OHD, I always think of OMD, of course, the band.
Right.
OMD, OHD. Orchestral.
OMD.
Yeah. Orchestral Hanons in the Dark.
OHD.
Mm.
No. It's to Wharton again. Well, he looks for that gap course for the single. Ooh, cheeky that. He's got through quickly.
Yeah, they just picked a fielder who's set a couple of strides further back, and if you knock it and go, and you obviously get the pace of that knock of the ball right, there is one there, and he's quick, isn't he, James Wharton, as we say regularly. Now then, Jonathan Doidge, does Sam Whiteman sound like a lad from Donny or a lad who lives in Aussie? Says Mark Simerson. Decent start. On my way to a croquet comp at Pendle. So can't be at Scarbados this time. A croquet comp on a Friday afternoon in Pendle.
A croquet party.
Croquet comp.
Oh, competition. Okay.
Sutar.
Oh, well done. It's nice to know that games like that still around.
Deck quoits.
Yeah.
Bar billiards. As this is Sutar bowling to Wharton, wide of off stump, and he misses.
Never won for bar billiards. Give me a game of pool any day.
Pool. I was playing killer pool the other day. No, not in a literal sense, obviously, just in a game sense. Sutar bowls down the leg side. Wharton misses. Davies misses, but it's swept up by slip. Jan Wine is my saviour, says, my dad Howard is watching in Middlesbrough via YouTube. We have your dulcet tones wafting from our boat on the Norfolk Broads, something I've never done but would like to do. Jan, let us know how it goes. That's wide of off stump, and Wharton again leaves. And what could be better than slow sport with slow travel? Thanks for the great comms. Jan and Steve from Huntingdon, where I have been. Of course, you know what I'm going to say, to the races.
What are you going to say now?
On several occasions. Huntingdon races.
Ah.
204 for 2 as Sutar bowls, and Wharton pushes back to the bowler. There's no run.
I've never really done much in Norfolk. I've been to the West Coast of Norfolk, which but not the East Coast.
Here's Wharton playing out square on the offside and will pick up a single.
Hunstanton, home of an old Middlesex cricketer who retired and bought a pub in Yorkshire. Most of our older listeners will know who that was.
Oh, Luxon's playing across this one. There's an appeal for LBW. Michael Goff had a think and has declined to raise the finger, but gives a verdict of leg by, because they got a single from it. 206 for 2 come the end of the over.
That looked reasonably adjacent from up here. Again, first look. Obviously not, and he was already into his celebratory appeal, wasn't he?
It was one of those, chew. You always feel like you're going to sneeze at the end of it, don't you? Dave Weston says, hearing a call for our Ursine chums to join in with a bit of tyke baiting, I was reminded that I was in the post office the other day and dropped a penny. I bent down to pick it up and it hit me on the back of the neck. And with regard to a group of ground staff, the collective name, Josh says a gaggle of horizontal turf technicians.
Yeah, fair enough. That's whatever. So now Ed Barnard, I thought he'd bowled well from this end. He's now changed. He's started off. He's got one. He's been hit through the covers for 1 by Luxton, and they're back for 2. Good running by James Wharton. But this is the end I would have liked to have seen Barnard bowling from the start. He bowled 2 spells from the top end, as we call it, from the Trafalgar Square end. Barnard bowls again, and Luxton didn't put the bat down quite straight on that one. He's got a single out to square, but Barnard was ready to go up for an almighty LBW appeal there.
Just confirmation from Kate next door that no overs were lost. You were both right, gents. So tea will take place with 32 overs remaining in the day.
Did I hear Mike Taylor chastising you slightly about stereotypes earlier? Yorkshiremen being careful with their money. Next delivery is pushed forward up to mid-off.
This is where you need to turn on your hearing aid, David, because I came out with a Yorkshire stereotype, and Mike said, if I'd have said that, you'd have been all over me like a rash.
Oh, okay.
And I said, no, to be honest with you, I don't mind it at all.
No.
I'm not one of those willing to take offence at anything, just for the sake of it.
Barnard bowls, and that's through to the keeper, and no run. I don't know whether Yorkshiremen are more careful with their money than anybody else, but do have that reputation for how much, don't they?
It's a bit of fun, isn't it?
It's not the worst. It's not the worst one to have either. Here's Barnard bowling edge and taken.
Yep.
Taken. Diving catch by Davies in front of slip. Didn't think it was going to quite carry. And Barnard has got his wicket from the Peasholm Park end in his first over from the Peasholm Park end. And Yorkshire now 209 for 3. I just wondered for a minute whether Davies had got over for that. He had to go a long way. He's taken a good...
Yeah, it's a very good catch. It's not easy from your angle, probably more so than mine, a little bit wider than you, but very good catch diving to his right, one-handed by Alex Davies. Good piece of bowling from Ed Barnard, who DT was saying he'd been impressed with from this end earlier in the day. And Yorkshire, well, 192 for 1 at one stage, now 209 for 3.
It's not a collapse.
No, they've had a good start.
It's a little wobble, isn't it?
Yeah.
Little.
But if you're looking at that board in the non-too distant and it's 250 for 6 or something, 250 for 5, then it's changed the game a little, hasn't it? For the moment, though, yeah, 209 for 3.
James Wharton will be disappointed there that was firmly at that one and kept. Well, the catch was never going to reach first slip, I don't think, and Davis did really well to get over and hold on to it. It looked like one of those where you, from distance, you think, oh, as he got there, has it come out or whatever? But I mean, I think he must have taken that to the second slip side of first slip, if you know what I mean. It was just on the long way across, wasn't it? Good footwork to get there. The third wicket. Bowls again, and that's played back, and he acrobatically dives to save the ball, whereas it was being covered by mid-on anyway. So that's the end of Barnard's first over from the Peas home park end, and it's a wicket taking over. 209 for 3. Still showing 209 for 2 on the board. I don't quite know what they're up to there. They've got last man 9, so that bit's right. They've got the batter up there now, 77. Big Rev.
James Wharton did that thing that professionals, I think, do that I've never seen in all the games of cricket I've played and watched in amateur cricket. And that was when he was out, he lingered and replayed the shot as Sutar bowls to Luxton, who flicks off his legs for a single out to deep backward square. So if you stood there in a club game, having just been got out, and you replayed the shot, you can only imagine the jeers and derision you'd get from the opposition. But in professional cricket, the wicket's taken, they all celebrate, and quite often the batter will stay there, whether he's been given out LBW or caught, and he'll just sort of replay the shot, looking at where the ball pitched, what he did, maybe thinking, what did I not quite get right there? And then they walk off.
Yeah, it's a
little bit more composed, if you like, is the dismissal, isn't it?
It's catching, though, isn't it? He's seen somebody else do
You
it,
reckon?
he does it, and they've seen Wharton do it, they do it, and sooner or later everybody's copying.
Everybody's doing it, doing it.
3 men around the bat for Wharton. For Revis.
I'm going to say, he's not got a second life, has he? Round the wicket, Sutar. Revis pushes just past silly mid-off. Fielded by Hannon Dolby in the covers. Bo Webster, as he did earlier on, could fool me, but he's standing the other side of the tracks at mid-wicket. Sutar in the Scarborough sunshine delivers one that is a good delivery as well, just using the slope, the descent really from east to west here. Kind of the ground slopes from the tea room corner down to the sort of northwest corner, just ever so slightly. It wouldn't be as pronounced as the Lords, for example. That ball just ran down the slope that little bit with the turn, and similar here, but this one's an easier leave for Revis. Wide of off stump. Matthew Revis then in at 5 here, rather than Johnny Bairstow. So another change in the Yorkshire batting order. There have been a few little bits of tinkering with that as the season has gone on, some by necessity, some by choice. Plays this one back up the pitch to Sutar. Welcome along if you're just joining us. This midway through the afternoon session, or going on towards the back end of it now. 5 Sports Extra 3, the BBC Sport website and app. David Townsend, myself, Jonathan Doidge, and also Mike Taylor of BBC WM. As Revis plays that out into the offside. Yorkshire 210 for 3 here, having lost the toss earlier. Warwickshire captain Ed Barnard putting him in. Adam Lyth made 29 off 83. The only wickets have fallen in the morning session. Lunch saw Yorkshire 118 for 1. Sam Whiteman was then stumped when the score had been taken on nearly 20 overs further to 192 for 2. Stumped by David off Sutar. the first wicket for Warwickshire for the Indian. 55 to Whiteman off 75, and then James Wharton most recently caught behind by Alex Davies off the bowling of Ed Barnard for 9, and it's Barnard again from the Peasholm Park end.
Bowling to Luxton, who just leans on that, eases it square of the wicket. He's in no hurry. He'll be seeing the ball as big as a football now, won't he? Been in that long. What's the longest you ever batted for, Doyle? Did you ever go through a session?
Not very.
Not very. Or not.
Well, I mean, obviously, when you're playing the sort of stuff that we played, you're playing 50 over cricket, really, aren't you?
Next delivery is played up to mid-on. I just got the feeling like he's happy to get there in singles.
I never batted all the way through 50 overs.
Did you ever play any sort of timed all-day cricket?
No, I played a couple of games in sort of junior representative cricket, but in those days I was always 9-10 jack and opening the bowling, as you kind of do when you're younger.
Barnard bowls to Luxton, who edges and
drops short of slip.
Just dropped short, I think.
I think in senior cricket.
Did I mention I thought he should have been bowling at this end all along?
I think you might have done. I think probably 46 overs. I think I went in at number 4 one day after early doors and batted the rest of the knock.
Reached him
more or less.
He nearly reached him, that did. Second slip. Barnard bowls and pushed into the offside. No run. He's definitely, what should we say, wound his neck in a bit, hasn't he, Luxton? He's not looked for those bigger shots that we know he's capable of. I think you and I have sat in this box here during a one-day game and seen the ball sort of hurtling towards us at a rate of knots. Bowls, and that's through outside the off stump. No run there. So lovely afternoon again. It was just a weird little squall came over, really dark cloud. A bit of light rain with it. Players off the field for must have been 5 minutes at the most. No overs lost. Bowls, and that's driven nicely. Going to get a single there. In fact, he's going to get a couple because there's a tumble on this field, and it's just going to be 2 runs. That's OHD, is it not?
No, it's Bo Webster. That's why I made that gaff earlier on. Okay, we're going to have a change in the box. We'll give DT his sweater for a moment. I think I better hang around just for the moment. And, I guess you'll understand why. As we welcome Sports Extra listeners as well as Sports Extra 3 here at North Marine Road, Yorkshire 212.43. Matthew Revis has just gone in. He's on 0. Will Luxton has been in all day, and he's on 92, his highest first-class score. Manav Sutar, who's also had his first Warwickshire wicket today, is bowling from the Trafalgar Square end, left-arm spin, round the wicket. Revis has just played into the offside. There's a silly mid-off and a slip. They have had a short leg in previously, but he's not being employed at the moment. Sutar in again, running towards us, and Revis drops that into the offside. So just for Sports Extra listeners' sakes, Adam Lyth caught Davies bowled Barnard for 29 this morning. Sam Whiteman stumped Davies bowled Sutar for 55, and James Wharton caught Davies bowled Barnard for 9 of the 3 wickets to have fallen. We had a very brief break as Revis goes back foot and stabs that one out backward a point to the fielder, no run. Very brief break, 6 minutes I reckon they were off the field when there was a spot of rain. They brought the covers on but almost immediately took them off, and we're back out and playing again, and I'm advised that there were no overs lost as a result of that very brief stoppage. The sun's shining again for the moment, and plenty of blue sky around as well, as Revis will get off the mark with a little flick off his legs. Sutar just dropping that one 2-leg stumpish, and it's just bobbled over the boundary rope down to our left, the foot of the pavilion, for 4 runs. 216 for 3. Welcome back, Mike Taylor.
Good to be with you again. Very delicately played shot by Revis, who has looked a little uncomfortable against Suter in these early moments of his innings. He has turned the ball a bit, Manav Suter, on his first appearance for Warwickshire.
Certainly has. As he's in again. Revis pushing that at the feet of Silly mid-off under the helmet. Does the job, no run.
It's got very pleasing action, Suter, which I think for a lot of people will be the first time we've seen him. He's played in one test match only last week. But it's a scuttle up to the crease, clutching the ball very tightly.
Again, this time gives Revis a bit of room outside off, but he's falling away as he plays it to cover. And there is no run. End of the over, 216 for 3. He's got a fairly classic left-arm spinner's action, hasn't he? Also, he gathers his hands together mid-run-up or walk-up, really, like left-armers do. And they sort of, they almost reset the ball in their hands as they're coming in. And then he goes through with a nice pivot. And he's certainly, as you say, right from pretty much ball one, bowling at the Trafalgar Square end, imparted a bit of turn. We were saying that just the geography here is that from the tea room corner of the ground, which would be the south-east corner, to the northwest corner, that's kind of the camber on the ground. So that's helping him get that bit of dip away from the right-handed batters.
Barnard starts a new over as the sun goes in again and has an away swinger curving gently away from the right-handed Luxton, who has 92, and he has slowed down a bit, as David Townsend was suggesting a few moments ago, with 12 runs from his last 26 balls. He was going along quicker than that, up to about 80. Already his highest first-class score. And he's waiting for Barnard, who is drawing him, only half 40. It was a rather jabbing defensive push. Nudged it down into the offside. It's been a pretty fluent innings for the most part from Luxton. There were 3 or 4 LBW shouts against him earlier, none of which seemed to particularly catch the umpire's attention, but Ethan Barnard hit his front pad a couple of times. So did Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Barnard tries again, another away swinger, but it's coming off the pitch at quite gentle pace now. We're in the 60th over with this ball. But there is still some movement through the air, although not off the surface, it would seem. 92 for Luxton. Clouds are still scudding across the ground at pace. As Barnard starts in again, and Luxton drives pleasingly into the covers for no run. I think Warwickshire have a substitute fielder out there at the moment who will try to identify in the next few moments.
Number 7.
Yes.
Come in, number 7. Your time is up.
2 slips are the only close catches. Barnard bowls short ball, possibly the first one we've seen today, and it seemed to almost startle Luxton, who was by no means put in trouble by it, but it certainly caught his attention. Nobody's really tried that so far.
No, I think you're right. That was the first such delivery of the match.
Yes, can't think of another one. 2-1-6 for 3. And Barnard floats this right up into the slot for driving for Luxton, but he hits it without any timing. Webster fields at mid-off, and it's the end of a maiden. 2-1-6 for 3, Luxton 92. I wouldn't say he's fidgeting exactly as he closes on 100. Uncharted territory in first-class cricket for him. But he has certainly not quite got the rhythm in his innings that he had earlier.
I think that DT's about to internally combust by the sound of things. That's the sound of DT at the back of the box. Hopefully okay. But yeah, I think there's definitely a weight of, this is a big chance for me. I've got to this stage now. I do not want to throw this away. Sutar, though, is bowling to Revis at the moment. He's taken a few chances of his own so far, of course, to very good effect, particularly in the 2025 campaign. That was punched into the offside to our substitute fielder. No run. DT currently doing his best to do an impression of a herd of wildebeest sweeping majestically across the African plain. Sutar comes in, and Revis goes back foot and defends.
We've drawn the silly point here in this over. A slip and a leg slip are still in place. Seems to be turning it away, probably from the right hand, I would have thought.
Yep. There he is again. And that's flicked away off the legs by Revis. And there is a single. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of teams doing this at the moment. And I think it's just a bit of protection and allowing their bowlers to bowl a bit straighter. So batters will often take a flick off the legs. We've seen wickets already this season for Yorkshire doing this, with against seam bowling in particular. As Luxton plays that one out backward of point, and will pick up another single. Takes his score to... I'm reluctant to throw that out there.
93.
93. Well, it says it on the board. I was waiting to see if it ticked over again.
93.
He's on 93. 218 for 3. Revis is on 5. And Sutar bowls to him now, and Revis flicks that one away pretty much bang on square on the leg side, and will pick up another single. So just keeping it ticking, this pair. Nothing major histrionics out there at the moment. There's been a few. I think there have been a few tempters thrown up by the Warwickshire bowlers, in particular Ed Barnard to Will Luxton in recent overs, just saying, come on then. 90s for the first time in first-class cricket. He has had that senior 100 against Warwickshire, of course, at rugby school in the 50-over competition a couple of years ago. He's had a 90 or so in a T20 Roses match at Old Trafford last year, so versatile in that respect. And here he is in red ball cricket, opening the batting, propping forward to that delivery to end the over on 93. So yeah, I think, you know, if you'd say anything about his batting in terms of dismissals, then, you know, you could, I think, rightly say that on some occasions he's been too loose. He played that shot against Surrey the other week where he just picked it up just on the half volley and flicked it straight to the field that Matthew Fisher had put there in the leg side. And he's just one of those languid sort of players, Mike. I mean, big name to compare him with, but of the ilk of a left-hander such as a David Gower, you know, people moaned about him, didn't they, when he had a little flick at one outside off stump and got caught in the slips.
Yes, and that's, you know, always the risk you run. Isn't it? Oh, he leaves a ball here from Barnard on length, and it bounced over the top of the off stump, and I don't know whether the ball, he's now getting a bit soft. We're into the 62nd over, but that didn't have that much carry, and there really isn't much at the moment. And
no,
whether it was quite as close to the top of the off stump as Barnard is trying to kid on to Luxton, because he'd have liked him to play it, I don't know, but it wasn't far away. And he tries again. Oh, it's down the leg side, and Luxton's missed out there.
Yeah,
Revis, rather, I beg his pardon, has missed out there.
I'd say that you're right about the carry. It doesn't feel like it's carrying quite as well as normal. That might improve as the days go on if it stays dry, but it does kind of give you the feel it's a little bit on the dead side, doesn't it?
Yeah, just in the last 10 minutes, Barnard, it's another leg side one. Revis will get a run here to deep backward square leg. 220 for 3. I mean, the last wicket, the dismissal of Wharton, I looked at the replay, and it was a very fine catch by Alex Davis, diving right across to the extent of his reach to the right. But it wouldn't have carried to Rob Yates at first slip. It was pretty low by the time he took it, and, you know, as wicket-keepers do, he's probably standing 5 feet in front of Yates, something like that. And it certainly, I don't think it would have carried. So he had to get it. Barnard bowls, and Luxton chops at this without really timing it all that well, but it's gone through the gap at extra cover. And he gets one out to Mosley on the boundary. So that'll do him for now, creeping forward to 94. An exciting feeling this must be, to be close to a first-class ton for the first time. Golly goes a little bit closer to the 2 slips, and they're not all that deep now. As Barnard bowls to Revis, who is defending out into the covers. Wind picking up again, tugging at the trousers of the fieldsman. But cloud in the west is much lighter than it was when we had that shower about 45 minutes ago. Barnard started running off slightly in the wrong direction then and running around in a curve to generate momentum. And he bowls full and straight to Revis, who's tall in defence, and it's the end of the over. Warwickshire have dampened the scoring rate down a little bit of late. Only 24 runs in the last 10 overs. They were freewheeling a bit at one stage. But at 221 for 3 in 62 overs, Yorkshire's still pretty handily placed.
Yeah, going pretty well, the Tykes, at this moment in time. Sutar to bowl to Luxton then. He's faced, what, 178 deliveries so far. He's 94. It's the next 6 that he really, really wants here. Here is Sutar round the wicket. Luxton goes back foot, watched it well. Dinked it away into the leg side. No run. Deep backward square leg. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off. Fairly tight, shortish extra cover. Feels like he's in there for a catch. A square point and a backward point. And it's the latter who comes into play here with a bit of an edgy push from Will Luxton. Fortunately, he didn't go at it hard. He didn't really get it to leave the deck by much on its way towards the fielder. Bounced short of him. 221 for 3.
Just move the slip a fraction wider between deliveries.
He comes again, and Luxton just whipping it from top of the bounce off his legs. It draws in the man from backward point, Dan Mosley, and they pick up 1 run.
That just eased a bit of the pressure on him, that ball. It was just a bit flatter and a bit straighter. And picked it off easily enough.
This way, it's leg slip in place as well as an orthodox slip, and he goes back foot and played that nicely. Just punched it away out to the square cover sweeper, and that remains Jordan Thompson. So players off the field for Warwickshire at the moment.
Yeah, I think Hannon Dolby was off the field briefly, but he's now back on.
Sutar in and bowling. Luxton has picked this one up. Has it gone all the way? It has gone all the way, and Will Luxton in 1 stroke has gone all the way from 95 to 101. Languid, luxurious, lauding it at Scarborough. Will Luxton takes a standing ovation from the North Marine Road crowd, and that is a moment he is never going to forget. Going to a ton with a 6. Fabulous style off the bowling of Manav Sutar, and a first-class 100 for Will Luxton.
What a wonderfully exciting moment for a young cricketer. And I think he's lost the ball for good measure, so he left a little bit of a moment to celebrate that. And just released all the tension that might have been building up in one go. And he did look a bit fidgety earlier in the over, that one that came off the edge. 82 balls and a 6 and 12 fours. There's an indication of the change of tone in this innings. His last boundary was at 2:30, and it's now 4:45, but it was quite a way to release the tension, wasn't it? I think we're going to need a different ball here. One of the umpires who's been off the field are going to have a look. Tom Lungley's come back with some replacements. Where did he go then? Has he gone out of the ground? He might have gone, bounced over the... We couldn't really pick up the flight of the ball from here, but it might have bounced up and out of the seats. If they can't find it over there, out of the bleachers, it was in the direction of the exit, so it might be off down North Marine Road. Yes. Well, so to the folks who live on North... Oh, hang on, here's Suter again.
Yep, and he's played out backward of point this time to complete that 63rd over with the score of 229 for 3. As I say, a momentous over in the cricketing life, the life of Will Luxton. He's got to a ton for the first time in first-class cricket, and as Mike said, 182 balls, 12 fours and a 6.
And if that ball has scuttled its way out of the ground and you are in the North Marine Road area, do keep an eye out for it, because I'm sure Will Luxton would quite like it. But where it's gone, I don't know. But I can't really see anywhere over there that it would conceivably be not found unless it's gone out of the place. Anyway, that's not his problem at the moment. Warwickshire do have problems at 229 for 3. The wickets of Whiteman and Wharton opened up a bit of an opportunity, but they haven't been able to follow it up yet. Barnard starts a new over, and Revis picks off a good run to mid-on. They've had one or two dicey calls during the course of the day. Whiteman seemed to be on the verge of running himself out a couple of times, but that was a good run.
I was going to disappear, but there's not much point, is there now, because T is going to be in...
8 overs after this one, yeah. So. Oh, this is what am I talking about? Sorry, no.
Yeah.
Barnard's next ball is...
Are we playing 100 not overs?
Yeah, no, well, it's certainly odd. Anyway, Luxton forgot about that it might be the tea break as well, because you went chasing a wide one from Barnard, didn't touch it. Yes, 64, I got my maths completely backwards there. So, no, after this over, as you say. They always know when it's time for a brew in Yorkshire. Barnard's on his way away from us and has Luxton moving neatly across his stumps and wanting a run. Oh, another misfield. Been a few of those. And they're going to have 3 runs where they should only have had 1 otherwise. And that was see. So Hannon Dolby acknowledges that he should have stopped that.
A bit of derisory applause from his home county supporters.
They've been just, by the high standards they're used to and that teams at this level do now generally set, they've just been a little bit untidy at times today. A couple of good catches held, but...
I'd exclude Bo Webster from that, because he's certainly saved runs.
Well, no, he certainly, yes, he's hunted a few down. Barnard has, we got that one moving away from Revis, and he made room to hit it for 4, steering it wide of extra cover. Went with the away swing and guided it through the gap. Good shot.
Yeah, just a bit of width, and he got it near enough the middle, didn't he? I don't think he quite pinged out of the middle, but somewhere near.
Outfield's quicker than it was this morning now, isn't it? You can see that. The drying wind, I'm sure, has helped. 13 to Revis. And, he very nearly touches an away swinger. It's pitched on a good length and tempted Revis into playing that. It's a decent response. Seagulls know when there might be a dropped chip around as well, clearly. Sensing that it's time for the tea break. Hovering on the breeze in front of us. That one as it goes past. Trying to move into the wind. Barnard is going to send backward point out to the boundary for this last ball. Bring into bowl to Revis, who guides it through the gap where the backward point was and has a single to keep the strike after tea. He'll go to the break on 14, and Luxton is about to get cheered to the echo again, I'm sure, as he goes back into the rooms. 104, and Yorkshire 238 for 3 in 64 overs as we get to tea, only a few minutes behind schedule.
Yep, so certainly a good day so far for the Yorkies. And Warwickshire still with work to do, but this does look a good pitch, and they're going to get their turn to bat on it sooner or later. So 238 for 3, as Mike says. We'll take a breather, as the players do, for 20 minutes, and we're back with you when they come up for the final first day session.
Fantastic. And a couple of announcements. Please, you can raffle off the show. One. That's number 621. £270. Please head to the Scarborough office to collect your money. Once again, that's number 621. And we're going to see today's attendance, 2,376. Thank you very much indeed for your support. reminder that the Yorkshire Supporters Association quiz tomorrow evening in the market starts at 7:30. Entry is £2 on the door. CCC and the Southern Group at Jonathan Deutsch will be leading proceedings. So that's 7:30 in the marquee tomorrow night. this time. Begin making your And once again, in case you missed it earlier, the winner was ticket number 626 and £70. If you are the lucky ticket holder, please make your way to Scarborough. The main gate of the real Popular Bank. Collect your money there. Once again, that's ticket number 621. Thank you very much to everyone. Umpires Michael Gong. And Barnard leading out Warwickshire. Matthew Rivets continuing the batting for Yorkshire.
Well, good afternoon once again from Scarborough to listeners on the BBC Sport website, on Yorkshire County Cricket Club's online feeds, and on 5 Sports Extra as well. It is just after 4:10, so we're only slightly later than the official billing going to the tea break. And I imagine we might see a few more overs of spin in this final session. We shall see. Yorkshire at tea were 238 for Whiteman Wharton, and Will Luxton having reached a maiden first-class 100, and a very well-made effort it's been as well, 104. The ball is in the hand of Ethan Bamber, who's having to wait because somebody's had to close a door in the white, what acts as the sight screen at the back of the stand at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. And now he's going to start into the right-handed Matthew Revis, and the first ball after tea is just outside the line of off-stump, and Revis is quite a tall man, and he's pushing it away into the offside. David Townsend is here, and Yorkshire and Luxton in particular with a big chance to really take a grip on this game now in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, Luxton, I think you keeping some rudimentary score there. Got to 80 fairly quickly and then slowed down, didn't he? Which is...
Revis is picking up a run here, in fact probably more than one run. Yes, he's going to beat Hannon Dolby down to the fine leg boundary for 4. It's gone into the steps in front of the pavilion. And he's already picked up 2 or 3 off the line of leg stump and cashed in for runs. Warwickshire have strayed a bit.
Yeah, he sort of slowed down. Understandably, got his eyes on that first class century, which he got to. Will he now be a little bit more expansive? I think he probably will be. Revis is a quick score as well. The ball is fairly soft, fairly old, 65th over.
Bamba hurries in to beat Revis on... Oh, that's a well-judged delivery just on the line of off-stump, maybe a fraction outside. That's probably the length that Warwickshire haven't quite hit often enough today as well.
Yeah, that's good. Good delivery, that. And we so for the next hour or so, the next 15 overs, we might see some lively lively cricket rather than the sort of sedate cricket we saw in the last half hour before tea.
Bamba tries again, and this is just a fraction wider. Revis lets it go. I mean, Luxton certainly has the game for that, doesn't he, if he wants to open up?
Yeah, he's a very quick scorer when he needs to. As we saw when he went to his century with that 6, we think the ball disappeared somewhere down North Marine Road.
Well, nobody could seem to find it in here, so it would have gone out there. Anyway, let us know if you see it. This is wider of off-stump, and Revis chops it into the offside, and a good diving stop by Suter, who's managed to land in an old wicket end. So he's taken a layer of skin off his elbow by the look of it. And taken 1 run. Revis to 19.
This can certainly get a crack on. We saw him make a century here a couple of 3 years ago. Really coming through. He's on the radar for England. Matthew Rivers.
Bamba goes wider of the crease to Luxton, who hits this his first ball since tea through mid-wicket, confidently off the front foot with good timing for 4 to the longest corner of the ground. Up the hill, but well enough time to have the urge required to get there.
Well, lovely shot that was, wasn't it? No sense of playing yourself back in. It was just... if you pick something out from this innings of Luxton's, it's the way he just works that ball through the onside, isn't it? That looks to be his shot. It might also be when the top bowlers work him out. It might also be something he needs to work on, because it makes him something of an LBW candidate playing like that. And he's had a few shouts against him today.
Yeah, Barnard thought he was in with a chance in particular against him, didn't he? Got the odd one to swing in. But that was a confident start after tea. He was not distracted by his sausage roll or whatever a cricketer has at tea.
So Webster then, starting from the Peashole Park end, and that's crashed away down to deep backward point by Revis for another run. A positive start since the tea interval.
Well, only 3 overs earlier on, Bo Webster.
Again, I'd like to have seen him coming down the hill, but I don't know how... They obviously know far more about it than me, but I don't know how they work out which end they bowl from. Next delivery from Webster outside the off-stump, no run. But it was quite obvious that Barnard should have been bowling at this end, and as soon as he did come on, he got his wicket.
Yeah, Barker, I think, has bowled exclusively from the top end, but I think he's the only one who has still. We've seen Suter, from the spinner, from both ends. We've seen Barnard from both ends. Bamba, certain.
Webster, big Aussie bowls, and that one's cracked away. Backward point. Just the single. I get the feeling that certainly with Keith Barker, he gets to bowl the end he wants to bowl. So seniority, isn't it?
Yeah, and look,
It'll be like trying to tell Jimmy Anderson which end he's going to bowl from. I think he tells you as skipper.
Yeah, and he's still a pretty effective customer, Barker, in the right conditions, and he has swung it today.
Webster bowls, and that's pushed up towards Barker at mid-off, doesn't reach him. ever come across anybody.
On a day where there has been some showery rain around the country, and we had a very brief interruption here, more cricket than not around the rest of the championship, and I'll run through the scores in the next few moments.
Webster, 12 on his back. Bowles way outside the off stump, and I mean, that must have been close to a wide.
It's a real drag down, wasn't it?
Go on, then, go run through a few.
Well, yes, quickly. They were late starting at...
Well, take your time.
Well, I don't know how long we got. At Grace Road. Yeah. Leicester against Essex. I think they missed the whole morning session, but Jordan Cox making up for lost time with a 73-ball 100.
It's still delivery. He's pushed back to Webster. No run.
So they're 156 for 3. Walked in at 8 for 2. And bashed it around for a 73-ball century. There's a fella who feels good about his game. At Trent Bridge, Notts, the champions, took a couple of early wickets against Somerset. They were now 170 for 4. Thomas Rue made 68. And Jordan Herman, who hit Warwickshire very hard in the T20s the other day, is unbeaten with 67. At Hove, Glamorgan all out for 155 against Sussex. 4 wickets for Unadkat. Sussex 27 for none. Going well this season. I know they had the points deduction. Other than that, they'd be joint leaders at the moment. Start of a new over. Bamber hauling himself into another go. He's 17th over today. And Luxton defends the first ball. In the second division, Durham 189 for 4 against Derbyshire. The even-paced effort. Beddingham's 49, the highest contribution to date. They've had about a little bit more than half a day so far at Blackpool, where Kent are 115 for 5. Ben Dawkins 54. Anderson 2 for 8 in 9 overs. Still got it. Bamber is... found the edge that time from Luxton. It went directly between the keeper and slipped for 4 runs. And they both watched it.
Neither of them moved.
No. Oh dear.
That was not good from a Warwickshire point of view. Will Luxton will accept his good fortune there. Applause for the 250, second batting point. Back in the day, cricket call.
Yes.
You're probably too young to remember.
I remember cricket call.
Yeah, I remember cricket call. Doing a Warwickshire against Leicestershire game, and an incident like that with Norman Cowan's bowling, and ball went to slip, and wicket keeper. And my fellow commentator said, "Well, that's very poor cricket. One of them should have called for that." And I looked at him thinking he was joking, and he wasn't.
No. On this occasion, both Davis and Yates...
I'll go.
They looked at one another in rather stony silence. Though not as much as Bamber did. Forward comes Luxton and defends into the offside. I mean, Al Davies took one right in front of Rob Yates earlier, and it was a very good catch indeed, because I don't think it would have carried to Rob Yates.
I think they did. I think they were just wrong-footed there.
Yeah, just missed it. It was a very fine nick.
Yeah.
So...
Wonderful nick. Yeah.
Northants 288 for 3 at tea against Gloucester after a dodgy start. Bamber pulls out of his run-up here and tries again. They were 41 for 3. Safe Zabe, he doesn't hang about, 132 not out. And McSweeney unbeaten on 96. So...
They were talking of him in England terms.
Zabe. Interesting white ball cricketer, wouldn't he? Bamber trying to find the edge again, and we nearly did. Full played bat and pad together by Luxton away on the offside. Middlesex 194 for 3 against Worcestershire at New Road. They're also picking up after losing an early wicket. Sam Robson 70.
Out?
He's out, yes, and Max Holden made 49. 253 for 3 here, Yorkshire. Luxton 113, and he's pushing this away firmly to mid-off. Bamber, he doesn't hang about. He's trudges off back to the start of his mark. He's more strongly built than you think, Ethan Bamber. Looking, when you sort of stand next to him, you see he's quite broad-shouldered.
He's filled out a bit.
Yeah.
Certainly from when he was the mini Murta when he was
Yeah,
up to
he'd be
the
good.
middle, so-
Good for helping you shift a wardrobe, I reckon. He's getting Luxton pushing this off the back foot, punching it really wide of extra cover, and it has to be well wide of Webster to get out of his grasp. And they're going to have 2 runs. So Webster's gone off back to the outfield to bless his good fortune, or otherwise in that over. And after 67 overs, Yorkshire 255 for 3 after being put in. Your Luxton 115 and Revis 20. And the goals are getting very busy. It's goal rush hour.
Yeah, they're circling, aren't they? There's a good few of them up there as well. I mean, this is obviously a great spot for picking up a few chips after the tea interval. Webster, Bowles, defended back down the pitch, and they are massive, some of them.
Yeah, they're big
had this
beasts, yeah.
Really surreal, I don't know whether that's the right word, but I pulled the curtains on the window to my hotel room at one morning, and there was a gull there, it must have been 3 foot tall, just
Yeah.
looking at me. It was scary.
They are big.
And not a lot of fat on them. Here comes Webster. Bowles that through to the keeper. No run. They like a chip, but
Yes. Well, that's what they say when they get home, you know. It's not on. I don't have a lot of fat on me, it's fine, I can eat these. Don't get earache for that.
Yorkshire fish and chips. You can have some fish and chips whilst you're up here, Mike.
I do intend, I'm sure I will.
Webster Bowles and pushed
Did a
back to him.
very agreeable pork pie in my lunch bag, though.
Yes, there you see. Oh, nice. Good. It's a good food, isn't it? Pork pie.
Yes, it's hearty stuff. I wouldn't say I'm a connoisseur of the pork pie, but I was tempted by that one.
Webster Bowles defended into the offside, no run. One of my sort of tenets in life is that you can always trust a bloke who eats pork pies.
Can you?
Yeah, that's not to say you can't trust people who don't eat pork
No.
pies or dislike pork
It's
pies.
an important,
but,
it's an important caveat you've made there.
yeah, it's but that's definitely a sign of a solid character.
My wife's
Probably
vegetarian.
probably a large stomach as well. He's, Webster Bowles and good judgment there. Allowed that one through to the keeper. Did big Matthew Revis, but he likes a pork pie.
Green?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a tall chap. He's taller than I was expecting, Matthew Ribbs.
You
Don't
miss
know why.
Your missus would probably be all right with pork pies. I don't think there's a lot of meat in them. There's all sorts of stuff in them.
I don't know.
Depends where you
Don't want to know. Quite enjoyed his laugh, so don't spoil it.
Webster Bowles, and that's turned firmly to mid-wicket. They talked about a single, but there wasn't there. That's the end of the over. Going along nicely. 255 for 3, well, from a Yorkshire point of view, anyway. But there must be at least 30 goals up there circling, mustn't there?
Yeah, they're on the prowl. So, see, there's a fellow walking down by us here. He's got his pint in one hand, and he's got what looks like a burger and some chips in the other hand. And I fear he might be ambushed. There's a couple of winged beasts circling above him as Bamber is into bowl again to Luxton at the start of a new over. Luxton's driving away into the offside.
And they're fairly brave, as you say. They'll swoop down and have a go.
Fussy. Yeah.
Yes, talking about you.
He's 18th over, Ethan Bamber.
First complaint of the day, and it's from a gull. Well, there we go.
Hauls himself in again, Bamber, and Luxton stands up straight and hits this firmly to Webster at extra cover. He seems to have done more fielding than anybody else today. Once dispensed with at third slip. It's just Alex Davis and Rob Yates behind the stumps. There's quite a fine gully. Wind's picking up again in the last few minutes as Bamber arrives and Luxton flicks this in the air initially, but quite safely. Out to deep backward square leg. Mosley quickly gets the throw on the way. And it's a bit of a ragged throw. It curved in the wind, that Mosley's indicating. So, did you see the wind take that? Curved it like a Morgan Rogers free kick, he'll be explaining later. Deep square leg, and Dolby's at long leg. There's no longer legs than his. Mosley's been called back up to square leg. In fact, at mid-wicket. So he's been called in from the boundary. Annan Dolby's in quite a long corner of the playing area there, if you can have such a thing on cricket pitch. And Bamber's been blown off course again by a gust of wind that also took Dan Mosley's hat with it. And he rescues it before a seagull mistakes it for a chip.
Morgan Rogers free kick. Well, there's going to be a bit of competition next year with him, and well, Declan Rice likes to take a free kick as well, and so of course does Ødegaard. So I don't know whether we'll get too many free kicks next year.
This is Revis hitting it off the back foot square on the offside for 1 run. See, if Dan catches you saying that, suggesting that one of his beloved Villa boys is on the move, he'd be most put out. Dan Mosley.
Oh,
he's
okay.
proper, yes. You see, I think I sense there are more Villa than Birmingham City on the Warwickshire staff at the moment.
I think there are generally.
There are none more claret. Don't start. There'll be more claret. There's nobody more claret and blue than Dan, that's for sure. Oh, an airy drive here from Luxton. The ball that wasn't really the length for it, and he makes no contact.
Yeah, Birmingham are like the Tottenham of, aren't they? Really?
So Wilford's not here, so
He's very keen, isn't he? They have a good season this season, I think they did.
they had their moments. Didn't string them together. But
Do you follow one of the teams around?
I'm in recent seasons, and in a long time at WM, I've covered all of them quite extensively. In the last few years, I've largely been tied to Wolves.
Oh,
So it was quite a long winter.
yeah.
It's leaking into a long summer. Here's Bamber trying again, and Luxton pushes away on the offside, and it's the end of the over. 257 for 3, 116 to Luxton, 21 Revis. Earlier they lost live for 29, Whiteman for an attractive 55, and Wharton for 9. Webster's peeling off, sweating.
You and Frank Watson then?
Yeah, I see Frank Watson quite a lot. Well, a new couple of games there.
Worcestershire commentator sitting next to Kevin Van Pedate now. Enjoying the joys of New Road, which really is a fabulous place to watch cricket.
I was there the other week for the 2020 game, and it's looking as splendid as ever. I really don't know, with all the obstacles they have at that ground, quite how they keep making it look so good, but they do.
New over from Webster, bowls, and it through to the keeper, no run. 257 for 3.
It does drag quite a few balls down. Quite often the start of the over, Webster, in this spell, or today.
Yeah, New Road, I mean, Worcestershire talking about going to some sort of purpose-built stadium on the Ring Road or something. I mean, that's not what county cricket's about.
No, and it certainly wouldn't be their preferred option, that's for sure.
Webster bowls, and that one's on the stumps, and watchfully played into the offside by Revis.
Nobody wants to leave New Road, but they have at least, and Ashley Giles raised it, as simply acknowledging the practicalities, because the burden of cleaning it up as often as they've had to in the last few years is really difficult to sustain. That's the only motivation.
Next delivery maybe shaped in a little bit from Webster though, and again met defensively by Revis. But the cost of that, nothing compared with the cost of building a new ground, I would have thought.
Well, again, I think it depends
And
where
somebody
you
should
it
come in,
depends
you
where
know,
you build it. Yeah,
It's English heritage or somebody like that should get in there and you know, it's...
they have investigated how much it would cost to make it, as it were, flood-proof.
Next delivery is, again, homing in on the stumps and again played defensively.
And my understanding is that it is so much
Well,
that they have. That's why that they have had to think the unthinkable. But I mean, for the moment, they seem to have edged away from doing that. But it depends. I mean, we don't know. It depends how things develop, climate-wise and all the rest of it. But
I think it's more to do with floodplain wise.
well, yes.
Next delivery is beating Revis there outside the off stump. If you keep building on land, and you know it's a,
Well, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't help.
it doesn't give the water anywhere to
Yeah,
go. The water will always find the easiest path.
But whatever the causes are, it has certainly flooded more extensively, more often in recent years.
Is Webster again? That was just shaping in, full of delivery again. Played defensively, and he's just doing a good job for his side here. Webster will get through a few overs before they can take that new ball. That was the end of the 70th over, so 10 more to the new ball.
Yeah, 2 maidens in a row from Webster at this end. So, if there was a thought of having a bit of a sprint until they get to the new ball, then they've managed to dampen that down. It looks like the spinner's coming back. He's quite a busy spinner, isn't he? There's plenty happening when he's bowling. He certainly gives it something of a rip. He's managed to turn the ball on this first day surface, which has not offered a great deal of encouragement for anybody else. 11 overs, no wicket for 47 so far. And he's straight into a new spell, and Loxton is playing his hat into the covers and taking a short single, which is made fairly comfortable because Malik's throw is well off target. So it seems implausible, really, but 6 days ago, last Saturday, he made his Test debut. The match started on Saturday, finished on Monday. He did quite a lot to hasten it to a 3-day finish, taking 7 wickets, 6 of them in the first Afghanistan innings.
At what point did Warwickshire actually sign him?
I announced it, I think, on Tuesday evening, as I recall. This is forward from Revis in defence, pushing away on the offside. So
They must have been negotiating.
you'd imagine so, yeah. Well, whether... Because obviously, if the Test match had gone the full distance, that would have kept him there in Chandigarh until Wednesday, in which case it would have been quite a stretch to get him here for today. Sutar bowls and Revis defends. So it might be that it's been an opportunistic one, because they have literally signed him for these 2 games. Because they have an overseas spot available. Said, well, okay, we'll strike while the iron's hot. Yeah, this fella, this is defended away on the offside for no run.
Yeah, I'm not in favour of that, you know. I think if nothing against his bowling, it's great to see him playing. But I think if he's coming for half a season, then fair enough. But 2 games, it's like
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a accumulation of a lot of things that never used to be the case, isn't it? The fractured fixture list, the international fixture list leaking all over the place. Yeah. Forward comes Revis and defends. So, I mean, I instinctively agree with you, but since the days where you knew who everybody's overseas player or players was for the season, almost everything else about the calendar has changed. Revis is turning this one off the line of leg stump and getting a run out to deep square leg. 2-5-9, 50 partnership. The third one today is the reason for that ripple of applause. 117 to Luxton and 22 to Revis. 2-5-9 for 3.
The days of Alvin Kalicharan.
Rowan Canhide.
Rowan Canhide before him. Derek Murray obviously was overseas, but did he qualify by some Oxford University route or something?
I can't recall. as to and who exactly overlapped with who. Obviously, Calicharan was still around well into the 1980s. It's a regular Warwickshire.
And Alan Donald
overseas
would have
player.
played a whole season as well. You know, he wouldn't have.
Yes, he would have. Whenever South Africa went on tour, by the time they started coming.
Delivery is punched. Starting new over from Webster, punched through the offside for 1. Of course, yes. He was certainly there in 1989. Was he 1988?
Yeah, at the end of the 80s, and then up until I think his last season would have been about 96 or so. Played 93 certainly and then 94 South Africa were on tour, so that's how they came to have Lara. Well, he wasn't the first pick.
He's again driven neatly enough up to mid-off by Luxton.
The first pick for overseas player that summer, with Donald unavailable, was Manoj Prabhakar,
Oh, yeah.
the Indian all-rounder who was injured shortly before the start of the season. So Warwickshire said, I know, this young fella in the West Indies looks like he might be quite good. And I think they signed him the week before he scored the 375 in the Antigua Test.
Here's delivery that's just quietly turned around the corner for 1. And they come back for a second. 2 runs there to Webster, 262 for 3. He didn't do too badly, did he?
No, scored a run or two. Of course, Keith Piper, who was there's been much remembered this week, was batting with him at the very end of that 501.
When he got to
Got
his
100
500
that day.
Next delivery, shout of catch. It's hit backward a square, past a deep gully, and away for 4, beating the sweeper on the boundary. So 4 runs to Luxton there. A little word from Revis, as Revis is probably saying, come on, keep going. Don't get out yet. You've only got 119. What was it Graham Gooch used to say? Make it a daddy.
Yeah, well, look, there's enough days where you get a good one on Nord, don't there? So it's your day, you're going to take advantage. And he's done that. Well, Luxton, I can't recall him offering a chance. Been 1 or 2 LB shouts, but...
Just outside the off stump through the keeper, no run.
no ball as well. So, in quite
so
a few
it
of them.
wasn't no run. 2 runs. I wonder whether this slope is just putting them off a little bit.
7th call and no ball today.
Which is, coach is not going to be happy with
No,
that.
it's unusual these days, isn't it?
Nothing else, it extends the day, doesn't it? Roll 97 overs instead of 96. Nice looking drive there from Luxton.
I do think, though, if you're a Warwickshire batter, you'd be thinking, well, I wouldn't mind a bat on this tomorrow.
Yeah.
It'll still be pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know how it'll go 4th day.
Well, it's the one thing it has done today. He's turned a bit for Suter.
It's Webster, slightly angled approach, short ball. Tempted bouncer. Slower ball bouncer, something like that. Or long hop, as Callie and I used to call them.
Well, he had to ram that into the pitch to get it to chest height, and it was easily ducked under by Luxton. So, 267 for 3. 268 for 3. And a very productive day for Yorkshire so far. Certainly having been lost the toss and been put in, and they might have had a more difficult day than they've actually had. Suter's going to try again, left arm around the wicket to the right-hander Revis, who is forward very carefully in defence. Into the offside. Into into his work again, and back goes Revis, punches this through of a point and gets one. Haven't looked at all hurried, really. I think it's a pretty easy-paced pitch.
Yep, and it's not got a lot of grass on it. As Deutsche was saying earlier, 6 mils. Games here a couple of years ago and left 9 millimetre of grass on.
Round the wicket comes Suter, and Luxton drives into a gap at extra cover and ambles through for another run. He's 124 now. Scoreboard's caught up on the far side.
More grass than you get on there for a T20, though, that's for sure. Reading an interesting article by Greg Chappell the other day about the changes he'd like to see in T20 cricket to make it more of a contest.
Suter comes round the wicket, and Revis was quite late into position to defend that, but he did defend it sturdily enough.
And one of them was that there should be a minimum of 3 millimetres of grass left on the pitch. Interesting. Very good piece. It was on Cricket Info.
Suter gets this one to go straight on, and Revis pushed at it, didn't make contact. It must have been quite close to the off stump. Davis flicked the bail off.
The main one was that you only get 6 wickets per innings, which was
I mean, I hear what he's saying very much. As round the wicket comes Suter, and it's chopped into the ground on the offside by Revis, and it's the end of the over. 270 for 3. But he's working from... I fear that in terms of the way that the 2020 game is set up these days, it's what he's saying is a bit of a category error in that he's working from the premise of how can we even up the contest between bat and ball.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure anybody running the game is trying to even up the contest between bat and ball. In fact,
they're just
quite the opposite.
They're just trying to sell pints.
Well, probably, but they're certainly.
Who's just tuned in?
See, I quite
earlier conversation.
I quite like a low-scoring T20. I think they're really exciting, but I'm not sure that is what they're aiming for anymore. Webster started a new over. Jonathan Deutsche walked back in with, I have to say, a real purposeful walk up the stairs. So one of us is done for here.
Probably,
but I don't know which.
Probably be me, will it? So have a bit of a break.
I don't know. Yes, you won't be for long because I'll be required elsewhere in a few moments. Goes Webster with orange soles of his boots showing up as he runs away from us, and he's sweetly driven through the offside by Luxton. And a tumbling stop on the boundary means it's only 2 runs instead of 4. But nevertheless, he hasn't lost his rhythm in this innings at all, and he's up to 126. And must be feeling pretty good about life, I should think. Enjoying his highest first-class score to date by some margin. Webster bowls to him again, and he gets another run here, levering this wide of mid-on. And with every incentive and licence to go and bat for, I wouldn't say as long as he likes, but certainly if he comes back and bats tomorrow morning, nobody's going to be complaining about that. I suppose he would never have batted or indeed come close to batting through a whole day's cricket before, would he? So, or at least not at this level. So that'd be an achievement. Webster, right arm over the wicket, another bit of a drag down outside the off stump. No problem for Revis, lets it go.
Yeah, I'd say very definitely not at this level.
Well, that's exciting, isn't it, for a young cricketer, as he still is. What is he, 23, I think?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's terrific. Big day for him. Webster goes in again to bowl to Revis. Just a hint of shape on it. Revis defends.
Ian Davis has asked if we can get Jordan Thompson in the commentary box for a session, seeing his surplus to requirements. Well, funnily enough, the question was asked, Ian, but he is on 12th man duty and has been out on the field today, so I'd say there's 0 chance while Warwickshire are in the field. Maybe when they're batting, but we've also got a limit on the number of people we can have in this stand.
Has Revis defending again to complete the over. 273 for 3. 127 to Luxton. And 24 to Revis.
Edward Harland has emailed in, says, JD, perhaps a fitting collective noun for ground staff used for water birds, especially coots, is commotion. Therefore, 5+ groundsmen, a commotion, and under 5, perhaps low commotion.
Very good. Is he trying to get us taken off here? Thank you. Who was that, Edward? Edward, was it?
Yeah.
Edward. Good man, Edward.
So, here's Sutar bowling to Luxton, who just plays that into the offside. There is no run. Ian from Doncaster, brackets, other Ians are available. Says he's hoping to get to Scarborough on Sunday. He's enjoying the comms. And more in a sec because Sutar comes into bowl and Luxton just strokes that up to mid-off, no run. He says, I've missed the last hour's commentary. This was over an hour ago now, so I'm the first person to mention... So am I the first person to mention to DT that old chap had a second meaning when I was young? So Sutar is in, and that's down the leg side, and Luxton flicks at it and misses. I think we'll probably leave that one to the imagination from there on, Ian. James in Carlin Howe, New York, says a sod of groundsman. Sutar bowls, and that's on the back foot. Luxton and punching into the offside, and again, no run. That's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. At Jonathan Doidge, or derivatives thereof on various social media. If you want, wm.sport@bbc.co.uk, as Luxton flicks one off his legs this time round the corner. Yates does the fielding. And there is again no run. There's a bit of movement as people are either disappearing off home or back to their digs. Maybe it's got to tea time round Yorkshire, 10 to 5, on your tea on table at 5 o'clock. As that's pushed into the offside by Luxton. And again, no run, so a tidy over by Sutar, who has been getting turned throughout.
Yes, he's certainly found some assistance where the seamers haven't particularly. And did outthink Whiteman. It was a good dismissal. But I'm going to try a different approach for these last few overs before the new ball, presumably. Dan Mosley's going to have a go. We haven't seen Rob Yates, actually, bowling his off-spin. He's bowled quite a lot of off-breaks in the last 18 months or so. But we're going to see Mosley, who is an off-spinner, but it's more about variation of, well, speed, frankly. It's not a huge tweaker of the ball, though he does run his fingers across it. But particularly effective in white ball cricket in recent seasons. His first-class record's a little bit more modest. But it's a variation. At 273 for 3. And he does get that to turn a tiny bit. Revis standing up straight, plays it away to... Well, he's just behind square leg there, Sutar. Oh, slower bowling at both ends. He was clocked up over 70 miles an hour in the T20 game I was at the other day, Dan Mosley, so he does push some of them through a bit. This one, he's not at that speed, but it's turned down the leg side by Revis. Good shot, he's timed it well, and a big chase for Sutar, and he's a bit unlucky. He tries to dive alongside the ball and throw out his arm to sweep it back, and all he's actually done is deflected over the rope at a different angle. So 4, despite his efforts, to Revis, who goes to 28.
Yeah, nice enough leg glance there. And it just always felt to me as if the ball was going to win that. In fact, it did well to actually get a hand to it. I thought it might we might see it bobble over the rope when it was a stride short or something like that.
Well, he's going to stay out in the deep now. He's gone a little bit squarer. And again, Mosley is drifting leg side, and Revis this time hits it with a straight bat to mid-wicket and gets one. But there's just a suggestion that it's moving off the straight for Mosley. So it will be interesting to see if when Yorkshire get their turn, sometime presumably in the second half of tomorrow, whether they're able to get the ball to spin as well. Again, that's drifting in towards leg stump. Luxton goes with it, turns it to mid-wicket, no run. Just a solitary slip. Deep point square on the boundary. Luxton reaching his front pad forward a bit for this one and turning it with any spin there might be to Yates, who's gone to a little bit wider of mid-on. And this time Mosley pushes it through a bit outside off stump, and Luxton defends, played it late enough to keep Mosley interested, but he was secure. And the over ends at 278 for 3 in 76 overs. Revis 29 and Luxton 127.
Yep, Mark Clayton, afternoon, says, well done Yorkshire selectors for sticking with Luxton this season. His scores have been so-so. Hopefully he can now kick on.
Some players do, don't they? Once they've had a big breakthrough, really go on from there. So it's an opportunity for him. He's
Yep.
presumably nailed the slot down for a few weeks now.
So, Sutar to continue at the Trafalgar Square end. Revis pushing into the offside, no run. Lily Lumi, who is the self-appointed chairwoman of the Matthew Revis fan club, has been in touch. Afternoon to my 3 favourite commentators. Sutar bowls. Revis goes back foot. Did he get it? No, not quite sure he got a nick on it, but Devi's just kind of pulling out. Missed it anyway. Good afternoon to my 3 favourite commentators, Jonathan, Clive and DT.
He's very good, Clive.
As this one's drifting down the leg side and Revis flicks it away to deep backward square for 1. She says, a fantastic maiden first-class century by Will Luxton. He's played patiently. Matthew Revis is batting well. She wants us to know that she's sitting in the Trafalgar Square end of the
That's really
ground.
good. Get a nice bit of sun there if you're in the right place this afternoon.
Yeah, Sutar. Oh, lovely sweep shot this time from Will Luxton, just dragging it on leg stump, and a man on 127 is not going to miss out on an opportunity like that. Rolled his wrists over the top. Exemplary textbook stuff. 131 for Will Luxton and 283 for 3 Yorkshire.
He was onto it very quick, wasn't he?
Yeah. Sutar again, Luxton this time. Just pushing forward to a straighter ball. We got left in the day, overs wise. Okay, 20, well 19 after this. So we're going to be not ridiculously late for a change. Oh, good delivery this time. Again, there's some turn, and Alex Davies just reminding us that he can whip the bails off if he gets another opportunity. Already had one today when I think vast majority of in the ground
Yes,
when Sam Whiteman was 3
yeah.
yards out of his ground, more or less. Could have whipped off the bails, but he did what he had to do. 283 for 3, then 30 to Revis and 131 to Will Luxton.
Hasn't had a huge amount of batting form this season, Alex Davies, but his wicket-keeping work has been very, very good on the whole. So, yeah, he'll be looking out for some chances there. David Townsend's coming in again.
Thanks, Mike. Dan Mosley to continue then at this Peasholm Park end of the ground, and he's bowling here to Matthew Revis. Gloriously sunny Scarborough scene at the moment, as that is worked off the legs of Revis. He's found a sweeper out at mid-wicket to run around square and prevent that from going for 4. 2 runs. The suits that have been out all day, the parasols that were out this morning, I'm not sure, maybe if it's on account of the strength of the wind, but they've been released and are now hanging limp with a bit of flapping around in the breeze. As Revis runs one down through the vacant third man region, we'll pick up a couple and a wander round at tee just inside the boundary rope, really, and many in that area oblivious to what's been going on outside, but there are now quite a lot sitting out there with their eyes on play. We know that it's not always the case, is it, with the hospitality areas in sports stadia, as Moseley bowls, and that's pushed out the point this time by Revis, who'll pick up a single, so the board just keeps on a ticking at the moment. Yorkshire with the one batting bonus point, at 12 runs away from a second. They've still got 30 odd overs in which to accumulate more. First thing they'll want to do in the short term is make sure they're still there whenever Ed Barnard decides he's going to take a second new ball. And just over a couple of overs to wait for that possibility.
That breeze is blowing off the bales now, which is
Yeah, Alex Davis.
it's quite strong, isn't it? It used to affect you when you were bowling, Doidgy, when you...
I went from about 95 to about 102 miles an hour usually when I follow in wind DT. Yeah, Moseley's in. That's turned in front of square on the leg side, and there is no run.
Well, I was going to believe you, but I didn't realise it was miles and not kilometres.
I think I went from about 62 to 65 mph at the time, probably. As he goes back foot this time, that's dropped into the leg side. There is no run.
Sad to report to you younger blokes that it doesn't take very long to go from 62 to 65.
3 years in your case. Moseley over the wicket. And lovely stroke again, just that lovely fluency that he has. Will Luxton when he's playing well. Waited for that right under the eye line and just laid his bat on it and picks up two more through the covers. So 290 for 3 come the end of that 78th over. Luxton on 133.
Big call today, wasn't it, from Yorkshire coach to start with Luxton, particularly given Bean's record on this ground. But I think he's confident to say with 133 runs on the board, it was the right call. Not easy to make calls like that. Suter starts a new over, left arm spinner. This is the 78th over, so it may well be his final over in this spell. You can't see any reason why Warwickshire wouldn't take the new ball straight away.
It's the 79th, actually.
He was in bowls, and that's pushed forward. It's a they've had 78. They've had 79. Sorry. Thank you for your diligence there, Doidgy.
Well, just trying to prevent the obvious string of emails coming in.
That was tossed up a little bit outside the off stump and driven by Revis, or push drive really, and fielded at cover. And they run 290 for 3. Good over 8 from Warwickshire. Impressed with that. We can't see how far ahead they are at the moment, but next delivery, Revis finds the gap on the offside. Sweeper does the tidying up. Another tidy throw coming in, but just the one run. 291 for 3. Suter bowls and that's edged by Luxton. He's got away with that one. Is it going to go for 4 again? Just past to the right of slip. We've seen a few of those today, haven't we? Look at this one again. Is it? Yes. If there'd have been a second slip in there, I think he'd have had 3 catches off Suter today, but there hasn't been. Takes Luxton to 137, and he defends the final ball off the over. And 36 runs to Revis. Again, sign of a good player. Revis has moved to 36. You haven't really sort of noticed where he's been scoring the runs, have you? He's just been going along nicely.
Just because you've been asleep at the back of the box, really, DT. The George Garton, who was the man who we didn't identify earlier on with number 7 on his back, has just thrown on the second new ball, which can be taken at the end of this next over, which is going to be bowled by Dan Mosley, should Ed Barnard, Warwickshire captain, wish to do so. Mosley then bowling his off spin from this P-zone park end, and Revis defends. Gaz Kobe, 824 Wigan. Gaz, you need to come up with a shorter name, please. He says, thanks for the shout out for my dad. As a proud Guernseyman, I can inform you we are Great British. Then he comes again, and that's blocked once more by Revis. And as for the groundsman, he says a keep of groundkeepers.
Keeper, maybe.
It's all right. There's been a bit of thought gone into that one as Mosley fires this one in quicker and wide of off stump. Revis leaves. Josh says, mates banter me all the time about being from Yorkshire. They're mainly from Derbyshire. No harm in it. Favourite Yorkshire joke coming up as Mosley bowls and Revis turns it into the leg side. He says, a Yorkshireman takes his cat to the vet. Vet, hey up, is it a Tom? Yorkshireman, nay, I brought it with me. That's Mosley's in again, and Revis strokes this one down to long on, where it's fielded by Hannon Dolby. 1 run. Comes Mosley again, and Luxton plays this one back along the ground to the bowler. To complete that, Finley Bean enters from stage left and will bring a drink out for Matthew Revis by the looks of it. On request, 296 for 3, 37 to Revis, and Luxton has precisely 100 more than that. And the second new ball, I think I saw Michael Gough hold that skyward to suggest that it is going to be taken immediately, and Keith Barker is walking towards the Trafalgar Square end and removing his sweater. So, a second opportunity with a new ball for him today, but as we know, while this might do something, and who knows, it might get 2 or 3 wickets in quick succession, they are 80 overs into the day now. Body's a little more tired than the fresh ones that we saw out there earlier. But I'm sure the bowlers at least rather have a cherry in their hands than a pair of socks.
Yeah, that's for sure. So, bowling with a much more defensive field than earlier. Long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, so the classic leg side field, if you like. A classic offside field as well by the time Gully's found his fielding position. 2 slips, Gully, backward point. Extra cover mid-off. So he's going to be bowling around the wicket, left arm. Comes in now to Revis, who allows that one to go through, and that ball's jagged back and very nearly just took off the off bail.
I just had some more drone shots on the stream of the Scarborough front on the south side, the Grand Hotel. I feel like it needs one of those 70s type voiceovers. You know what I'm saying? With the accompanying the tourist feel to it.
It's Barker again, bowls. And the ball crashed away through the offside for comfortable enough. It's a long way down there to the western side of the ground towards the hospitality tents. One of those sort of Pathé News type of voices, is it? It's time for after a hard year's work. It's time for our 2 weeks. Barker again, bowls. And the ball crashed away through the offside for a couple of runs by Rev. It's going to come back for third. Comfortable enough. It's a long way down there to the western side of the ground towards the hospitality tents. One of those sort of Pathé News type of voices, is it? It's time for after a hard year's work. It's time for our 2 weeks in the sun.
I suppose the sort of language they would have used on a 70s tourism video wouldn't probably go down so well now, would it?
And Mr. and Mrs. Brown are off to Scarborough on the train. Choo choo. Barker bowls again, and this time it's Luxton just pushing it up to mid-on.
And a marvellous babysitting service. You can leave the kids in there while you go off and have a really good time with your friends.
Make sure the wife packs the sandwiches well.
Yeah, all that one, yeah.
And, oh, very nice. Watercress and cucumber. Okay. Again, bowls. That's well, I think he was looking for a shot a little squarer than that, but it's gone back past the bowler. No run to be had there.
Yeah, there'd be a chap in his suit. This would have been my dad actually back in the day. In his suit trousers on the beach, and the water lapping up, and it'd be sort of. And of course, there's always time for a paddle. Wait on, sir. Make sure you roll your trousers up before the tide comes in.
Would he have a hanky on his head? That's the thing.
Yes, he would.
Knotted hanky. Barker bowls, and that's crashed away by Luxton in front of square. And he's going to get 2 runs, I think. Coming back for a third now. The throw's on its way already. So it's crashed through extra cover. Bit of a chase back there. It was that applause for
300, second batting point.
300. Did they get 3? Oh, there's a scoreboard wrong.
They got 2.
So they'd have been 300 before that delivery.
So no, it'd be 3-0, should be 3-0.
Ah, they've changed the scoreboard now. They've ahead of themselves. Barker bowls again, and he's driven up to the mid-off. It's 301 for 3. But yes, there was a sort of what's the word? Just a sort of comforting feel about all those back in the day, wasn't there? You know, it was. This is what we did on our holiday, sort of type feel. Never any idea of. And then, of course, you'd go along would come, oh dear, here were some mods and rockers.
Yeah. And of course, if the rains come, you can always repair to the local indoor bowls or swimming pool, the Lido.
The Lido, yeah.
So we have a change of bowling. Ethan Bamber coming into the attack at the Pease home park end. Kate has awoken from her slumber in the press box next door to inform us that Will Luxton has scored more in this innings than in the rest of the season combined.
Oh, fair enough.
139 against his name. It is at the non-striking end. Revitt on 40. Faces Bamber's first delivery with the second new ball. And he's just dragged that into the leg side. Hannon Dolby doing the fielding.
Mrs. Brown has knitted herself a swimsuit this year. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Oh dear. Maybe knitted or crocheted. She's crocheted herself a swimsuit. Back to the cricket, Doidge.
Bamber in, wide of off stump, and Revis leaves. I suppose probably a typical shot of a youngster with an ice cream dripping down the hand because they're not eating it quickly enough.
With an immaculate party. Probably a bit of brill cream on, on whatever. Yeah.
Shorts, short socks, bar sandals. Bamber bowls to Revis, wide of off stump, no ball, signalled by umpire Tom Longley, who has turned from having his back to us rather rudely most of the day, and he's turned to acknowledge to the scorers that that is a no ball. 303 for 3. We're into over number. Revis blocking that one back to the bowler. Once again, there is no run. Bamber on his way back to his mark as Yorkshire lad Mark Bailey has sent me one in along the theme of what we've just been talking about. Bamber makes his way in and Revis drops that out into the offside and there is no run. Mark Bailey, by the way, superstar today, starring on YTV. The big interview this morning with Chris Stokes. But he says, welcome to Scarborough, where the sun sometimes shines, the sea's always cold, and the Seagulls operate a strict no returns policy on chips. In again and bowling. Ooh, got him. Revis has got one that's got either through or goes under his bat. Either way, he's been bowled for 40, and Warwickshire have Yorkshire 303 for 4.
He's deserved that, Bamber, hasn't he?
One in along the theme of what we've just been talking about. Bamber makes his way in and Revis drops that out into the offside and there is no run. Mark Bailey, by the way, superstar today, starring on YTV. The big interview this morning with Chris Stokes. But he says, welcome to Scarborough, where the sun sometimes shines, the sea's always cold, and the Seagulls operate a strict no returns policy on chips. In again and bowling. Ooh, got him. Revis has got one that's got either through or goes under his bat. Either way, he's been bowled for 40, and Warwickshire have Yorkshire 303 for 4.
He's deserved that, Bamber, hasn't he? He's kept plugging away, and that ball, I think, just pitched and left him a little bit, as it probably see on the replay. Doidgy, does it just clip the outside of the off stump? But certainly Revis on the back foot, and a bit of movement, and reward for Bamber for really sticking at it. All day on a pitch that, I'd say it's not unresponsive, but there's not been a great deal in it for him. And does this bring in the skipper? 51 on his back.
Yeah, it does. I'm wondering why there has been the change in the order. Johnny's been batting 5 throughout the campaign, and he's at 6 today. Anyway, back with the commercial. So I'll just repeat what I said. Welcome to Scarborough, where the sun sometimes shines, the sea's always cold, and the Seagulls operate a strict no returns policy on chips. Stroll our golden sands, enjoy our world-famous arcades, and remember, if the carpet's sticky, that just means it's authentic. Scarborough, because someone had to be the Riviera of the North. It'd be sort of that type of delivery, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's something like that. Don't know about the sticky carpet. Presumably beer spelt on it. Most pubs have got wooden floors or tiles these days, haven't they?
Yeah, the tail of the tape for Matthew Revis. Bowled Ethan Bamber for 40 off 88 balls, 92 minutes out there for 4s. And the wicket falling after 81 overs and 5 balls. To bowl, and first time to Bairstow. Has he got a nick on it? It's nipped away from him up the incline. And they went up for it, but not interested, Tom Longley, nor was Johnny, who then had a word back with the bowler. And that is the end of an eventful over, because the wicket fell within. Can't remember how long you've been off and when you're due on next now. Losing track of time in the com box. Scarborough has that effect, DT.
It does. It does. And we were talking earlier about, I think it might have been on with Mike, that the cricket ground is just great, isn't that intimacy for get without grounds. And I think we were talking about actually when Johnny Bairstow was walking around the ground, so that to be having a few words with him, encouragement in most cases. Hopefully Barker starts a new over up on his toes. Luxton plays that down. Back square on the offside, gets a single.
Magnificent ground.
It is, but also the infrastructure around it, and we got as far as the fish and chips, but of course get to this time of the evening, and there's also a nice cold beer waiting for us after a hard day's talk about the cricket, chatting, commentating, calling, whatever you want to describe. And there are some, for those of you looking to come here, they're excellent. What more could you want? Park around the wicket to Bairstow, and Bairstow shoulders his bat and to go through.
Yeah, there's Paul Wellercon's on, of course, as well this weekend. Last year we had Judas Priest, didn't we, accompanying the cricket? And I can remember going in the North Riding after play over the road, and it was full of people wearing dark clothing going to the Judas Priest gig. And you sort of don't judge a book by its cover. You know, a few of them came over and said, "Have you been at cricket?" "I've been over for the first time today." And I enjoyed that.
Fair enough.
Came in tea time session.
Here's Barker again bowling and pitched up and clipped through mid wicket for a boundary. Bairstow's away. Off the mark. Nice shot over to the bleachers.
By its cover, you know, a few of them came over and said, "Have you been at cricket?" "I've been over for the first time today." And I enjoyed that.
Fair enough.
Came in tea time session.
Here's Barker again bowling and pitched up and clipped through mid wicket for a boundary. Bairstow's away. Off the mark. Nice shot over to the bleachers.
Yeah, and I should imagine that all those who've paid today, and part of the reason they've paid is to come and see this man bat, will be very much hoping that he sees out the next 14 overs. He's still here tomorrow morning.
I was just thinking it's a perfect, almost perfect scenario, isn't it, for a sort of Johnny Bairstow cameo of 40 or 45 runs in the final hour or so. Oh no, he doesn't like something. You still haven't asked him what he thinks about that mural on the far end. It's supposedly of him.
And he might try and hit it. If he gets hold of one, he certainly could hit it.
Barker to Bairstow. Bowls, and that's driven up, not quite past mid-off. He didn't quite time that. You can see the gap he was looking for to mid-off's right, but didn't quite get it. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. No run there. I was thinking a cover of groundsman or something like that.
That's plausible.
So again, it's a similar line to sort of works as well. But one or two. Are you going to tell John Dodds about that? A curmudgeon of groundsman? Suggested earlier. They're like farmers a bit, aren't they? Barker bowls. Defended into the offside. It's either too wet or there hasn't been enough rain or there hasn't been enough frost or too hot.
You're reminding me of that scene from The Magnificent Seven where the old man talks about the farmers and their sort of comments on life.
Yes, I think he did there, mate. And he was always grumbling about something. Yeah. We were talking earlier about Keith Piper. Somebody else who's left us since last season was dear old Mick Hunt, who's the Groundsman for many years, many years at Lord's. Over 40 years, I think he did there, mate. And he was always grumbling about something. He used to come up and purloin a piece of the press cake at tea. And I think his catchphrase was, "Oh, not easy, you know, it's not easy."
Here is Ethan Bamber bowling to Luxton. Lovely shot off his legs. He's going to pick up just the one here. But it very nicely indeed today, Will. 141 runs against his name.
Very, very easy.
Yes. Bamber in again. Bairstow gets one wide of off stump and leaves. Yeah, there's a bit of, I suppose, a bit of a right-handed sort of Adam Lythe feel, isn't there? You know, when Adam Lythe's playing well and just leans on the ball.
Fours in other cases. This makes that shot look very, very easy.
Yes. Bamber in again. Bairstow gets one wide of off stump and leaves. Yeah, there's a bit of, I suppose, a bit of a right-handed sort of Adam Lythe feel, isn't there? You know, when Adam Lythe's playing well and just leans on the ball. Got that sort of feel. It doesn't play so much the left-handed equivalent shots that Will Luxton plays, because he's very much wristy, flicking away through the leg side.
Different shaped man as well, isn't he?
Yeah. Bamber in, and Bairstow, nothing languid about that. That is bang. Straight towards the pavilion, and that's a good piece of fielding as well, actually, to reel that one in, because from the moment it hit it, it felt like it was going to make it to the boundary. They've ended up with two.
Splendid piece of fielding.
So just giving Johnny a little bit of width. He's on to 6, 311 for 4. The 84th. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Keith Barker is giving chase, and he's going to reel, putting bat on ball. 5 off the last 2. On another day here, could have been 8. Was getting a little quicker. Maybe not so much, because he timed that really nicely, Johnny, but didn't get the 4 that it felt like he would from the moment of putting bat on ball. 5 off the last 2. On another day here, could have been 8. Johnny on 9 then, 314 for 4, and Will Luxton back on strike and playing inside the line of a ball that just nips away past off stump. Ooh, now then, he's drawn a drive out of Luxton there to a ball that lengthwise was good for that, just maybe started it a little bit too wide again, and with a bit of nip, he's gone past the outside edge, but one of those little moral victories. They've gone big. They've gone big at BBC Radio Leeds on the Luxton commentary for the 100. I think that's the first time I've ever been quoted on a social media tweet that they've thrown out there. They must have clipped it up as well.
Who's picked that up?
Which I'm pleased about, in the sense that they're focusing on some cricket, which is very nice. So thank you.
They've quoted you or your commentary.
Yeah.
Oh.
As I say, very highly unusual, and the first time in, 8 seasons. I mean, once every 8 years,
Barker starts a new over. The 5th with a new ball. He's 3rd with a new ball, and a minor commentary.
Yeah.
Oh.
As I say, very highly unusual, and the first time in, 8 seasons. I mean, once.
Starts a new over. The 5th with a new ball. He's 3rd with a new ball, and a minor victory, very, very minor victory from there. Bairstow was looking for the gap through extra cover. Now this is interesting, isn't it? Unless I'm missing a fielder somewhere. Big gap through extra cover. Big gap through extra cover. Very tempting. Barker bowls to Bairstow, and he very tempting. Barker bowls to Bairstow, and he looks for. Very tempting. Barker bowls to Bairstow, and he looks for. Well, he's going to get one run there. He pushes that one square of the wicket. Comes through for single. That'll be Luxton on strike, and the field will now change. But there was nobody between backward point and mid-off. 5 men on the onside. He wasn't particularly bowling on the onside. It's interesting that. Back over the wicket for Will Luxton, who's got to 140. Fancy a few more. I'm sure young fit man, he won't be too achy tomorrow morning to come out and bat a bit more, as he's half on his mind at the moment as he allows that one through to the keeper. No run.
What's a big 100, DT? How many do you have to get to for people to call it a big 100? Is it 150 plus?
I think so, isn't it?
Okay.
I think so. I think, but 140, you could sort of say it's getting towards a big 100, isn't it? Certainly 160 is a big 100, I think. Well, that sort of figure. A daddy 100. Is that what Graham Gooch used to call them?
So 149 is not a big 100, but 150 is.
Well, stop being picky.
I'm just asking where the line is in your mind.
The line, is there? There's no rule on it. Hard and fast rule.
Line's not a big 100, but 150 is.
Well, stop being picky.
I'm just asking where the line is in your mind.
The line, is there? There's no rule on it. Hard and fast rule. So what comes into play is the quality of the attack you've scored against. You know, you score 125 against that old West Indies attack back in the day. You know, that was a pretty big 100. Barker bowls and Luxton flashes at that outside the off stump through to the keeper. A little bit of bounce there. Not getting any joy so far today. Big one.
Jack White just sneaking round, trying to sneak round under the radar with his cap on and a hood pulled up over it. But don't worry, Jack, I spotted you.
To Luxton, there's a lovely shot, but it's going to be cut off by mid-on, diving to his right. It's young Ether Bamber up there, isn't it? Something with my glasses. Where are my spectacles?
And then next to you on the
Not
desk.
my spectacles, my binoculars. Spectacles wouldn't help me too much. So, chat going on there between and Barker. Again, they're tempting Bairstow, aren't they? 5 on the onside. What's Barker going to bowl to him? Oh. Bairstow brought his bat down on that one very late. So late, Barker was already... Bairstow brought his bat down on that one very late. So late, Barker was already into his LBW appeal, and he had to sort of choke it back because it doesn't comply with the laws if you got the bat on it.
You're going to need to comply with the laws of the Combox for the moment and take a breather. Get Mike on before he's got to go back off for his last update, because I then need to go as well after he's finished for a little chat with Radio Leeds in the final half hour or so of play. We've still got 12 overs remaining. Ethan Bamber from the P-Zone park end, bowling to Centurion Will Luxton. It's wide of off stump and left. Apart from what Will must be feeling like out there at the moment, which is on cloud 9, I'm sure. get to know people around the grounds, of course, and I know that Chris and Suzanne, Will's parents, will be brimful of it today, I'm sure, and Janet, Grandma. So Will plays one out into the offside, and they pick up a single. In fact, they're thinking about two after Keith Barker fumbled the throw. It wasn't the best of throws, to be fair to him, but they decided to stay put. So Will Luxton on to 143.
Well, it's a proud day for any family, isn't it?
Yeah.
A day like this. So,
But I should mention Jack as well, Will's brother. I'm sure will also be one of the first to shake his bro's hand. Bamber bowling to Bairstow, who's turned that one backward of square leg. Jordan Thompson is lurking and will field and keep them to 1.
for anyone who's reached this level of professional sport, it hasn't just been them. There almost always have been a lot of, whether it's parents or grandparents or whoever, uncles, whoever's taken them to, in this case, cricket and ferried them about to competitions when they were youngsters or whatever it might be. So it's a real family event, I hope. I'm sure it is.
Here comes Bamber bowling, and beautiful shot right on cue from Will Luxton. That was glorious. Over pitched, wide of off stump, and he didn't try and hit it too hard. He just got over the top of it and stroked it away down to the pavilion for 4 more runs, taking him to 147. It's other people as well. I know, for example, that I wouldn't be surprised if I get a contact off former Yorkshire player Simon Kellett at this point, who's obviously been involved coaching Will as well, and there'll be other coaches who've his teammates from back in his days at Steaton and Bingley, and they'll all be feeling just that little bit more chuffed because their mate, or the person they know, has got himself a first-class ton. No ball. Signalled by Tom Lungley. That Ethan Bamber delivery. 9th
today, 4th by Bamber.
324 for 4. Bamber receives the ball and making his way in once again. This time Luxton playing from the crease, opens the face, runs it out to backward to deep point, coming in from the boundary, 1 run. So Johnny Bairstow, very distinctly, his sweater and shirt flapping in this stiffish breeze. It feels like he's got stronger as the day's gone on. Bamber bowls. Bairstow. Ooh, tell you what. He does what Johnny does, really. He's such a good eye. Doesn't always get his foot right across to the pitch. And he left a bit of a gap there, inside edge onto his pad, but he's okay. Survived it. End of the over then. And I reckon there are now 10 of those remaining on day 1, with Yorkshire 325 for 4.
Yeah, he's played a few loose strokes since coming in, Johnny Bairstow, and it's fine at this stage, 300 odd for 4, to be looking to push it on a bit. But difficult to take too many liberties. There's been a bit of swing. This ball is only 6 overs old. Warwickshire will obviously be pretty disappointed after putting a team in to only take 4 wickets by this point on the first day. Barker is starting a new over on the line of off stump to Luxton and drives up to mid-off. And they might think that, a couple of other things could have gone their way. They had quite a few LBW shouts, although I can't think of one that really looked definitively out, but I suppose you think you must be close if you keep it in the pads that often. There's one that's gone between keeper and first slip and nobody moved, so there's 1 or 2 that they've missed out on. There's another no ball from Barker. It was shortish, didn't get up all that much, and Luxton pulled over the top of it. Made no contact, but it's a no ball. So 327 for 4, extras now 35. But on an easy-paced pitch that's played pretty true so far, albeit with something for the spinners in it. And Yorkshire will want as many as they can. There's a run here for Luxton. He's 49, pushing that away square on the offside. And I am interested to see how Will Luxton moves on from this, because and I'm sure that his coaches will be saying to him, make sure that this is a landmark innings for you, not the landmark innings. You still have all the ability to go on and prosper from here. Just 23. 2 slips and a leg slip now again for Barker. Oh, and it's come off Bairstow and turning it down towards leg slip. And did Webster take that on the bounce, I think? He must have just dipped in front of him. I wonder for a moment if it had looped up off the pad instead.
Yeah, that's the possibility.
Yeah.
Where we are, like the camera, behind play, so not easy to tell whether that was bat or off the body. I thought he'd taken it cleanly. That was my instinct, so it maybe just came off the body.
That might be true. That might well be true. It was the shape of delivery and the shot that Bairstow played that they're looking for in that position. Barker, we got balls a very full delivery, well wide of off stump, and Bairstow ignores that. It's quite deep, Webster. He's almost as deep as the wicket-keeper. He's so deeper than the slip. For that ball that's being slanted across from Keith Barker, coming left arm round the wicket. Two slips and a leg slip. There's a close in mid-wicket as well on that flick drive. And 2 back on the leg side boundary at square leg and long leg. And Barker has Bairstow inside edging into his pad. Again, this is another. There were 2 or 3 overs earlier on. Bamber bowled one where he might have had a couple of wickets and ended up going for a lot of runs. Inside edge and things like that. And they're starting to find the edges again now. Three, 2, 8 for 4. 9 more overs to bowl today after this one. Barker passes umpire Goff and has Bairstow playing that flick drive along the ground wide of the short mid-wicket. And they get a run up to Bamber tumbling across from mid-on. And it's the end of the over. 3, 2, 9 for 4. Bairstow up to 12 and Luxton 149.
9 overs remain on the opening day, where conditions were probably at the worst right at the start of the day, and I think understandably, winning the toss, Ed Barnard asked Yorkshire to bat. But pitch-wise, as I said earlier in the day, this probably for both sides, I would imagine, but certainly for Yorkshire, would be the least amount of grass left on a pitch so far this season. It's been anything from 10 to 16 mils, depending on where you've been going. And this down to 6, according to John Dodds, the groundsman here. What a difference it makes from a batting, and bowling point of view. As Bamber is in and bowling to Bairstow. Walks into this defensive shot. No run. Still plenty of people in. Actually, plenty more in down in the marquee corner than there often is at this time of day. You often get them drifting off fairly early.
Yeah, it's been busy down there all day.
So had the Pims and decided that they're going to get the train back home, or the taxi. Bamber in and bowling, and Bairstow with an exaggerated leave to a delivery wide of off stump. We've had a collective one. I don't know what the collective for stewards in high-vis jackets is, but we had 3 at one point having a chat down beneath us.
A day glow of stewards.
Yeah.
There's some very good vantage points around the ground, not least in the back of that set of flats, or on top of the set of flats, away to the left. So that's a splendid viewing point.
Looks to be, what, half a dozen chaps up there, over by the offices on the east side of the ground. Very good side-on view. We've got Alan Mackenzie down in front of us, one of the regular Yorkshire snappers, just going through a few shots he's taken on his laptop. It's a busy old job there, isn't it? You're clicking away, and then you've got to actually look at what you've taken and select the one that might be the money shot for this evening's website or newspaper or whatever it might be. Steward's now leaving. Oh, she's had enough of looking at her mobile phone, and she's off towards the pavilion. Meanwhile, Johnny Bairstow at his finest, with an over-pitch delivery that was too straight for him to resist. And a beautiful, effortless flick off his legs through mid-wicket for 4, down to the west stand.
It's been a good contest, this, actually, in the last 20 minutes. Bamber against Bairstow. Looking for the ball to swing, giving it every chance, but if he just over-pitches too much, Bairstow can pick him off very adroitly like that.
3-3-3 for 4. There's the number in English cricket. It's not going to stay 3-3-3 for long, because Bairstow's gone long, over long on, for 6 runs. And again, minimal effort really in the shot. The timing was superb. And the pieces of wood they use these days. Just a little, almost lofted push really. And as soon as he struck it, you knew. He's on to 22, 313 for.
Lovely easy strike, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's concrete. It might have had one in after it clattered. There'll be no crowd there, of course, to catch it in the seating at this end. So it would have clattered into the stand. Bamber to Bairstow once again. Oh, good delivery this time. There's an appeal once more. But still got his hand up, imploring Tom Lungley to raise his, with a finger protruding, but not out.
It's a good battle, because he's moving the ball, but there's a very thin margin between pitching it in just the right length, and it can swing like that, and maybe only a foot or two pitched up further, and Bairstow's just driving through it.
There's Bamber again, straight. Bairstow from the crease drops that back at the feet of the bowler to complete that 88th over. So 8 more remaining on this opening day. 339 for 4, Bairstow 22, Luxton 149.
Bamber 1 for 101 now in 22 overs, but competing hard as always. That wicket he's got today, his 30th in the championship so far this season, putting him up near the top of the that particular standing. He's been a big hit since coming to Warwickshire for the start of last season from Middlesex, stepping up to the First Division and looking at home at this level. 42 championship wickets last year and on course for more than that this time. Barker starts a new over, left arm round from the Trafalgar Square end, and Luxton is turning this towards mid-on. And get a run. Barker into his 15th over today. Without a wicket. 2 for Barnard. Live shortly before lunch. And Revis later in the day to a very good catch by Alex Davis, who has 3 dismissals. This is pushed wide of off stump by Bamber and doesn't interest Luxton. He will want to be back in the morning, Will Luxton. We don't want to miss out on a surface like this. He's certainly shown the way today, 149. Barker bowls to him again, and Luxton tucks this into the leg side, but on the bounce straight to Webster. That's mid-wicket. Wallace followed him around a lot. Hannon Dolby's doing his bootlaces down on an area of the boundary where the rope has become quite uneven down here. In fact, I noticed, actually, Ed Barnard made a very good stop about 20 minutes ago on the boundary and seemed to be flexing his ankle for a few minutes afterwards, so hopefully he hasn't done himself a mischief there. Barker tries again, and Luxton is squeezing this away for his 150th run, down to third man. He'll get two, in fact. Keeping it going, Will Luxton. 151 not out, extending this maiden first-class century still further.
Yeah, super stuff. Been, I think you'd have to say, very patient throughout today. It was just an odd sign in the early part of the innings that he might flick one up in the air, but no, he's been on it.
Round the wicket comes Barker to him again, and Luxton is forward, sturdy in defence, keeping his concentration. Yeah, he was more fluent in the first half of the day. Slowed down a bit as he was going to his 100, which is fair enough. And also at around that time, they'd lost a couple of wickets, so that could have undermined their good work. So he knuckled down, swept Souttar for 6 to bring up his century, and he's not really been in much bother since then. Barker tries again, and Luxton drives handsomely for 4 through extra cover. What a good stroke. It was a little bit over-pitched and wider than Barker might have wanted, and Luxton showing that his instincts to take advantage of that are still as keen as they were at 11 o'clock. He's 155 at the end of the over, and Yorkshire 345 for 4.
Yep, and those 4. Adam Lyth caught Alex Davies, bowled Ed Barnard for 29 this morning. That was when the score was on 102. Sam Whiteman in the 51st over, when the score was on 192, was stumped by Alex Davies of Manav Souttar for 55. And then James Wharton in the 56th over. He made just the 9 before he was well caught, diving to his right by Alex Davies off Ed Barnard. And then just 1 wicket since tea, and that was Matthew Revis, bowled by Ethan Bamber for 40, just after the second new ball had been taken. So wickets have been hard to come by. They generally are harder to come by the longer days go on here, unless we're in and out of rain breaks. And generally the best time to be bowling is that morning session, but Warwickshire, while they weren't dire this morning, they just weren't quite asking enough questions. As Ollie Hannon Dolby back into the attack, bowls the Johnny Bairstows, flicked pleasantly off his legs. There's a chase on down to fine leg, and a good tumbling stop is going to keep them to 2. 347 for 4. Bairstow has moved relatively quickly on to 24. Of course, Edgbaston in play this evening, isn't it? In 45 minutes' time, England women against Sri Lanka women in the World Cup.
Yeah, be a good tournament, that.
Yeah, good luck to the England girls first up. It's Hannon Dolby, well, was making his way in, but has stopped in his run up to the wicket at Northampton. Scores from elsewhere. The hosts are 366 for 6 against Gloucestershire, who stuck them in this morning. So a pretty good day, I think you'd have to say, for Northants on the back of that. But Chester Street, Durham 234 for 4 against Derbyshire, who also stuck the hosts in. Hannon Dolby's latest delivery wide of off stump doesn't really carry through to the gloves of Alex Davies. Glamorgan were dismissed for 155 down at Hove, and Sussex 108 for 2. Delivering something there for the home fans. At New Road, Middlesex 242 for 7 in the 86th over against Worcestershire, who also wanted to bowl first. There was a delayed start at Grace Road, where Essex have made it to 258 for 3 after 58 overs, again having been put into bat by the hosts there, as Bairstow goes back foot and cuts this one out to the sweeping deep backward point. Luxton was quickly to the first run and waiting for his captain to say, go on, we'll have a look at a second, and they've got through. Down at Trent Bridge, the champions Nottinghamshire put Somerset into bat, and they are 235 for 5. It sounds like it might be quite deliberate progress down there because they're in the 84th over. And finally, over at Blackpool, Lancashire won the toss, asked Kent to bat, and the visitors 178 for 9 as Hannon Dolby bowls to Bairstow on his legs. He's flicked that away superbly. Wasn't a great delivery by OHD, if we're being brutally honest. And Johnny Bairstow, whether he's on 0 or 100, he's not going to miss out on that. Yawning gap through the leg side, and he's just flicked it away off his legs down by the covers, the foot of the west stand.
There's been quite a bit of misdirected stuff as well today.
Yeah.
I think they've won quite a lot of good balls, Warwickshire.
Yeah.
But I think my hunch is that they would be disappointed with the number of balls they've bowled that have released pressure.
Yeah, I'd agree. I can't believe this is anywhere near their best day of the season with the ball, let's put it that way.
I don't think so.
13 out of Bairstow. Yorkshire with a third batting bonus point with that boundary that took them past the 350 mark. Bairstow playing from the crease this time, drops one out into the offside. And there is no run, so 353 for 4. Still a half dozen overs left after this one. So we're going to be here till, well, not too bad tonight, 6:15, something like that. We've had any number of days here where they've gone on till 7. We did actually, I think, last season get one that finished just about bang on 6 o'clock. Mike, you remember that any days that ever finish at 6, apart from the ones that are washed out?
Not very many. I've had one after 7 today this season.
And Dolby in, Bairstow, beautiful shot once again, bit of width outside off stump this time. My, he gave that a punch back out of square. Who can see it again, can see it now. Just a lovely square cut for 4 more. So 34 now to Johnny. 357 for 4. They've put on a partnership of 54 now, the pair of them.
Yeah, found it difficult today, Warwickshire, to be consistent in line and length. And the Yorkshire batters have had a good enough day to take full advantage when it hasn't gone so well. Bairstow adding a bit of momentum. Suter is going to come back and replace Barker with just 10 overs bowled with a new ball. See if he can get a little bit more bite with it. He's only got a slip. He's a close catcher, although mid-wicket he's reasonably close. And Suter, and he's clobbered by Luxton, first ball away towards the long-on corner for 4 runs. That was a very confident stroke from Luxton, and why wouldn't he be? He's now 159.
Yeah, that I haven't got the precise number of deliveries, but that 50 partnership has come up in roughly 7 overs, so more than 1 a ball. And with that extra boundary there, that's going to kick that on again. So definitely squeezing the pedal to the metal towards the end of the day. And of course, now they've got to this stage, not that it'll be the be-all and end-all, because trying to put on a match-winning total will be what they want. But if they can get there with maximum batting points as well, then definitely be a positive.
47 balls, 50 partnership. Is Suter, and this is driven back low by Luxton on the bounce, I think. And Suter couldn't quite hold on, but he's deflected it to mid-off. 361 for 4. The goal rush hour has subsided somewhat, but there are still a few stragglers. Suter bowls and Luxton hits this a bit more aerial, I think. Lost it in the flight, but I suspect it's in the air. Yeah, it's 6. Away towards the bleachers again. 367 for 4.
Yeah, that is a high-class shot, isn't it?
It is.
It's hitting against the spin. You've got to get yourself into a good position and be playing with a lot of confidence to play a shot like that over long on, wide-ish as well, going well against the spin, but not sweeping. It's a straight bat shot.
They've called for the box of balls again. So, I don't know. I couldn't pick up the flight of that from here against the buildings at the back, but didn't think he's gone that far.
No, it did. It got the sort of Mexican wave, didn't it, from the crowd, in the
Yes.
sense that they all got up because it was advancing towards
Well,
them.
evidently nobody's found it yet. There's two today that we haven't been able to find. Buxton's second six to go with 19 fours. Umpires are having a look to try and find a ball that looks similar. So they had about 10 overs. Have a few scuff marks from hitting the concrete around this ground.
Johnny will be enjoying this, of course, as well, Mike, because who knows who has the final call on these things, but you'd think the skipper, in terms of selection, so whoever it was, coach, skipper, or both.
Suter left arm round the wicket, pushes this one into the pitch, and Luxton guides it carefully out on the offside. .367 for 4. Suter rung across in front of the umpire. Ooh, Luxton is a bit loose here on the sweep. He's trying to sweep that from out the line of off stump and missed it. John Bairstow just coming down the pitch, maybe saying, don't give it away now. Come back in the morning. You've already filled your boots in this over. And Luxton plays this late through a gap at extra cover, and he's going to have a run. So he keeps the strike, 11 from Suter's first over in this spell, 368 for 4, and Warwickshire I think would quite like to go back to the digs now.
Speaking of going, do you need to go and do your next
Probably.
update?
Where are we? What is it, 5:58? Yes, I'll do that.
Thanks, Mike. Get DT back on for a while. Five overs remaining on this opening day. The Hannon Dolby to bowl from this Peasholm Park end of the ground. In his way in now, past umpire Tom Lungley. Luxton just drops one out square on the offside and will pick up a single.
Warwickshire have just let this drift a little bit, haven't they, since the new ball. And a good spell for Yorkshire. I heard you say 50 partnership in 7 overs, something like that.
Yeah, 81.5 was the last wicket. So, yeah, not many was the answer. As Bairstow just drops his bat on this outside off stump. And there's no run. It'd be 40 odd balls. We do have a scorer actually, who I thought might have fed us with that information, but there you go. 47 balls. Thanks, Mike. He's doing his own scorecard. 369 for 4. Bairstow waits. Alan Dolby in and bowling. Johnny takes that on top of the bounce and drops it out into the offside. There is no run. Still getting in touch, showing the last 5 overs. What are your impressions, folks, of the opening day, from whichever perspective is yours? Here's Hannon Dolby again. Bairstow flicking off the legs, and that one travelling quickly past Keith Barker. A fair way in, but deepish at mid-on. 4 more. 38 already to Johnny. And I think, although he obviously got a weight of runs last year without a ton, he's, I would say, playing better this season across the 2 formats that they've played than maybe was the case last year. It's dropped out into the offside by Johnny, and this time picked up around about point. No run. Nick Moxon says, fantastic to see Will Luxton getting his maiden first-class ton. Here's to many more.
Really good innings, hasn't it, as well? It's not as though it's been sort of patchy or anything. He's just been in control at every stage of the innings. He saw off the early movement, raced away to 80, slowed down for his 100. Now he's picking the pace up again.
Yeah, Alan Dolby in, Bairstow. Plays this one out with an open face to deep backward point. Get a single. Partnership now worth 71 between this pair. In quick time, Neil Dutton. Apologies, Neil, for not getting back to you this morning. I've only just seen a couple of messages you posted on Blue Sky. He does say he was waiting in the queue for ice creams behind Keith Barker at Southport a few years ago when Hampshire visited Lancs. He's either a very big man or a very small building.
Yes, he's
a unit.
I've been in his company a couple of times, and certainly blocks the light out at times.
If he says it's your round, DT, even you would go to the bar. Is that what you're suggesting?
I don't think it would ever get to the point where he'd say it's your round, but no, I've not been in his company socially, but chatting after day's play. $3.74 for 4. Start of a new over, and that's just paddled away by Johnny Bairstow down to fine leggies. Oh, that's an excellent stop. Absolute superb stop there by Ollie and Dolby. He's run around the boundary. Remember, he's been out there all day. He's not the youngest of blokes, and that ball looked to be going over the rope, and he did very, very well to keep it in, knock it back and restrict them to 3 runs, and that shows enthusiasm this late in the day. Suter swung that one around, and Bairstow's gone LBW, and Luxton has gone LBW, and that's the end of a great innings. 167, he's gone LBW. LBW bowled Suter for 167, and you can hear the applause starting already, and I'm sure that Doidge would like to say a few words about this inning as he walks off.
Well, just what a great knock. He's come of age today in a first-class sense, and a first-class knock by Will Luxton. As DT says, 167 runs, and it's going to be a day that he will never forget, and probably a few of us as well. Lovely wristy shots throughout the day. He's gone through some tough periods during that spell, come out the other side. I think the only box that he's not ticked in coming to the end of his innings is not getting through to the end of the day, which would have been a real triumph. It just shows you how hard it is, and no matter how well you're playing, how tough it is to carry you back to the end of the day. But well played, Will Luxton, because if he didn't take his opportunity against Surrey just a few weeks ago, he certainly has today. And
it's maybe a little bit of a tired shot towards the end of the day, attempting to sweep. A very good bowler, let's be fair, Suter. He's attempted to sweep him towards the bleachers, sweeping a straight delivery, and if you're going to miss one of those, well, I'm afraid the umpire's finger's going to go up and send you on your way, whether you're on 0 or whether you're on 167. Splendid innings from one that I'll remember. Certainly his first-class 100. I'm sure I won't remember it anywhere.
Does it count as a daddy then?
Yes, we'll give him a daddy for that. Yeah. It's 1 2/3, isn't it? So, excellent effort. So 380 for 5. Yorkshire don't want to lose another one tonight. I mean, they're in a very strong position, obviously. But, and get Suter again bowls, and no run he had there. Just trying to see who's come out, Doidge.
It's Ben Cliff.
Ben Cliff. So we're talking night watchman. Wouldn't normally be in at 7. Next delivery, Brings Cliff forward. Exaggerated defensive shot. A tail-ender's defensive shot there. So they run to be had. And valuable wicket. 93rd over of the day. He's certainly earning his money. I think he probably is. Sutar bowls, quicker delivery, tried to get that one through him, and Cliff quickly down on the ball. To bat through, we got 377 showing on the board now, so well, that's been adjusted. Next delivery, quicker delivery. That just edged down short of second slip. So wicket there, and the one thing they really can't, well, they can afford it, I suppose, Yorkshire with 377 on the ball, but what they won't want to do is lose another one in these final 3 overs. That would 6 down would rather take the shine off the day. 5 down, you'd think they'll come out tomorrow thinking, yeah, we can go to 460, 480 without too much trouble. Especially if this man stays in, Johnny Bairstow.
Yep, Ollie Hannon-Dolby bowling to him then. He's cracked that one away, dear me. Just too much width from Ollie Hannon-Dolby, and Bairstow hammered that one away back at a square leg for 4 runs. He is on the brink of, well, in his case, yet another half century. Just past 15,000 runs in first-class cricket recently. He's racking up a few more here. Dolby in and bowling again. This time Bairstow plays out towards deep mid-wicket, where there is now a man positioned, Ethan Bamber, and so he'll keep them to 1.
Next man in should be George Hill.
Yeah, Will Luxton, by the way, 167 off 261 balls, 361 minutes of batting, 20 fours and 2 sixes. A red letter day for a White Rose hero.
94th over of the day. Shadows lengthening.
Here's Hannon-Dolby, nicked it and gone. That is the end of night watchman Ben Cliff. And that is why I still don't like night watchman, because you might as well just write down have a wicket so often. But there will certainly be some pleasure in that from a bowling point of view. It's another one in the first class column, and Ben Cliff has got a fairly thick edge to first slip, and that would have been taken there by Sam Hain at first. Just getting a chance to look at it once again. Yeah, it's a good delivery from Ollie Hannon-Dolby. As a tail ender, you definitely feel like you've got to play at that. And with a slightly angled bat, he's just got enough on it for it to carry to Sam. So George Hill, having obviously wanted the night watchman to go in before him, is now going to go in anyway. The last couple of overs or so of play.
George Hill making his way out, punches gloves with the skipper. And obviously he'd have preferred to keep his feet up in the pavilion. But a little job to do tonight. It's just really a situation you don't want to come into with what he's got left in this over. 3 balls perhaps, and then maybe another over after that. So he's absolute maximum he could face is 15 deliveries tonight. Can't do a lot with that.
Dolby in. George Hill forward, just covering the off stump and then leaving that one. Ben Cliff went without scoring off 5 deliveries and spent just the 4 minutes out there in the middle. He was out in halfway through the 94th over. That previous partnership, by the way, was 77 between Will Luxton and Johnny Bairstow. It took them just about 50 minutes to put it on together in terms of time. Deliveries I'll give you in a mo, because Hill goes back foot to defend this into the offside. So 10 overs and 3 balls, and they put on 77. So definitely an injection of pace into the innings.
Well, that's more than 7 runs and over, isn't it? So what was needed at that stage, but then probably just needed to see it through to the close. But you can't be critical of Luxton at all on a day like this. 167, marvellous effort.
And Dolby in again. It's wide off stump, and
That's poor, isn't it?
Hill leaves. So we have 3 overs remaining on the opening day. 382 for 6.
You really do have to make the batsman play at this stage. You've got a batsman there in George Hill who's capable of, he's capable of scoring centuries. You'd love to get him out tonight. If you'd got him out in that over, then there would have still been time for Dom Best to come in. And he just, 3 deliveries, and 2 of them he doesn't have to play up. That's not good bowling for a man as experienced as OHD, but he's got his wicket. So, for that. 6 down now then. Sutar going to continue from the Trafalgar Square end. Fair old breeze whipping his shirt as he bowls there, and Bairstow looks to just ease that one backward a point. Get it past the backward point fielder. And now field coming in, or at least one fielder coming in. Deep mid-wicket or cow corner out there has come into orthodox mid-wicket. Bairstow forward defensively to this next ball. Now he's got the experience to just play out this over, but he's also got that little bit of devil in him that might say, I fancy this half century tonight. He's on 47 bowls and all feels for that one as it turns past the edge. Alec Davis whips the bails off. Bairstow was going nowhere. Looks around. Looking for a single, maybe. He's going to get a single. In fact, he's set off for the first. As if he wants 2, he's going to get 2. As he plays that backward a point, the sweeper. It's Ethan Bamber out there on the cover boundary. Bairstow moves to 49. A little knock from the skipper. Can he go to the 50? Not with that one, he can't. Ball outside, off stump. And through to Davis. So last ball of the over. Why not put another fielder in? Put a bit of pressure on him. Let him go over the top. It's an easy run anywhere on the leg side. Fielding change with mid-wicket is now going over to extra cover. Leg slip is coming into place, and the deep mid-wicket is coming in, and the long on is coming in. So better late than never. You want your 50, Johnny, and go over the top. Sutar bowls to him, and he nudges that one down backward a point. Doesn't get a run. So we now know that Yorkshire, with 1 over left to face, will lose a maximum of 7 wickets today, because at the moment they're 384 for 6. Bairstow 49. Will he get his 50 tonight? I doubt if it'll bother him if he doesn't get there. George Hill will be thinking, get a single, get off strike. Keep your powder dry for the morning. So, Hannon Dolby to the new batsman, 2 slips and then a gap to a fine gully or a 5th slip. 3 men saving 1, runs away from us. Bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Solid defence from George Hill. So I was nattering away. I thought you were got your head down doing an Emerson.
Just while you were doing your over, that was all. I thought I'd better come back and do mine. You've still got largely blue sky, but there is a cloud that's decided to put itself between the sun and us for the moment. Hannon Dolby is in then and bowling to George Hill, who will get off the mark with a nice wristy flick into the leg side. Bamber chasing it down. They've got 2 and they're going to stay put. So Yorkshire 14 short of a 4th batting point, and they've got the time, the way things have gone, to get through that and go for a 5th tomorrow morning. That's notwithstanding any wickets that they might lose, but certainly while these 2 are out there and a couple more players yet beyond, they'd have an opportunity. And Dolby is in, and Hill defending into the offside.
It's not going to be easy to score quickly within that first hour tomorrow morning, which is when they'll have 14 overs to get the 64 runs. But if they got to get within distance, I'm sure Johnny Bairstow, if he's still there, will be eyeing up that point, and they'll be looking to move on to 460, 480, decent score.
Yep, and Dolby is in, and Hill defends. Saw groundsman John Dodds walking round earlier. He's standing at the side of the pitch down by the covers, west side. Have a bit of work to do once play comes to an end. So he must have been happy enough with the way things have been playing out there, because ground staff, quite often go into hibernation if things are not going that well. But he's prepared another good deck here. 386 for 6 would back up that theory as George Hill plays one out into the offside. I lost track of how many deliveries we had in this final over now. One to come. Glad I asked. Mike, he's always on it, Mike, and he's not, even when he's not on air, he's always on it. He's on scorecards. There's going to be a change in the field for this final delivery. Mosley has gone in, I think, at leg slip. So 2 slips a gully, a leg slip. And Hannon Dolby to bowl to George Hill, round about off stump, and that is defended. And at 6:19 p.m. we have the close of play on the opening of 4 days of cricket that are scheduled here between Yorkshire and Warwickshire. And Yorkshire will walk off at 386 for 6. Johnny Bairstow not out 49. George Hill not out 2. The crowd make their way towards the exits. We're having a chat, hopefully with somebody, maybe with Will Luxton after this, on what has been a very, very good day for him.
Certainly has been. 167 runs, his first class century. More runs today than he's scored so far this season. Hasn't batted that many times, but again, great innings. Sprinted away to 80, slowed down, battled his way to 100, then played some glorious shots. A couple of sixes, went to his century with a 6, and then hit one over the tea room. So he'll have something to smile about tonight, Georgie. I don't think he'll have too many problems getting you out to do an interview. So we'll say goodnight from North Marine Road, where Yorkshire close on 386.46. Johnny Bairstow just one short of his half century.
Yep, we'll be back to do it all again tomorrow, folks. Thanks for your company today. But you'll join us again from around about 5 minutes before the start of play, which is, of course, once again 11 o'clock tomorrow, but from the three of us here at North Marine Road. Good night.